In the imperial bedchamber late at night, a series of violent coughs echoed through the room. Isrin approached the bedside, carrying a bowl of medicine. "Your Majesty, you must drink this herbal decoction." Azid's face was flushed red, his breathing heavy. "I won't drink it. I hate bitter things like that." Isrin hesitated, looking troubled and about to persuade him, when Serena stepped forward from behind. "I knew this would happen. I prepared some candy. If you suck on one after drinking the medicine, the bitterness will disappear completely." Serena smiled as she introduced it. "This is a limited edition candy, handmade by a confectioner from a family that has passed down the craft for 3 generations. Only 5 jars are sold each day. I went to great lengths to get this rare treat for you." In this palace, the frail emperor brushed past death several times every single day, and ensuring his recovery was precisely the duty of the imperial physician. Azid swatted it away with a wave of his hand. "Are you joking? I'm not a child." Serena froze where she stood. Azid stared at her and continued, "You've been acting suspicious ever since earlier. You seem awfully eager to make me drink that bowl." Inside, Serena was screaming. "That's because if you don't drink it, you might die again. Just shut up and drink it already." But outwardly, she kept her gentle smile. "I'm only concerned for your Majesty's health. After all, that is my duty as the imperial physician." Azid's lips curved slightly. "If it's for my health, then you should taste it first." Serena replied without hesitation. "Then I would be honored." She snatched the bowl and tipped her head back. She drained the herbal medicine in one gulp and slammed the empty bowl down on the table. Wiping the corner of her mouth, Serena said, "There, now it's your Majesty's turn." The attendants around them were stunned. Someone had actually managed to drink that bitter medicine in a single breath. Azay. Dee looked at the empty bottom of the bowl, then at Serena's resolute face, and fell silent. In the end, Azid relented. "Fine." He picked up the newly refilled bowl. "Wonderful." Serena clasped her hands together and watched him expectantly. "Go on, your Majesty. Please drink it all at once." Suddenly, a violent fit of coughing shattered the moment. Blood burst from his mouth, splattering across Serena's horrified face. The medicine bowl crashed to the floor and shattered with a sharp sound. Isrin let out a terrified scream. "Your Majesty!" Azid collapsed beside the bed, his white clothes soaked red at the chest, his eyes closed, unconscious. The attendants rushed forward, shouting, "Your Majesty! Please open your eyes, your Majesty." Serena stood frozen, her heart filled with confusion and fear. He had taken the medicine, so why had this still happened? The crime of attempting to assassinate the emperor carries only one punishment: death. With a sweep of his arm, he ordered, "Execute this person." 2 guards rushed forward and roughly seized Serena by the shoulders. Struggling, Serena cried out, Please wait. I was only trying to save His Majesty. How can you treat me like this, Lord Chamberlain?" Then she snapped, "Enough. I'm done. I quit. To hell with this. To hell with this damned palace." The towering execution scaffold stood in the center of the square, surrounded by a crowd of spectators. Once again, I failed to prevent the Emperor's death. Serena looked up at the cold blade hanging above her, filled with bitter resentment. "No, I don't want an ending like this. I refuse to die again." Serena suddenly opened her eyes, gasping for breath. She looked around and found herself lying in a familiar bedroom. "I'm back again." Urgent knocking sounded from outside the door. "Serena of the Imperial household, hurry and get ready. You're coming with me into the palace." Serena stared at the closed door. Today was the very first day she was to enter the palace and serve as an imperial physician. All of this was because of that insufferable emperor. Serena called back through the door, all right, I'm coming." Sunlight spilled across the lawn of the estate. A carriage was already waiting at the front gate, with 2 guards standing straight behind it. Emperor Azid of the Croton Empire. In Croton, the land known as the Nation of Fire, members of the imperial family were revered for possessing red copper eyes. But from the moment he was born, Azrid was the sole exception. He had icy blue eyes, cold as snow. Because of that abnormality, he was exiled from birth and imprisoned in a remote, desolate palace deep within the inner court. The useless child born to a lowly maid. A royal who cannot command the power of fire. No one paid any attention to his existence. He grew up quietly in a forgotten corner until all the imperial family members were slaughtered in the struggle for power after the previous emperor's death. The nobles raised Azid to the throne only because they intended to use him as a puppet emperor to produce an heir. But those schemers did not know that within Azid slept a searing power. His blue flames far surpassed the orthodox red flames of the imperial line in sheer intensity. That power was enough to rival even the founding emperor of the empire. As the only surviving imperial bloodline, he became a tyrant with overwhelming power who could not be controlled. The only consolation was that this emperor was being tormented by a mysterious illness. I only gradually came to understand all of these truths during my second life. Whenever the emperor died, I was executed, then returned to the first day I became the imperial physician. This cycle has already repeated 3 times. Why do I always return to the very moment I was appointed imperial physician? I can't even run away. If whether I resist or fail to treat him, I am doomed to die in the end anyway. Then before I die, I'll say everything I want to say. Serena opened her eyes, her gaze turning resolute. Azid sat on the throne, high above, and asked, "So you're the famous physician Serena Vincent? I heard you can even save those at death's door. Is that true?" Serena gave a small bow. "Yes, your majesty." She lifted her head and looked straight at the man on the throne. That messy hair, that crooked way of sitting, there were far too many things about him that needed fixing. Azid yawned and said, "In that case, you should be able to cure my illness too, shouldn't you? What exactly was I so afraid of before?" She answered calmly, "That depends entirely on your majesty's will." Azid stopped moving, his gaze settling on Serena. "I have only one question." The officials in the hall were utterly shocked by the physician's boldness. "Do you truly want to be treated, your majesty?" From the experience of her previous lives, Serena knew this emperor suffered from severe paranoia. In her memories, Azuid always refused medicine and every form of treatment. He coldly drove physicians away and suspected everything that approached him. No matter how Serena pleaded, he would not budge. The most crucial factor in recovery was always the patient's own will. If his long isolation in the deep palace had made him distrust human contact, she could understand that. But first she needed to confirm whether he still had any desire to live. The Lord Chamberlain pointed at Serena and shouted, "Do you realize where you are? How dare you speak so rudely to His Majesty?" But Azid merely raised a hand and said coolly, "It's fine. Of course I want treatment. Did you think I summoned a new physician out of boredom?" Serena, amid the murmurs of the crowd, declared firmly, "I can absolutely cure your majesty's illness. But I need you to promise me one thing." He gave a quiet laugh. "Go on. Whatever the request, I will grant it." Serena took a deep breath and said, "Please, please allow me to touch you, your majesty." Several attendants standing nearby looked shocked. Specifically where? Azuid, seated on the throne, voiced the question. A stir of whispers rippled through the hall. "I heard she's a genius physician. Then why is she trying to seduce me? Has she joined forces with some noble? But judging by those people's expressions, that doesn't seem likely. If not, then even though this palace no longer has much meaning, is she trying to secure a place at my side? Is it because of my lowly birth and these blue eyes?" Azaid recalled the past. When I was isolated in the separate palace, they treated me like I was invisible. Now that I sit on the throne, those people know only how to chase power. It's disgusting. Serena looked at Azaid and said, "Your Majesty, forgive my boldness, but for a doctor to treat a patient, physical contact is unavoidable. It begins with checking the pulse, then massage, stretching, and so on. In an emergency, I may even need to use a scalpel." Azaid remained silent. He raised a hand to cover his face, realizing he had misunderstood her meaning. Azaid cleared his throat, breaking the awkward silence. "In that case, shouldn't you ask for my permission first?" His face is so red. Is he feverish again? Do I have to ask every single time? Even if your majesty is in a delirious state like that, if I have to ask permission every time, you'll be meeting death very soon. Hearing those words, the attendants around them turned pale with fright. "Death?" A bearded official pointed at Serena and shouted, "This is utter nonsense. Is something like that truly happening? There are things that absolutely must not be said recklessly before His Majesty." Serena answered calmly, "This is only the beginning." A light chuckle came from the throne. The bearded official and the attendants beside him froze. Was he laughing? Azaid burst into laughter, the sound echoing through the hall. The attendants at his side stared in shock. His Majesty is actually laughing. Serena stood expressionless. "So is that a yes or a no?" Azaid stopped laughing and said, "Very well. Even if I grant your wish and allow you to touch my body, what do you intend to do if you fail to cure me?" Serena raised one finger. 1 year. Within 1 year, I will cure your majesty's illness. If I fail, Serena pointed at her own neck, then you may cut off my head. But no matter what kind of prescription I issue, your majesty must follow it unconditionally. Looking at her, Azaid thought, she seems very confident. This is interesting. Serena smiled, thinking to herself, if you die, I won't survive either. Azaid rose from the throne and said, that proposal Then I accept. He descended the steps and approached Serena one step at a time. If, after 1 year, you have not cured my illness, then as punishment for that unrestrained, poisonous tongue of yours, you will repay me with your life. Serena looked up at him and replied, no problem. Just make sure the blade is clean and swift. Ozzy looked at her. Your hand. Serena blinked. Does he want to cut it off right now? Why? From this moment on, as my personal physician, do your job well. Serena looked at the purple, jeweled ornament in her hand. This is... An older official nearby cried out in alarm. Why, Your Majesty? You bestowed such a thing on someone who just entered the palace, and even made her your personal physician? Azaid yawned and replied irritably, too noisy. If your work is done, then leave. Serena clenched the jewel in her hand. I've never been treated like this before. Turning to Azaid, she said, thank you, Your Majesty. Since it has come to this, no matter the cost, I will save him. The study was brightly lit, with tall bookshelves reaching the ceiling. I heard you appointed a new imperial physician today as your personal doctor. Azaid sat at the desk, reading through documents without looking up. Yes, that's right. Leonard looked at Azaid and said, wasn't that decision a little too hasty? It might be wiser to be more cautious. Azaid stopped what he was doing. Cautious? Leonard nodded. Yes. Leonard looked at Azaid. Being cautious about anyone who remains by Your Majesty's side could do no harm. Azaid leaned back in his chair. I'm not sure. If I were truly that cautious, I would probably end up meeting death directly. Leon, Art froze. What? Azaid let out a quiet laugh. Besides, he widened his eyes. She pointed at me and said herself. She demanded permission to touch me. Leon, Art spun around and shouted, what? No, how could you be so rude to Your Majesty? Azaid looked at Leonard and said, Leonard, I have no desire to meet death. Leonard replied in confusion, Your Majesty. What exactly is going on? He looked like he was genuinely enjoying this. It's only 1 year anyway. Even the most skilled physicians in the palace couldn't cure his illness. What could someone like her possibly do? If left alone, in the end, she'd probably only fall to her knees and beg for mercy. Morning sunlight fell over the palace buildings, birdsong bright and clear. Heavy red curtains blocked out the light, leaving the room in darkness. The door opened, and sunlight streamed through the gap, casting a long shadow. Serena entered the room, her footsteps echoing in the silence. She walked to the window and pulled back the curtains. Sunlight poured in instantly, illuminating Azaid lying in bed. Serena walked to the bedside and pulled back the blanket. Azaid jolted awake. Sitting up and pressing a hand to his forehead, he muttered, what is this? Standing at his bedside, Serena said, Good morning, Your Majesty. Startled by the sudden voice, Azaid turned to look beside him. Serena stood there smiling. Carrying her medical bag, Serena walked down the corridor. This life feels pretty good. She recalled her past lives. Back then, she had never been made personal physician. Serena looked at the ring on her hand. She hadn't even received an Islan ring. Islan was the token symbolizing the emperor's favor. The redder the gem, the higher the authority it granted. It was even said that these jewels contained some of the emperor's magic. Serena looked at the ring on her fingertip. But for me, this purple one is enough. She arrived at the door to the bedchamber. A maid guarding the entrance stopped her. Excuse me, His Majesty is resting. Please come back later. Serena let out a quiet laugh, displayed the ring on her finger, and said, with this ring, I may see His Majesty whenever I wish, correct? The maid stared at the ring in surprise. That was a purple Islan. How dazzling. The maid hurriedly apologized. You must be the new personal physician. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you just now. Serena smiled and waved a hand. It's all right. I was appointed yesterday. I've come to perform His Majesty's morning examination. The maid immediately stepped aside and opened the bedchamber doors. His Majesty is inside. Please go in. Serena stepped into the room. The real challenge begins now. She looked around the dim chamber. Treatment is important, of course, but first I need to clean this enormous bedroom covered in dust. Serena made up her mind. I'll fix all of this right away. Azaid sat up in bed and asked coldly, Who are you? Serena smiled and replied, I've come to give Your Majesty your morning examination. Azaid snatched the blanket up tightly and barked angrily. Didn't I say that while I'm sleeping, no one is to touch anything? Get out at once. Serena snorted as if nothing was wrong. Isn't that exactly what you gave me this Islan ring for? She yanked open the heavy curtains, sending dust flying everywhere. Choking on it, Azaid coughed repeatedly. You. Serena looked at the drifting dust and said, Oh dear, there's far too much dust in this bedroom. She pushed open the large window. As I've always said, fresh air is the best medicine and the finest restorative as well. Serena drew in a deep breath and sighed contentedly. Ah, how refreshing. Looking at her back, Azuid let out a helpless sigh. Apparently, you really don't care about your life at all. Serena held out a glass of water to Azuid. Of course I do. I very much want to live a long life. So your majesty, please be sure to follow my prescriptions. Azuid accepted the glass and silently took a sip. Is this woman absurdly overconfident or truly fearless? Sitting on the edge of the bed, Serena said, "Now then, let's begin your morning examination." Azuid set down the glass and replied, "Do as you like." Serena moved closer and began checking his physical condition. Azuid looked at Serena, so near to him. Why is she not afraid at all? Serena took out a magical thermometer. "I'll take your temperature." The thermometer gave a crisp chime. "Normal." Azuid abruptly knocked Serena's hand away and said impatiently, "Are you finished yet? Stop touching me." He's just as hard to deal with as ever. In her memory, his body temperature was always extreme, either burning hot or icy cold, right before his magic went completely out of control. Azuid turned his head and said, "If you're done examining me, you may leave now." Serena hurriedly answered, "Ah, no, there's still one more thing. Please wait. I need to examine your chest." Azuid froze. "My chest?" Serena reached out a hand. "Please wait." Azuid drew back nervously. "What are you trying to do?" Serena answered calmly, "Don't worry. I won't do anything improper." Azuid grabbed Serena's wrist and demanded, "What exactly are you trying to do?" Serena explained, "I'm examining your magic core, so I can treat you." Looking at Azuid, she continued, "You didn't think I wanted to grope your chest, did you?" Azuid fell silent for a moment. He had, pulling open his collar. He said, "Make it quick." Serena murmured, "Excuse me." She placed her hand against Azuid's chest and began channeling magic for the examination. Blue light instantly enveloped the two of them. Feeling the strange sensation in his chest, Azuid asked, "What are you doing?" Serena kept her palm pressed to his chest. "I am infusing medic." Azuid looked surprised. "You have a magic core?" Serena shot back, "Why do you ask? Is it that surprising that an illegitimate daughter like me would have one?" Azuid hurriedly explained, "What? No, that's not what I meant." Suddenly, he let out a pained sound. He looked as though he were in pain. The magic was beginning to take effect. A vivid bluish-violet light flared between them. Serena's palm remained firmly against his chest, feeling that violent energy. Is it because the compatibility is too high? Or has the Emperor's magic core already become this unstable? Seeing the pain on Azuid's face, Serena thought, "I want to examine it more deeply, but he looks like he's in pain. I'd better calm him down first." Serena withdrew her hand and asked, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" "It was only because your core was touched. Are you overheating?" He seized the cup on the table and drained it in one gulp. "The magic compatibility is terrible." Observing his reaction, Serena said, "Your core is very powerful, but unstable. Have you overused your magic core in the past?" Azuid set down the cup and replied that, "I don't remember." Serena stared at him and fell silent. "Please think carefully again." Azuid shouted irritably, "I really don't remember. When I was young, I almost never used my power." He shoved Serena away. "Are you done now? Get out." Pushed toward the door. Serena hurriedly called out, "Please wait. Starting now, every morning, I will come to give you your morning examination." Azuid stared at her. "What?" Serena looked toward the window and said matter-of-factly, "Since it's hard for you to get up on your own, those blackout curtains have to go. Sunlight is good for your body clock and your mood." Azuid sighed. "Do you think I gave you the position of personal physician so you could be this brazen? Everything has its limits." Azuid stared at Serena. Serena said nothing, only raised a thumbs up. "No problem. We'll change them to suitable curtains." Azuid asked in confusion, "What?" Serena turned and ran for the door. "Then I'll take my leave for now." The door slammed shut behind her. Azuid sat alone on the bed in silence. Looking at the now empty room, he thought, "What on earth is that woman up to? Better go back to sleep." Azuid lay down and pulled the blanket over his head. The room was silent. He turned over and sighed. "I can't sleep at all." Crisp footsteps sounded in the corridor, followed by the door opening softly. Serena stepped out of the room. The maid approached and asked, "Is everything finished?" Serena replied, "Ah, yes. You've still been waiting outside? Your cheeks are even redder than before." Serena instructed her, "From now on, when I am in there consulting with His Majesty, please do your best not to let anyone enter. For now, we need to minimize interruptions." The maid immediately answered, "Of course, no problem." Serena continued, "Also, about the curtains in His Majesty's bedroom. Could you replace the curtains in my room with something similar? Light-colored ones, the kind that let in plenty of sunlight." The maid asked, "Certainly. Shall I have them changed right away?" Serena thought for a moment and replied, "No, I need to wash up later, so you can do it then." As she spoke, Serena rummaged through her bag. Also, Serena wrapped a scarf around the maid's neck and said, "It's still cold, isn't it? Your face is very red. If you're feeling unwell, please tell me anytime. I can give you a simple examination." The maid replied softly, "Ah, thank you." Serena walked toward her room and said, "See you later." The maid respectfully opened the door. "Please go in. See you later." The maid stood in the corridor, silently watching Serena's retreating back. She became chief physician the moment she arrived, and she even received a ring. As expected of Serena, the maid clasped her hands together and sighed dreamily. Her relationship with His Majesty really is destined. Time rewound to 30 minutes earlier. The maid had been pacing anxiously outside the door. This is so worrying. On her very first day, she isn't going to be thrown out immediately, is she? The master clearly ordered that when he was sleeping, he was not to be disturbed. Inside the room, Azoid had said coldly, "Don't touch me." Hearing the sound from outside, the maid thought, what does that mean? Did something happen? The maid quietly leaned toward the crack in the door and held her breath to listen. From inside came Serena's voice. "I intend to examine His Majesty's chest." Azoid responded in a low voice, "Make it quick." In the maid's mind, an intimate scene blossomed. Serena was tightly embracing Azoid. The two of them nestled together. The maid covered her mouth, her whole face reddening as she squealed, "Eek." Thinking about it now, you really did say you needed to be alone during consultations. The maid excitedly cupped her face. "This is love. This is romance. And you even asked for your room's curtains to be changed to match his. So that was it." Touching the scarf around her neck, the maid thought, "Oh my goodness. I will fully support you and His Majesty in finding happiness together. Hee. I'll go pick out some matching couple curtains right now." Morning sunlight streamed through the window. A breeze moved through the room. Thin, pale curtains that led in the light now swayed gently. A towel lay over Azoid's head. He stared blankly at the window. "What? The curtains have all been changed?" The maid entered with several attendants. "Yes, I replaced them according to Chief Physician Serena's instructions." In Azoid's mind flashed Serena's firm declaration from the night before. "We will change them to suitable curtains." He fell silent as he looked at the scene before him. "Change them back at once." Startled, the maid stammered, "I am sorry, but Dr. Serena ordered all the excess blackout curtains removed." Azoid froze. "What? With someone that's stubborn, even if I change them back now, she'll just find a way to replace them again." The maid asked carefully, "Shall I go buy new curtains now?" Azoid waved a hand. "Forget it. Leave them." The maid looked at Azoid with some surprise. Azoid stood at the window, watching the pale curtains ripple in the wind. The maid thought, so he's embarrassed, leaving the curtains open on purpose. "Is that for ventilation?" Azoid said, "I still have work to deal with. I'm leaving first." The maid replied, "Yes, understood." The door closed. Azoid flopped back onto the broad bed, picked up a book, and thought, "I'll just flip through this for a while, then take a nap." Suddenly, he noticed something strange. What is this?" Azoid sat up abruptly and felt the bedding beneath him. Did they even change the blankets? Why is it so fluffy? Azoid touched his throat. "Come to think of it, my throat doesn't seem to hurt anymore." The air in the room felt different now, very comfortable. Azoid lay back down on the bed. "Looks like this really is somewhat useful." Azoid flipped through the documents in his hand, recalling Serena's conduct before entering the palace. Judging by her behavior, the Vincent family seemed to know nothing about her. If they had known that that illegitimate daughter was an awakened one, they never would have let her go so easily. Even if she were exceptionally gifted, she might have deliberately hidden her abilities. Once exposed, she would have come under the strict watch of the legal wife and her children. Azoid closed his eyes, a faint bitter smile touching his lips. Just like me, on a bright afternoon, the palace garden was lush and green. Serena sat on a bench, flipping through a thick stack of records, while stuffing sandwiches into her mouth. In my previous lives, there weren't many overlooked things in the palace. Serena recalled how she had acted when she first took office. "That's right. I'm His Majesty's newly appointed personal physician. Please prepare a complete list of everything His Majesty has eaten and every medicinal ingredient prescribed so far. Only then can I examine every bit of food and medicine he has consumed." The Emperor's cause of death was overload of the magic core. Before that happened, warning signs usually appeared: high fever, low body temperature, and the like. So, I must check whether his food and drink contain anything that stimulates the magic core. While Serena was thinking, she suddenly gasped. Huh. She looked at the March lunch menu. It was packed with strawberry cookies, bread, and all kinds of sweets. How much sugar is he even consuming? No. If you feel unwell, the servants should be taking proper care of you. Is he eating so many sweets because of his condition? The fact that he hasn't gained weight is a miracle. Just then, a meow came from the bushes. Serena blinked. Ah, God. She turned her head and saw a long-haired, gray and white cat staring at her, the menu clasped in its mouth. Serena cried out in surprise, a cat. The cat jumped onto the bench. Looking at the fluffy little creature in her lap, Serena was instantly won over. No, seeing something this cute is going to melt me completely. Who is this little sweetheart? Serena coaxed gently. Sweetie, give me back the document, all right? The cat suddenly gave a shrill cry and swiped its paw, sending the papers in Serena's hand flying everywhere. Sheets scattered through the air. Moving with agile speed, the cat snatched the document and tore across the lawn. Serena hurried after it, shouting, "Oh no, no. Stop right there, you little thief cat." Serena ran through the wooded part of the estate, panting. "Hey, could you stop for once?" Serena stopped and looked around, then shouted angrily, "Where did you run off to, you damn cat?" Suddenly the bushes to the side rustled. Serena whirled around alertly. She spotted her target and lunged into the bushes. "Got you." A figure approached. Serena looked at the man in front of her. Who is he? I've never seen this face here before. He doesn't look like someone from the palace. The cat in Serena's arms struggled free, landed on the ground, and ran to the man's feet. Picking up a soaking wet sheet of paper, the man asked, "Were you chasing Pi because of this?" Serena answered a little breathlessly, "Ah, yes. Thank you. So this cat's name is Pi?" "Oh no, all the documents are soaked." The man looked at the paper in his hand. "Since my cat caused you so much trouble, I'll compensate you." Holding the sheet, he murmured softly, "Restore." The soaked paper returned to its original state within a glow of light. "Here." Serena accepted it and replied, "Thank you." "Wow, it's completely restored." Then she added, "By the way, were you just appointed to work in the palace too?" Serena paused, then answered, "Yes, that's right. This man seems a bit suspicious. I'd better not get involved with him." The man asked, "If you don't mind, may I ask your name?" Serena suddenly came to her senses. This is bad. Look at the time. I'm busy, so I'll be going now. Thank you." With her bag in hand, Serena ran off at full speed. The man stood there, stunned. "Oh wait, is she really that busy?" He opened his black-gloved hand. Resting in his palm was a tiny gleaming key. "I still need to return this to her." Serena Vincent. The Vincent family. Is there another daughter? In the depths of a dark, blurred memory, the back of a blonde woman gradually emerged. She stood in the light as if about to leave. No. A young blonde boy was running after her, reaching out, trying to grasp that receding figure. With tears in his voice, the boy cried, "Mother, mother." In the splendid bedchamber, Azuid let out a pained sound. "No." With his eyes closed, Azuid murmured, "Don't go." Azuid tightly wrapped his arms around Serena's waist and buried his head against her, saying, "Don't go." Serena froze where she stood, allowing Azuid to cling to her like a child. "Until I cure your majesty's illness, I won't go anywhere." Azuid slowly opened his eyes, his gaze slightly dazed. Serena reached out and touched his forehead. Fortunately, he doesn't seem to have a fever. Azuid silently looked at her. Then he abruptly shoved Serena away and shouted, his face burning red, "What is the meaning of this? Why are you here?" Serena lifted the tray and replied with a smile, "Well, your majesty, it's time to take your medicine." Azuid looked at the bowl of black liquid. "That damn medicine again? Leave it there. I'll drink it later." Serena leaned closer and coaxed him, "You need to drink it while it's hot." Azuid retorted irritably, "Can't it wait a little?" Serena set down the tray and rummaged through her bag. "If you drink it now, you can also have this chocolate. This is a luxurious limited edition, made with caramel cream stirred 5,000 times using glacial river water from the northern ice mountains." Azuid looked at the chocolate in Serena's hand and gave a cold snort. Are you treating me like a child?" The moment he said it, Azuid lifted the bowl and drained it in one gulp, then slammed the empty bowl heavily onto the table. Serena clapped in admiration. "Wow, as expected of your majesty. You drank something that bitter all at once." Azuid wiped his mouth and gave a disgruntled huff. Serena held out the chocolate. "Here, this is your chocolate. You did very well." Azuid took it. "She is completely treating me like a child now. Why is there only one piece?" Serena slapped her forehead lightly. "Oh, I forgot to tell you. From now on, we're restricting your sugar intake." Azuid stared at her in disbelief. "What are you talking about? You just said you'd give me chocolate." Serena replied matter-of-factly, "I never said I'd give you the whole box, did I?" Azuid was speechless, able only to huff again. Serena went on at length. Besides, do you know how dangerous diabetes can be? Sugar suppresses muscle growth, only increases body fat, and can also cause inflammation. Your normal diet already contains more than enough sugar. If you eat snacks 3 times a day and then use candy or chocolate to wash away the taste of bitter medicine, then taking the medicine is pointless. So from now on, snacks are limited to once a day and only 1 plate. Honestly, what I've already given you is plenty. Azaid sighed and answered helplessly, "Fine, I understand. You sound like the sort of teacher who only ever says no. Are you really a doctor?" Serena stood by the window, looking out at the greenery beyond. She turned to Azaid and said, "Actually, there's something else you can do." The two of them walked along the corridor, their footsteps echoing in the quiet hall as Serena tugged him onward. "Let's go for a walk," Azaid asked irritably. "What trick are you trying now?" Walking beside him, Serena patiently explained, "I know your majesty is always busy around midday, but the occasional walk is good for both your stamina and your mood. I recommend making regular walks into a habit." Azaid looked straight ahead coldly. "I refuse." Serena turned around and proposed enthusiastically, "How about a 1-hour walk on a sunny afternoon, and then some refreshments afterward? It will definitely improve your appetite, and your snacks will taste even better." Azaid watched Serena's energetic expression in silence for a moment. "Enough. Let go of my hand. I can walk by myself." Azaid shook off Serena's hand and strode ahead alone. Following behind him, Serena replied with a smile, "Very well. Please walk at your own pace." I thought I'd have to drag him along, but things are progressing far more smoothly than I expected. "When did you start using magic and magical power?" Serena replied, "I'm not sure the exact time. I don't remember the moment my magic first manifested. I just don't remember." Looking at Azaid's back, she continued, "Although I can't use spells, I can handle small amounts of magical power. For example, I could transfer magic into another person or draw it out from them." Azaid stopped walking. "That really is strange. In fact, I only discovered this ability by accident in my previous life. When the Azaid of the previous timeline was at death's door, his magic had overloaded. At that time, his magic core, in order to stop it, reacted. Usually, having a magic core meant being able to use magic. Serena had once assumed she was simply a late bloomer, but the amount of magic she could actually use was 0. She had not even experienced the intense pain that normally came with the awakening of a magic core. What I can do with my magic core is manage magical power, so I can understand why you might be so interested in it. Normally, after awakening, everyone can use some kind of unique magic. She turned and kept walking. But yes, as an ability, it's pretty useless. Serena froze, her expression darkening instantly. Maybe I should just let him die after all. How can he say something like that right to someone's face? Walking at Azaid's side, Serena said, "Whatever the case, I at least know how to handle magical power, even if only to a limited degree. Based on the previous examination, your majesty's magic core is unstable. When your body becomes too cold or too hot, the situation becomes extremely dangerous. I will prepare different treatment plans for different conditions in order to stabilize your core." Serena came to a halt. "So, you don't need to worry. Just follow my instructions. I will definitely cure you." Azaid stopped and looked at Serena. For a moment, he seemed lost in those eyes full of determination. Then Azaid smiled faintly. "Now you finally look a bit like a doctor. Your Majesty hired me to work in the palace. So isn't that only natural? Actually, I was already a very capable doctor even before I got paid." Azaid listened in silence. "Be quiet," Serena said somewhat indignantly. "I'm only stating facts." Azaid ignored her and turned away, walking off. Serena called after his retreating figure, "Your Majesty, where are you going?" "I haven't finished speaking yet." Serena walked down the corridor, a thick notebook in her hands. She had already given him his medicine and taken him for a walk. As long as nothing unexpected happened, the time until afternoon would be entirely her own. Should she go back to her room and rest, or finish the book she had been reading? Serena looked at the maids hurrying through the corridor and felt a little puzzled. Come to think of it, why did everyone look so busy? She noticed a familiar figure ahead and called out cautiously, "Mary?" Mary turned around, and when she saw Serena, she smiled. "Ah, Serena." Carrying a basket full of white flowers, Mary asked, "Where are you headed?" Serena stepped closer. "I was just about to go back to my room. My afternoon medical duties are already finished. Do you need any help?" Mary answered happily, Oh my, that would be wonderful, Serena. Helping Mary with her work felt natural. Before her rebirth, they had been close as well, so Serena felt especially attached to her. As they walked, Mary explained, "Everyone's busy preparing for the banquet that's about to be held." Serena stopped. "A banquet?" Mary looked at her and said, "Count Harrison's delegation has returned." "Count Harrison," Serena repeated thoughtfully. Mary nodded and continued, "He's one of the 4 people closest to His Majesty. They're known as the Reckless Four. Nocton, the genius strategist, is one of them. Then there's Riddle, known as the Shield of the Empire, Jack, the elusive head of the Gordon Merchant Guild, and finally Leonard, known as the Sword of the Empire. These 4 had protected Azoid since childhood. They were His Majesty's closest friends, like his limbs and shadow, and each of them had been granted a territory." Mary sighed in admiration. "Do you think His Majesty knew from a very young age that they would become the pillars of the nation?" Listening to Mary, Serena fell into silent thought. In her previous life, there really had been a welcoming banquet around this time. Wait, now that she thought about it carefully at that banquet, Serena's face turned pale with horror. He had collapsed because of an allergic reaction. How could I forget something so important? I have to find the cause immediately. I absolutely cannot let His Majesty collapse at a banquet in the Imperial Palace. Mary looked at Serena's strange expression and called softly, "Serena, are you all right?" Serena came back to herself and answered a little flustered, "Ah yes, I'm fine. I was just thinking about something." Just then, several male servants carrying goods passed by them. One of them exclaimed, "Wow, they brought so many regional specialties." Another replied with a laugh, "It must be to make a good impression on His Majesty." Serena watched the wooden crates they were carrying, and her eyes landed on what was inside. That was Pion Mountain liquor. Yes, that was the Pion liquor first served at that banquet. If there was any food or drink His Majesty had never tried before, it would definitely be this. Serena turned to Mary. "Mary, would it seem strange if a personal physician attended the banquet?" Mary thought for a moment. I'm not sure. Maybe His Majesty will invite you personally." Serena cried out in surprise. "Me? His Majesty would invite me?" Mary smiled. "Well, aren't the 2 of you close?" "No, not at all." Serena gave an awkward smile. The reality was quite the opposite. "By the way, why are you heading toward the incinerator?" Mary lifted the basket full of white flowers and explained, "The head maid told me to throw all these away. They're going to replace them all with fresh ones." "But how did you know this was the way to the incinerator? You've never been there before, have you?" Serena froze for a moment, then answered guiltily, I heard someone mention it. It's nearby." Having spent 3 lifetimes in the Imperial Palace, she had memorized every corner without realizing it. She had barely managed to smooth that over. A gossiping gleam lit up Mary's eyes. "Come to think of it, who will His Majesty attend the banquet with? Count Lowell won't be coming, and he wouldn't bring his dear friend Serena either." "We're not that close," Serena said. She continued, "Besides, Count Lowell is busy guarding the northern border and dealing with the magical beasts that overrun the area every year." Seeing Mary's expression, Serena smiled. "Mary, you really like Count Lowell, don't you?" Mary answered as if it were obvious. "Of course. She's the only woman to receive the Red Soldier ring from His Majesty." Serena looked at Mary's face full of admiration. "How cute." Mary leaned in and lowered her voice. "This is just between us, Serena." Serena looked puzzled. I heard that His Majesty, Sir Leonard, and Count Lowell are caught in a love triangle." Serena's eyes widened in shock. "What?" Mary continued, eagerly sharing the gossip she had heard. "They say the reason Count Lowell rarely comes to the capital is to protect the friendship between the 3 of them." What kind of ridiculous novel-like nonsense was that? Mary waved her hands excitedly, lost in romantic fantasy, while Serena looked at her helplessly. "That's all fake. The person who had once been engaged to His Majesty was actually Lucy, Sir Carter's younger sister." Serena fell into thought. It was other people's private business, but perhaps it would be better to correct such an absurd rumor. She looked at Mary beside her. "Mary," Mary answered brightly. "Yes?" Serena leaned close and whispered, "That rumor is false. His Majesty already has a woman he cares about." Mary froze in shock. "What?" "I can't tell you too much, but you probably know her too. Lucy has visited the palace a few times." Serena said no more and started walking again. "Anyway, let's hurry to the incinerator." Mary remained where she was, muttering to herself over and over. So what Anna said was true after all. Serena was His Majesty's woman. When Anna had confidently told her that before, Mary had assumed Anna was just talking nonsense by the lake and trying to manipulate her. "Do you have proof?" "I saw it with my own eyes." I can't believe it. She actually told me that secret herself. Excited, Mary hurried after Serena and called out, Serena, let's go together. At last, I'm going to witness this palace romance with my own eyes. Serena returned to her room and let out a sigh. Ah, how peaceful. She went to the window and enjoyed the calm of the afternoon. I really like this time of day with the sunlight pouring in. Then came a knock at the door. Serena, are you in there? Serena turned sharply. Yes. The door opened, and Leonard stood there, looking extremely anxious. Serena asked in surprise, Sir Leonard, why have you come to my room in person? Has something happened? Leonard replied hurriedly, His Majesty is urgently summoning you. Serena's heart sank, and she immediately grabbed her medicine case. Has something happened to His Majesty? Leonard answered grimly, yes. Serena did not hesitate in the slightest. I'll come at once. Serena ran quickly down the corridor, asking anxiously, is His Majesty's condition very serious? Leonard kept pace beside her and answered awkwardly, well, actually, it's not really anything serious. Serena stopped dead and looked at him in confusion. What, didn't you just say something had happened? Leonard avoided her gaze. It's simply time for his physical examination. That's all. Serena stood there speechless. What, is he using me as an excuse? The two arrived at the bedchamber doors. Serena looked at Leonard and asked, is anyone else inside? Leonard replied, ah, yes. Please wait. Let me first check what's happening inside. Leonard raised his hand and knocked on the door. Before he could open it, there was suddenly a sharp sound of something shattering from inside, followed by a cry. Leonard's expression changed, and he stared at the closed door in alarm. An ominous feeling rose in Serena's chest. Could it be? Had he finally collapsed at this moment? Your Majesty. An ominous feeling rose in her heart. Could it be? Had he finally collapsed at this moment? Your Majesty. About an hour before the incident, Ophelia's voice rang out inside the grand chamber. I'm very happy to see you again today, Your Majesty. Azid looked ahead in silence. Ophelia sat across from him, smiling. What wind has blown you here? You arrived suddenly without even announcing yourself. Ophelia answered with a smile. I happen to be passing by the palace because of official business, and there is something I wish to convey to your Majesty. She took out a small bottle containing red granules. Ozzy gave a cold laugh. Huh, you said you'd help prepare this banquet, and now you're using that as an excuse to come and go from the palace as you please? Ophelia smiled. This time, I specially prepared tea with fruit from the kingdom of Pion together with the maids. The fragrance is exquisite, so I wanted you to taste it first. She turned and ordered bring the tea set. A maid bowed her head. Yes, my lady. The young lady of House Greenwood seems to have a great deal of free time. Ophelia answered, If it concerns your Majesty, I always have plenty of time. Looking at her, Azid thought to himself, she's laying it on far too thick just to become my partner for the banquet. Ophelia asked, would you like to try it? Azid yawned. Later, Ophelia picked up the tea canister. I would like to brew it for you personally. He doesn't even bother pretending to care what I say anymore. The Greenwood family was a noble house that had made great contributions to the founding of the Croton Empire. As the youngest daughter of the family, Ophelia had once been engaged to the crown prince and was considered the future empress. But during the rebellion, the crown prince died tragically. When everyone abandoned me, and I eventually ascended the throne as emperor, she approached me again. Her goal was the vacant place of empress. Ophelia raised the teacup. Please, have a taste, your Majesty. Back then, when my mother died, she looked the other way, and now she dares this. Azid said coldly, my apologies. I'll have tea another time. Ophelia froze. What? Azid continued. My personal physician has advised me to avoid sweets for the time being. Ophelia paused. You mean the newly appointed palace physician? I heard she's a woman. Azid replied. So? Ophelia lowered her voice. I heard she's the illegitimate daughter of the Vincent family. She was even cast out by her own house. Azid stood up. It seems I've seen all I needed to see. I am leaving. Your Majesty. There's no need to listen to the words of someone with such questionable origins, is there? Azid stopped, turned, and looked at Ophelia. Nobles should not listen to people of questionable origins? I see. Now I understand why you've ignored my orders and remained here, spouting nonsense. He walked toward Ophelia. By your logic, then, I too am someone of low birth and uncertain background, am I not? Flustered, Ophelia stammered. And no, that isn't what I meant. A knock sounded at the door. Your Majesty, it's time for your examination. Azid looked toward the door. Is it already time? Let them in. Then he turned back to Ophelia. What are you doing? Why are you still here? Jumping to her feet in a panic, Ophelia said, Your Majesty, please wait. Let me explain. She stood too abruptly and accidentally struck the table. The teapot tipped over instantly, and the scalding tea splashed onto Azavid, spilling over his clothes. The teapot crashed to the floor and shattered. Ophelia screamed. Serena rushed into the room. Your Majesty, are you all right? Clutching his scalded thigh, Azaid crouched down. Ophelia stood frozen at the side. Serena looked at everyone and said, please step back. I will handle the wound. Carrying her medicine case, Serena stepped inside. Ophelia looked at her and asked, who are you? Serena replied, I am His Majesty's personal physician. Please leave. Your presence here will interfere with treatment. Ophelia snapped back. What gives you the right to order me around? His Majesty was injured because of me. Isn't it only natural that I remain by his side? Supporting Azaid, Serena said without turning her head, as his personal physician, I am asking you to leave. Raising a commotion here will only hinder treatment. Ophelia said angrily, why, you clearly have no idea who I am. Serena cut her off. Aren't you Ophelia Greenwood? What? Are you planning to splash cold water on His Majesty next? Ophelia grew flustered. This is a misunderstanding. At the side, Leonard tried to calm her. My lady, please compose yourself. As Serena examined the burn, she said, if you wish to remain by His Majesty's side, I won't stop you. But from this point on, I need to remove His Majesty's trousers for the examination. Both Ophelia and Leonard froze. Serena began counting. All right, let's begin. 1, 2. Ophelia screamed and ran for the door. I'm terribly sorry, Your Majesty. Even death would not atone for injuring you. But please forgive me. The door slammed shut. Looking at the closed door, Azarid laughed. Thanks to you, I got to see all sorts of amusing things. I didn't expect you to drive her out so suddenly, Serena said calmly. Then for treatment, please allow me to remove your trousers. Azaid asked loudly, you're really going to take them off? A little while later, Serena finished treating the wound. All done. Fortunately, it isn't deep. In the end, she did not remove his trousers, but simply tore the fabric open instead. Azaid said helplessly, anyway, you were making too much of a scene just now. Serena shot back. What are you talking about? I was not making a scene. This is an inflamed burn. If it comes into contact with water and worsens, the skin could start peeling. Azaid waved his hand. All right, I understand. Serena continued to instruct him. For the time being, be careful not to get it wet. I'll take care of changing the dressing, so don't worry. And also, Azaid looked at her. Her nagging was endless. Serena said sternly, for the wound to heal, you are absolutely forbidden to drink alcohol for the time being. Azaid paused. I'm not particularly fond of drinking, but is that really necessary? Serena pointed at him for emphasis. Absolutely necessary. This seemed like the perfect chance to bring up that request. Smiling, Serena looked at Azaid and said, if someone offers you a drink at the banquet, I'll refuse it on your behalf. Azaid looked at Serena. So you're saying you want to attend the banquet? To keep an eye on me? Serena smiled back. Yes, as your personal physician, it's all for Your Majesty's health. Though it wasn't entirely just to keep an eye on him. I will protect you from many dangers, such as your allergy. Azaid fell into thought. Danger, Hashem? In his mind, an absurd image appeared of Serena standing in front of him, loudly driving away young ladies whose skirts spread wider than 3 meters. Azaid looked at Serena and said, very well. If it's you, I think that would be fine. Serena brightened. That's wonderful. Then protect me by staying far away from Miss Greenwood. As my dance partner. Serena froze. What? Dance partner? Shouldn't that be Lucy Carter? Seeing her hesitation, Azarid said, do you not want to? If you don't, then forget it. Serena hurriedly shook her head. No, it's fine. It would be my honor to serve you, Your Majesty. I will protect you from the trouble that is Miss Greenwood's dress. Azaid smiled. I will send you a more proper gown. The next day, a tailor arrived at Serena's residence. His Majesty sent me. Serena looked at the tailor at her door. That was fast. Sunlight poured through the tall windows into the bedroom, illuminating the lavish interior. Looking at the sight before her, the maid gasped, oh my. Serena stood before the mirror, wearing an extremely gorgeous yellow off-the-shoulder ball gown. The skirt was adorned with exquisite lace. The maid cupped her cheeks in both hands. Miss Serena, you are absolutely beautiful. She circled Serena excitedly. Truly, you look like a fairy. How can anyone be so beautiful? Serena looked a little awkwardly at her reflection. Thank you. But isn't this outfit a bit too conspicuous? Pressing her clasped hands to her chest, the maid said, His Majesty personally sent you a dress like this, and jewelry too, as expected of His Majesty. There was a knock at the door. It's Leonard. May I come in? Serena looked toward the door. Yes, please come in. The door opened, and Leonard stood there. His Majesty instructed me to escort you once you're ready. Serena started to rise. Yes, I'm leaving now. Wait, the maid hurriedly stopped her. Let me fix your hair a little more, and fluff the skirt some more too. After a while, the maid finally stepped back. Now everything is ready. Have a wonderful time, Miss Serena. Serena turned and smiled at her. Thank you, Mary. Their footsteps echoed through the grand corridor. With her arm linked through Leonard's, Serena walked through the dazzling palace halls. Noticing something off about her, Leonard asked, "Are you all right?" Serena gave a somewhat stiff smile. "Yes, I think I'm just a little nervous. After all, this is my first banquet." Looking ahead, Leonard said, "You must be quite excited to have His Majesty himself serve as your partner for your social debut." Lowering her head, Serena muttered quietly, "Actually, this is just work." Leonard chuckled softly. "Huh, well, that's not a bad mindset," Serena replied. "Thank you." He was matching his pace to hers and escorting her with great consideration. Serena glanced sideways at him. He looked serious, but he was actually very good at easing the mood. How could someone like him be called one of the reckless for? Serena asked, "Sir Leonard, may I ask you a question?" Leonard nodded. "Of course. How did you become close to His Majesty?" Leonard stopped walking, and a trace of nostalgia crossed his eyes. "That was a long time ago, back when I was still a child. It was after my brother died. It was the first banquet held after that." The young Leonard stood in the middle of the banquet hall, surrounded by tall figures. All the adults' eyes were fixed on him. He is the new heir of the Leonard family. He is the one who will lead the entire house in the future. The adults surrounded him, murmuring among themselves. If the burden of being heir weighs on you, perhaps you need a fiancé of spotless pedigree and impeccable family background to support you. The adults crowded around young Leonard, endlessly discussing the family's future. At his age, he must already begin learning. Then a brat from another noble family stepped up. "Hey, Leonard." The brat leaned close to Leonard's ear with a malicious grin and whispered, "So your brother died, and now you've become the heir. You're really lucky, aren't you?" Leonard did not hesitate. He swung his fist straight into the bastard's face. Serena listened with her mouth hanging open and let out a startled gasp. Even then, I still couldn't calm the anger in my heart, so I went into the garden. Beneath the moonlight, the fountain murmured softly. A blond boy sat alone by the fountain's edge, his back looking oddly lonely. That was where I first met His Majesty. The young Azid turned his head. "What?" Serena said with sudden understanding. "Ah, so at that time, did His Majesty say something comforting to you?" Leonard was silent for a moment. "No, he told me to get lost because he had been there first." Wow, what a little brat with a very bright future, even as a child. Curious, Serena asked, "So then, did you just leave?" Leonard answered, "No." The fact that he said that only made me want to stay even more. So, I just sat down next to him. Serena cried out in surprise. "What?" Somewhat embarrassed, he rubbed his forehead. Well, how on earth did they become friends after that?" We sat there for a long time. Until the banquet ended, neither of us said a word. There wasn't much conversation. We simply sat side by side in silence. But when His Majesty stood up to leave, he spoke to me first. Azid rose to his feet. "Goodbye, Leonard." The young Leonard looked up blankly, staring at the retreating figure. Serena asked, "So His Majesty already knew who you were then?" Leonard replied, "Yes." It truly gave me great comfort. With a faint smile, Leonard said, actually, he had stayed there on purpose. Even at such a young age, he already knew how to be considerate of others. Two guards pushed open the heavy doors of the banquet hall. They opened with a deep grinding sound. Leonard stopped, placed a hand over his chest, and bowed to Serena. "Please take good care of His Majesty tonight." Serena looked ahead and replied, "Of course. Don't worry." Was it because of the story she had just heard? He no longer seemed like the same emperor at all. Hearing the movement, Azid turned and looked toward Serena. Serena stopped, bowed slightly, and said, "I offer my greetings to the son of Croton." Azid looked her over and said, "Good heavens, I almost didn't recognize you." Serena replied a bit hurriedly, "The feeling is mutual, Your Majesty." He hadn't changed one bit. It seemed I had worried for nothing. Elegant music drifted through the banquet hall. Azid asked, "Is this your first banquet?" Serena replied, "Yes. My family never held a separate debutante event for me." She quietly glanced at Azid beside her. But had he always been this composed? If he dressed like this all the time, he could easily captivate countless noble ladies. Azid looked at Serena and said, "Then this will be an even greater honor." He held out his hand. "To have the emperor of this nation as the partner of your very first banquet." Azid lowered his head and pressed a kiss to the back of Serena's hand. Azid gazed at Serena. Serena, staring at the hand he held, was momentarily dazed. "This truly was an honor my family had never known, Your Majesty." Azid smiled faintly. It is indeed an honor. You may enjoy this moment to the fullest. Startled by the sudden gesture, Serena nearly jumped. Good grief, that scared me. She lifted a hand to her forehead. I'll never get used to this kind of etiquette. I will be watching to see whether you can meet my expectations. Serena was silent for a moment, then nodded. Yes. The banquet hall buzzed with voices. Nobles gathered together in hushed conversation, and a murmur of talk echoed through the hall. Serena and Azid walked side by side, leather shoes and heels striking the red carpet in matching rhythm. They descended the steps slowly, overlooking the bustling crowd of nobles below. As they passed through the hall, the surrounding guests all moved aside to let them through. Serena looked around, feeling the stares pouring in from every direction. Wow, this is even more uncomfortable than I imagined. Azid stopped and looked ahead. Nocton, Harrison stepped forward. Yes, Your Majesty. Count Nocton bowed. I greet the son of Croton. Serena stared at the man before her in shock. That suspicious man from before was Count Nocton Harrison. Nocton Harrison had originally been the illegitimate son of the Duke of Greenwood, but he had left the family of his own accord. Later, the Emperor personally granted him the title of Count, and he became one of His Majesty's trusted aides. It is good to see you return safely. You've done well. Nocton lowered his head. Thank you. Azid looked around at the gathering and said, Today's banquet is to celebrate the delegation's return from the kingdom of Pion. There is no need for formality. Enjoy yourselves. The elegant music of strings filled the banquet hall. The guests all stepped forward to congratulate Nocton. Serena watched his retreating figure. He had always been such a mysterious person. If not for this banquet, I might never have recognized him. Should I pretend not to know him? Azid noticed something odd in Serena's expression. Do you know Count Harrison? Startled by the sudden question, Serena blinked. Me? Azid looked at her and said, I saw the surprise on your face just now. Serena fell into thought. She had met him before, yes, but calling them acquaintances would be a stretch. Should she admit she knew him or not? Ophelia stepped forward. Your Majesty, I trust you have been well since then? Azid turned his head, his expression cooling. Miss Greenwood. Lowering her head, Ophelia said, When you left so suddenly that day, I felt as though my heart had broken. Is your health all right now? Azid replied coldly. I'm quite well. Ophelia looked visibly relieved. That is such a comfort. I have been terribly worried. Now I can finally sleep peacefully again at night. She raised her folding fan to cover half her face, tears glistening in her eyes. The noble ladies nearby immediately murmured, Oh my, how dreadful. Miss Greenwood's devotion to His Majesty is so sincere. Who else in this world could care for His Majesty as much as she does? Serena sneered inwardly. If she was so worried she couldn't sleep, she could at least have shown her face. Such polished acting was honestly impressive. Clearly, this was not the end of it. I heard Duke Greenwood had briefly requested an audience with His Majesty. They harmed the Emperor and then shirked responsibility, and now they still have the nerve to publicly claim they were worried all along. Should I call it shamelessness or the unique arrogance of the Greenwood family? Ophelia took a glass of wine from a servant's tray. In gratitude for Your Majesty's recovery, may I offer you a toast? Serena suddenly interjected, My apologies. She stepped in front of Azid. For the sake of his recovery, His Majesty is currently abstaining from alcohol. Ophelia blinked. Miss Vincent, why are you here? Ah, I see. You must have come as His Majesty's attending physician to examine him. At once, the guests around them erupted into chatter. Attending physician? Then she's the one who received the Violet Medal? The Vincent family's illegitimate daughter? The murmurs rose one after another. Serena was just about to speak when Azid spoke first. There seems to be a misunderstanding. He draped an arm over Serena's shoulders and looked at the crowd. Today, she is not here as a physician. She is here as my dance partner. I hope you will show her the respect she deserves. Miss Greenwood. Lowering her eyes, Ophelia said softly, but considering how lively and energetic Your Majesty seems now, would restricting even this one glass be a little excessive? I already said if His Majesty drinks, he will collapse. Please, all of you, listen to the doctor for once. She worked hard to keep her face calm. Stay calm, Serena. Control your expression. In an even tone, Azid said, I appreciate the thought. Ophelia smiled faintly with her eyes. Your Majesty, refusing a lady so coldly will only embarrass her. Suddenly, Serena reached out and snatched the wine glass from Ophelia's hand. Serena raised the glass. So that Miss Greenwood will not be embarrassed, I shall drink this in His Majesty's stead. The moment she finished speaking, Serena tipped back her head and drained the entire glass. The surrounding guests gasped. Oh heavens, my goodness. Serena lowered the empty glass and let out a satisfied sigh. Thank you for the drink, my lady. It was quite good. Ophelia swayed, the glass in her hand nearly slipping free. The surrounding guests rushed to support her. Oh my, Miss Greenwood, are you all right? Please pull yourself together, my lady. Azaid watched the scene, unable to suppress a quiet laugh behind his hand. The music in the banquet hall changed softly. The violinists drew their bows, and the melody became lighter and more formal. Serena noticed a shift in atmosphere. The music changed. Regaining her balance, Ophelia said, Your Majesty, may I ask you for the first dance? Azaid looked at Serena beside him. My partner has gone to such lengths for me today. How could I abandon her? Serena froze, utterly incredulous. No way. You should be returning to your original partner. Ophelia's expression stiffened, but she said unwillingly, but a white-gloved hand came down on Ophelia's shoulder. Ophelia. Nocton smiled at her. How about you dance with your brother first instead of reminiscing? The moment Ophelia saw the man before her, her face turned ugly. Nocton. Ophelia struggled to shake off his hand. Let me go. I refuse to dance with someone who willingly abandoned his family. Nocton kept a firm grip on her shoulder. Looks like your temper is just as stubborn as ever. He blinked without the slightest concern. In that case, I suppose I can only fulfill my duty as a loyal brother. Shall we? Wow. It seems Count Nocton and Miss Greenwood are still quite close, even after he left the ducal house. Thanks to him, we avoided a major headache. He extended his hand to Serena in invitation. Serena. Serena looked at that hand and hesitated. Azaid smiled and reminded her, if we keep standing here talking like this, the song will be over. Serena placed her hand in his palm and said awkwardly, just so we're clear, I don't know how to dance. Azaid took her hand. Don't worry, I'll dance well enough for both of us. The graceful dance music echoed through the splendid hall. The two began to move slowly with the melody. Serena stared down at her toes, moving carefully. Am I stepping right? Azaid was silent for a moment, then said quietly, I just discovered that you can drink quite a lot. Serena snapped her head up and protested loudly. How can you call the person who saved your majesty a drunk? The corner of Azaid's lips curled. Good. When you dance, you should look at your partner. Serena froze. She looked at Azaid, who was so close, and felt something strange stir in her chest. This was too strange. His Majesty's face looked much redder than usual. Suddenly, Azaid's body swayed, and he pitched forward. Serena was startled. Your Majesty, is this part of the dance too? Azaid's face was flushed, and beads of sweat stood on his brow. Be quiet. His breathing grew rapid. Alarmed, Serena asked, What are you doing? Painful memories flashed through Serena's mind. The shouts at the execution grounds rang out one after another. Kill her. Bring His Majesty back to life. No, I don't want to die again. Your Majesty, please pull yourself together. If you show that stayed here. Forcing himself to endure, he replied, Don't make a scene. Keep dancing. Seeing the sweat on his forehead, Serena said anxiously, But your Majesty's condition. If his state now were exposed, rumors would surely spread that there had been païen in the wine. Serena silently continued, matching his steps. Her heart was full of questions. This is too strange. He hadn't even drunk a drop of wine. Then Serena noticed an unusual flush along Azaid's neck. She asked tentatively, Your Majesty, before the banquet, did you eat or drink anything? Azaid answered weakly, Nothing special. His body lurched, and he nearly collapsed completely onto Serena's shoulder. Supporting his weight, Serena felt a jolt of shock. Had he grown so weak that he could no longer stand? Azaid's quick breathing brushed past Serena's ear. Ignoring her discomfort, she pressed on, Please think carefully, Your Majesty. Did you really eat nothing? Azaid hesitated. Now that you mention it. While I was waiting, I think I drank a glass of fruit juice. Serena's eyes flew open, alarm striking her all at once. Even ordinary beverages could contain païen fruit extract. I thought avoiding alcohol alone would be enough. Serena whispered in Azaid's ear, Your Majesty, do you see the pendant on my neck? Azaid en souhait d'Azili pendant? Serena continued, Yes. There is emergency pain medicine inside it. I'll take it out for you. So please endure just a little longer. Serena reached for the pendant, but Azaid suddenly bent down and bit directly onto the jeweled pendant at her neck. His throat moved as he swallowed the medicine from inside it. Azaid let out a long breath, his expression gradually calming. I feel alive again. Serena was utterly thrown into confusion. How to even think of taking the medicine with his mouth like that? It was fast-acting medicine, so that was good. Warm applause rose around the dance floor. The nobles cheered for what looked like an intimate dance between the two of them. Supporting Azaid's arm, Serena asked, Should we leave now? Azaid hesitated. Serena said firmly. We'll go to the terrace and treat you there. The two moved down a flower-lined corridor. As he walked, Azoid said, but I feel fine now. Without looking back, Serena answered, the pain medicine only lasts a short while. The symptoms will soon return. Judging from your skin rash, fever, and breathing, this appears to be an allergic reaction. Azoid felt the heaviness in his body. This is. Leonard appeared at the corridor entrance. What happened? Serena recognized him. Leonard, His Majesty is unwell. I'm taking him to the terrace for treatment. Leonard's expression turned grave. I'll escort you to a room nearby. The three arrived before a secluded chamber. Leonard stopped and said, I'll stand guard outside. Supporting Azoid, Serena led him into the room. All right, please make sure no word of this leaks out. If he starts running a fever, then it isn't just a simple allergy anymore. I need to lower his temperature at once and soothe his skin. Azoid collapsed onto the sofa, clutching his forehead and breathing heavily in pain. Serena stepped in front of him. Your Majesty. Azoid looked up at her, his eyes unfocused. With a serious expression, Serena said, please remove your clothes. Azoid froze. He thought he had misheard. Serena took out an ointment from inside her clothing. I need to apply medicine to you. Azoid looked at the vial in her hand. When he made no move, Serena added, if you feel uncomfortable doing it yourself, I can undress you for you. Azoid sprang to his feet and shouted in panic, I'll do it myself. As he began undoing his buttons, he muttered under his breath, since when? Did she come prepared for this? Azoid removed his ornate coat and tossed it onto the sofa. Serena looked at his bare back. Just as she had expected, the rash had already spread across his whole body. Serena took out the ointment. This is an ointment to relieve hives. It may feel a little cold. Azoid shuddered and let out a muffled groan. Only an antidote would completely restore him. The cause of your Majesty's condition is the pion fruit. Wouldn't that be the simplest explanation? But I can't just say that. Out of nowhere, without context, Serena stopped and asked, Your Majesty, do you know what kind of drink you had earlier? Turning his head slightly, Azoid answered weakly, I'm not sure. It was my first time trying it. Serena pressed, do you remember how it tasted? Azoid searched his memory. It had a spicy taste and a sweetness a bit like coconut. Serena said with certainty, then it must have been a pion fruit drink. Since pion acid isn't common, you may not have known before that you're allergic to it. Fortunately, I brought an antidote. Azoid looked at her in surprise. You figured all of that out just from my description? Serena took out a small vial of medicine. I'm a doctor, after all. I know herbs and fruits very well. I've treated patients before who were sensitive to pion fruit toxins. At Serena's urging, Azoid took the medicine bottle. This is a potion I made myself, so please drink it without worry. Azoid tilted his head back and drank every last drop. Serena clapped her hands and exclaimed, Wow, well done. If only you were this cooperative every time. As Serena looked at him, she thought to herself, from now on, I need to be firmer with this troublesome man. Only then will he listen. Suddenly, a noisy commotion of hurried footsteps and arguing came from outside the door. Everyone knows he's in here. Then came urgent knocking. You can't do this. Let me. That voice had to be Miss Greenwood's. Azoid immediately reached for the clothes on the sofa. I was wondering why it suddenly got so quiet. Just as he was about to throw them on, Serena rushed over and grabbed his shirt. No. Serena shouted at him. Your Majesty, you just had the ointment applied. Are you going to put your clothes back on already? I haven't even finished applying the medicine to the front yet. At least wait until it dries. Red-faced, Azoid shot back. What? Do you expect me to go out looking like this? Serena refused to back down. Yes, it would actually be better if you did. Azoid trembled with anger. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Let go, Serena. Then an idea flashed through her mind. I've got a better plan. Azoid looked at her in confusion. In that case, I'll go out and deal with them. So please, Your Majesty, stay here and keep quiet. Suddenly, Serena's footing slipped and she pitched forward. Careful! Azoid instinctively reached out to catch her. Serena crashed into his bare chest, and the two of them lost their balance and fell heavily to the floor. The dull thud echoed through the room. Azoid let out a muffled groan. Ignoring her own pain, Serena anxiously asked, Your Majesty, are you all right? It suddenly felt as though the room had grown brighter. At some point, the door had been pushed open. Leonard was standing in the doorway, staring into the room in shock. Ophelia, too, had frozen. Serena? Serena went stiff on the spot. She was straddling Azoid. Azoid was lying on the floor with his upper body bare, his face flushed red. She clapped both hands over her face. What? Why is the door open? Wasn't Miss Greenwood. Sir Leonard was supposed to stop her. Beneath the carpet was a suspicious-looking button. It was right by Serena's hand. No way. She pressed the button, and with a whirring mechanical sound, the tightly shut door slowly slid aside. Did I open it? Serena tried to salvage the situation. First, I have to close the door. She pressed the button again, but instead, the door made a series of loud, clattering noises and shook violently as it opened and closed. Leonard covered his mouth in horror, and even Ophelia wore an indescribable expression. Serena stared in despair at the door as it swung open again. Why did it open again? She scrambled to her feet and waved her hands at the two people in the doorway. You two, this is a misunderstanding. Please listen to my explanation. Watching the farce before her, Ophelia let out a helpless sigh. She covered her mouth and gave a choked sob. Seeing her run off, Serena was startled. Wait, miss, this was her third life in the Imperial Palace. She had to stop any rumors about herself from spreading, especially rumors involving her and that man. He was both her sworn enemy. And a thorn in the Emperor's side. Leonard stopped and said, I'll go and confirm it myself. Serena froze. Thank you so much. Leonard, he waved a hand in the air. Don't worry. Serena looked utterly confused. What? I didn't see anything. Serena stood there in silence, staring at the expression on his face as though he thought he understood everything. Leonard, that continued. Then I'll take my leave. I'll leave the rest to the two of you. Serena stretched out a hand and cried, No, wait. But the door slowly shut in front of her with a heavy sound. Serena collapsed helplessly to the floor, despair filling her heart. It was all ruined. Just like that, the banquet ended in utter disaster. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Mary hurried over to Serena and asked excitedly, Miss Serena, is that rumor true? Serena, that was holding a bottle of medicine, her face rather dark. What rumor? Mary leaned in closer, a teasing note in her voice. You know, you and His Majesty during the banquet. Serena turned away, answering a little guiltily. There was an urgent matter to deal with at the time. Mary covered her mouth and giggled. What urgent matter could there possibly be between a man and a woman alone? Serena cried out in embarrassment and irritation. Mary! But everyone says Miss Greenwood saw the two of you and ran off crying. Serena took a sip of water and admitted helplessly, that part is true, but the rest of the rumor is absolutely not true. Absolutely not. From that day on, Miss Greenwood shut herself up in the castle, weeping all day and refusing to see anyone. Rumors about that secret meeting had already spread wildly through every corner of the palace. If even Mary knew about it, Mary thumped her chest and promised, Don't worry, I'll keep your secret. But this rumor had probably already spread through the entire palace. Rather than wasting energy worrying about all that nonsense, it was better to focus on work. Serena strode toward the door. From behind her, Mary asked, Oh, Miss Serena, where are you going? Without turning back, Serena answered, To work. Mary followed up with a teasing grin. You mean to see His Majesty? Serena spun around, face bright red, and shouted, I said I'm going to work. Under the bright sunshine, the Imperial National Library stood in solemn grandeur. Although it was the National Library, because it was located inside the Imperial Palace, only Academy students or nobles with authorization were allowed to enter. Walking between the shelves, Serena felt deeply moved. The greatest benefit of becoming a royal physician was being granted access to this place. Breathing in the scent of the pages, Serena smiled in satisfaction. Books smell wonderful. If only someday I could visit Greenwood's private library too. Well, Nocton was standing not far away, a book in his hands. We meet again. Miss Vincent. Serena gave a small bow. It's good to see you, Count Harrison. But inwardly she was puzzled. How does he know my name? Did His Majesty tell him? Or Sir Carter? Noticing what she was thinking, Nocton smiled and explained, About that. Pi secretly took this from you. He held out his hand. Resting in his palm was a delicate badge. It was Serena's royal physician badge. Nocton continued, I accidentally saw your name on it. Pi's always attracted to shiny things. I'm sorry for the trouble. Serena took the badge and replied in delight, Oh no, thank you. I've been looking for it. I thought I'd lost it somewhere. Nocton looked at her and said, It seems you came alone today. Serena nodded. Nocton added, After all, pets aren't allowed in the library. If Pi stole a book, that would be quite a problem. Serena gave a dry laugh. A cat that steals books? He's joking, right? And of course, I should also thank you for everything you did at the banquet. Nocton bowed slightly again. My sister caused you trouble. I apologize for that. Serena waved her hand. Haha, don't worry about it. Then the two fell silent, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Serena turned to leave. Well, I still have something I need to do, so I'll excuse myself. I need to hurry and find that book on abnormal magic core research, then head to the reading room. Nocton stood in place, watching Serena. Don't walk away. Serena moved through the bookshelves, her eyes scanning row after row, and found it. She stood on tiptoe and stretched out her arm toward the book. Just a little more. At that moment, a figure appeared behind her. A black-gloved hand reached over her head and easily pulled down the book. Nocton looked down at her and asked, "This one?" He handed it over. "Here." Serena looked at his gentle smile, somewhat at a loss. "Ah, thank you. Wait, has he been following me?" Looking at the title, Nocton read softly, "Cases of Abnormal Magic Core Reactions. Are you researching His Majesty's condition?" As his attending physician, I can't reveal His Majesty's condition. Smiling, she replied, "No, it's just personal interest." Thoughtfully, Nocton asked, "Then are you curious from the perspective of an awakened one?" Serena looked at him and kept her thoughts hidden. There's no need to tell him, I'm an awakened one who can't use magic. Searching the shelf, Nocton said, "In that case, rather than that one, I'd recommend this book instead." Serena was a little surprised. When exactly did I ask him for a recommendation? Nocton handed over another volume. "The one you chose is more of a case record. It doesn't really explain the causes behind the phenomenon." Serena took the book and quietly read the title, Core Abnormalities in the Awakened. As she flipped through the pages, her eyes flashed with delight. The contents really were extremely detailed. "This is exactly what I've been looking for." "Thank you, Count. I'm not awakened, so I'm not very familiar with books related to magic, but this really helps a lot." Nocton smiled mildly. "I can't use much magic myself either." Turning the pages, Serena said, "Oh, right. About those documents you repaired for me before. When I checked them later, I found they'd become damp again, and the writing was so blurred I couldn't make it out at all, so I had to have them reissued. Maybe it's because this is inside the Imperial Palace. Since the whole place is covered by a massive magic field that probably interferes with the stability of magic." Standing beside her with a hand on his chin, Nocton fell into a long silence. "That's impossible." Serena realized she had misspoken. I said the wrong thing." That sounded almost like a provocation. Nocton sank into thought. The magic was undone. "Yes," Serena quickly said, waving her hands. "Because this is the Imperial Palace, the magical field must be extremely strong, so your magic was probably blocked very easily. Even skilled mages make mistakes sometimes." Nocton looked at her and replied, Then he nodded. That is possible." Serena smiled. "All right." She looked at Nocton and continued, "Anyway, you repair my documents, found my badge, and even recommended a book to me. Thank you so much. I'd really like to repay you, but is there anything I can do for you? You look very healthy, so..." Nocton shook his head. "Not at all. Even though I may look like this, I'm actually rather weak. I've been reading and researching here for so long that I'm feeling a little dizzy." He glanced at his pocket watch and said regretfully, "What bad timing. I have to leave now, but I'll gladly accept your desire to repay me." He held out a card. "This is my calling card." Serena took it and asked, "All right, should I send the gift of thanks to this address?" Nocton smiled. Haha, that's not what I meant. If you ever need any book recommendations in the future, please contact me anytime. I've already read every book here." Looking at the card, Serena said, Thank you." Nocton gave another slight bow. And then turned and left the library. Looking at the badge in her hand, Serena thought, he doesn't seem like a bad person. He didn't even send this badge through someone else. He returned it personally. Am I just being too sensitive? She shook her head and decided not to dwell on it. For now, I should start by reading this book. Carrying the book, Serena walked down the corridor. This book really is excellent. The explanations are clear, and the footnotes are organized very neatly. After returning to her room, Serena went to the desk. I can also look up the references cited in this book. Then she suddenly paused and looked at a letter lying on the desk. Did Mary bring this here? What kind of letter is this? No one would contact me separately." She opened the envelope and took out the letter inside. To Serena. Serena read the contents. "The Viscount wishes to see you. Please return to the estate as soon as possible. Signed, The Vincent family." So it was sent by the Viscountess. She clenched the letter in her hand. Do they still think that if they summon me, I have to go running at once? So they really take me for someone who comes whenever called. Ever since I became independent, the Vincent family has never contacted me, and now they come looking for me on their own. What a surprise. Serena. Tore the letter into pieces. My life now is truly nothing like my previous one. I was appointed chief imperial physician. I was even granted the violet ring. And at the banquet, that was even the emperor's dance partner. Do those people who used to gossip behind my back think they'd be happy that an illegitimate daughter who ran away from home has returned covered in glory? Family? What a load of nonsense. With a mocking smile, Serena thought, leaving that house was the best decision I made in this life. The gates of memory opened, taking her back to an evening many years ago. From today on, Serena, this is where you'll be living. Young Serena stood blankly at the front gate, holding a tiny suitcase. Go on in. Carrying her luggage, Serena walked alone toward the grand mansion. Back then, I was full of curiosity. Mother always suffered from stomach pain and couldn't sleep through the night. She stood outside the iron gate, waving goodbye to me. Why am I the only one who has to live with father? The heavy iron gate shut completely behind her with a cold metallic clang. Serena, Dot stood in the hallway, looking at the huge portrait on the wall. It was my first day entering the Vincent family. It was a family portrait without me or my mother in it. The Viscountess came over and snapped. Hey, what are you standing there staring at? Young Serena shrank her shoulders in fear. The Viscountess said coldly, come with me. I'll show you the room where you'll be staying. Serena answered softly, yes. Carrying her heavy suitcase, she followed behind the Viscountess. The servants lined both sides of the corridor, staring at Serena with cold, appraising eyes. The Viscountess pushed open a shabby door and said, if possible, try to live quietly here and don't cause trouble. Understood. I wasn't welcome here either. Serena lowered her head, her eyes filling with tears. Mom. Serena collapsed onto the cold floor. Mom abandoned me here. That was how I was thrown into the most dilapidated, most abandoned attic of the Vincent family. With no one to care for me, I had to read people's moods and survive on scraps and leftovers. No, I had to survive under the blazing sun. The light was so harsh it hurt to open one's eyes. Young Serena wore a tattered straw hat and worked in the garden. Sweat ran down her cheeks. It's so hot. From a gazebo not far away came cheerful laughter. The members of the Vincent family were gathered together, enjoying afternoon tea. Lowly thing, parasite, freeloader. During my days in the Vincent family, countless insulting words were pinned onto me. I endured those vicious words and pushed them all aside so I wouldn't be swallowed up by them. I only want to leave that place as soon as possible and live the life I wanted. The path I chose to escape was entering the academy. During the day, I had to take on all sorts of heavy housework and cleaning, so I couldn't attend classes at all. Holding a broom, Serena hid behind a door and secretly watched the teacher and students inside the classroom. I could only learn everything by myself. Late at night, Serena bent over a crude wooden desk, reading by weak light. This was the only thing I could do. She focused completely as she wrote notes on paper. Then a drop suddenly fell onto the page, spreading into a red stain. Serena touched her nose. Ah, a nosebleed. Pressing a hand to her nose, Serena studied from the dead of night until dawn. That was how I endured every miserable day. In the autumn when she was 17, Lydia shouted excitedly, waving an envelope. I got my acceptance letter from the academy. The Viscountess opened her arms to welcome her. Oh, darling, come here to mother. Of course you were accepted. That was only natural, wasn't it? Nestling in her mother's embrace, Lydia answered proudly, of course. I'm your daughter, after all. Serena stood nearby, clutching another letter tightly in her hand. Always so impatient, Lydia Vincent. Based on your entrance exam results, what is this supposed to mean? Lydia spun around and shouted in disbelief. Why was I rejected? Did they mix up your score with mine? Lydia rushed at Serena and tried to snatch the letter away. Give it to me. Serena stumbled backward from the impact. Lydia seized the letter and read aloud. Serena Vincent, based on your entrance exam results, congratulations. That you have been accepted with the highest score. That's impossible. How could someone like you? Something must be wrong. Father. Lydia turned and ran off. Serena. That stood not far away, her heart overflowing with joy. I did it. Placing first on the entrance exam meant I would never have to worry about tuition again. I really did it with my own strength. Later, when Serena came near the hallway, she heard Lydia's voice from inside the room. Wow, thank you, Father. I spent a great deal of money on you, so you'd better at least make sure you graduate successfully. Before long, that uneasy feeling became reality. Serena opened an envelope. What is this? They're already sending enrollment details? But what she read made her feel as though she had fallen into ice. Although your academic record is excellent, it has been confirmed that your status does not meet our regulations. Therefore, we regret to inform you that you cannot be admitted. Serena stared at the letter. Enrollment canceled? How could that happen? I was first place. In her mind, she heard her father's words to Lydia again. I spent a great deal of money on you, so you better at least make sure you graduate successfully. Lydia had replied brightly, yes, of course. Serena murmured that name. Lydia. Lydia entered the room. Oh dear, did you get some bad news? No, not me. Lydia waved the letter in her hand. Oh my, they said there was a little mistake with the acceptance letter. Honestly, how could someone like you ever be first at the academy? What a shame. Serena let out a cold laugh. A shame? The one who should be pitted is you. Lydia, with that tiny brain of yours, you can't even handle one exam and have to rely on money, don't you? Lydia shouted furiously. What nonsense are you spouting? Watch your mouth. An uneducated, illegitimate daughter like you actually thought you could enter a noble academy like everyone else? Know your place. You're destined to spend your whole life scrubbing floors in this mansion. Serena sat alone in the dim room. Destined. Those words made her realize that the amount of bread she got depended on the Viscountess's mood, and on rainy days, she even had to worry about the roof collapsing. The Serena of now was no different from the child she had once been. Forget the academy. Serena made up her mind. No matter what, I'm leaving this house. On the day I came of age, the sharp sound of a slap echoed through the hall. The Viscountess shouted angrily. I worked so hard to raise you, and this is how you repay me? How dare you act so high and mighty and talk about leaving this house? If you want to go, then get out the same way you came, empty-handed. Serena answered softly, yes. Thank you for your care all this time, my lady. In a howling winter wind, Serena carried her shabby suitcase and walked alone through the snow, never once looking back at the mansion she was leaving behind. Standing in the snow, Serena turned and looked back at that cold estate. Let 3 generations of that family, all of them except me, be ruined. So you finally left. A smile spread across Serena's face. She raised her suitcase high and stepped forward. Wow, what perfect weather for a new beginning. And so, 2 years ago, I left that house without ever looking back. Serena clenched the letter in her hand tightly. Am I insane to go back there of my own accord? Family? What kind of family? To hell with that. Serena casually tossed the crumpled letter into the wastebasket, but the same kind of letter kept arriving again, and again, until the basket was soon overflowing. Sunlight poured into the splendid corridor as Serena hurried along the hall, calling out, Your Majesty, it's time for your walk. Stop hiding and come out. Cupping her hands around her mouth, Serena shouted, Your Majesty, I can't find you. My dear little nightingale. 2 maids passing by huddled together and whispered, So that's the Emperor's rumored. My goodness. Serena sighed and stopped caring. Where on earth could he have gone? Sensing movement behind her, she spun around. The 2 maids immediately pretended nothing had happened and hurried away. A headache came over Serena. Oh, honestly, then a woman's voice sounded behind her. Well, Serena, you are Serena, aren't you? Serena turned, and the moment she saw who it was, she froze in place. The woman looked her over and said, My, you've changed so much. I almost didn't recognize you. Serena looked at the woman in front of her and asked in a trembling voice, My lady, I never expected you would come to see me in person. Serena took a step back and asked warily, How did you get in here, my lady? The woman smiled and corrected her. My lady? Oh, don't be like that. Considering our relationship, you should call me mother. As Serena looked at the hand being extended to hold hers, her heart filled with irony. Back then, if I even tried calling her that, she would beat me all day. And now she dares to call herself my mother. Serena shook off her hand and said coldly, I already sent several letters back. We're not close enough to meet casually like this, are we? How exactly did you get in? The Viscountess folded her hands before her chest. I told them I came to see you, so they let me in. The guards at the side entrance were certainly less strict than the main gates. And since Vincent was a person's name, if someone came under the pretext of being family, they probably had no choice but to let her through. Serena took a deep breath and put on a composed, polite smile. First, let's move somewhere more comfortable to talk. Sunlight filtered through the leaves and fell across the courtyard. Azid lay stretched out on a bench with both hands behind his head. This really is a perfect place for a nap. He thought back to what had happened earlier. He had only snuck out because he didn't want to go for a walk, but he had ended up finding such a perfect corner. He closed his eyes. Even if I do nothing, I want to keep wasting time like this. Just then, he heard a faint sound nearby. Serena's voice rang out. This should be fine. Go ahead and speak. Azid opened his eyes and looked toward the direction of the voice in confusion. I sent you several letters, but I never received a reply. Serena answered coldly. I thought my silence was answer enough. Azid froze. That voice, Serena Vincent? From the reaction just now, that had to be the Viscountess Vincent. Looking at Serena, she said, That's right. It's only natural for you to resent us. But for old time's sake, would you at least dine with us once? The Viscount misses you very much. What should I do? I don't want to see him. The Viscountess continued. The Viscount has changed a great deal. He truly regrets the way he drove you out. Serena answered coldly. He should regret it. He cast me out in the middle of winter and left me with nothing. The Viscountess faltered. We really did go too far back then. When you suddenly said you wanted to leave, we were too angry, so? The Viscountess lowered her eyes and sighed. Your mother was too foolish. I only want to share one meal with you. Serena smiled and said, I refuse. The Viscountess looked flustered, but considering the effort I made to come all the way here, Serena cut her off. Precisely because of all the effort you made, I must refuse all the more. The Viscountess stood frozen. Serena watched her and thought, she'll get angry and start shouting any second now, won't she? But instead, the Viscountess suddenly cried out, I was wrong. She stepped forward and seized Serena's hand. What? The Viscountess continued, when you were young. I was too cruel to you. Back then, I didn't want to believe my husband had been unfaithful. Looking at the woman before her, Serena asked coldly, seriously? Are you asking for my forgiveness now? The Viscountess hurriedly replied, no, I'm not asking for your forgiveness. Serena shook off her hand. My lady, back then I was only 0.7 years old, but I already knew very well that I was the target for all of their frustration. And yet a child who had done absolutely nothing wrong. Suddenly, there came a sharp cracking sound from nearby. Serena halted and turned toward the noise. Behind the window, Azavid stiffened. Damn it. He clapped a hand over his mouth and curled up in the corner. I got too carried away. He cautiously peered out. I wasn't intentionally eavesdropping. They didn't notice me, did they? Serena stared at that corner. Since when was he there? Why is His Majesty coming out from there? She quickly withdrew her gaze and forced herself to stay calm. There's no choice now but to pretend I didn't see him, right? The Viscountess was still pleading persistently. Just this once. If you come this once, I promise I'll never bother you again. Looking at the stubborn woman in front of her, Serena thought, if I refuse now, she'll probably stay here and refuse to leave. Serena let out a sigh. Fine, but I choose the time. The Viscountess brightened at once. Of course, no problem. Naturally, I can't call you away whenever I want while you're working at the palace. Thinking it over, Serena said, this weekend, I happen to have something to take care of. Let's make it Saturday evening. The Viscountess replied with a smile. All right, see you then. As the sound of her departing footsteps faded, the courtyard fell quiet again. Azavid carefully looked around. Have they gone? He let out a breath of relief. For a moment there, but he had thought he'd been discovered. Leaning back against the bench, he sank into thought. All the reports about Serena Vincent had always said that she had no interest whatsoever in treating my illness. And yet the Serena I just saw showed a completely different side. Serena is a workaholic through and through. Even after discovering that she received letters from the Vincent family every single day, the result was exactly as expected. The people who had once neglected her, who hadn't even let her attend an adult coming-of-age ball, were now begging to see her. How ridiculous! For that dinner, she had specially prepared the highest quality dress and jewelry. Yet Serena herself had no idea. Her mind was always filled with nothing but treatment, medicine, and work. Azaid closed his eyes and sighed. In his mind, he imagined Serena walking and carrying medicine. Hey, I brought you medicine. Suddenly, a real voice sounded nearby. Your Majesty, is something troubling you? Azaid jolted upright and looked at the newcomer in shock. Serena was standing beside the bench, smiling down at him. Azaid froze without a word. I finally found you. This really is a nice place to rest. The way he froze after being startled was just like a frightened kitten. So cute. I had no idea Your Majesty had a hobby of eavesdropping on other people's conversations. Azaid stammered. That's because, I wasn't eavesdropping. I was here first. Looking at how startled he was, Serena smiled teasingly. My, you really were quite frightened, weren't you? Our emperor shouldn't be so easily startled. Azaid covered his mouth and said nothing. After a while, he asked quietly, how did you know I was here? Serena put on a mysterious expression. Let me think. She looked at the side of the bench. Perhaps because you broke the armrest? Azaid looked at the snapped wood and protested, I didn't do it on purpose. Looking at him, Serena thought to herself, just a moment ago, I felt like I was about to explode with anger, but after seeing His Majesty, my mood calmed down almost miraculously. He has the power to control flames strong enough to burn everything away. In the past, I probably would have been afraid even to speak to him. Serena showed a gentle smile, but as time passed, sometimes, I found comfort in His Majesty instead. Ozzy looked at her and asked, "Why are you smiling?" Serena let the smile fade. "It's nothing." Ozzy looked suspicious. "Really?" Serena turned away, her tone calm again. "Anyway, you probably heard what was said just now. I'll be requesting leave to go out on Saturday." Looking at Serena, Azuid said, "There's no need for that. I'll make sure you won't have to go to the Vincent estate, and they'll never get another chance to step into the Imperial Palace. If you want." Serena cried out in surprise, "Your Majesty, thank you for your concern, but am I requesting leave only to go to the Vincent estate? I'm in the herb shop I always visit to buy medicinal herbs." Azuid froze. Serena said softly, "That was just an excuse to make it easier to go out. I'm really fine, aren't I? Just now you looked. Felt like you were about to cry, but seeing you recover so quickly, it almost made me think of that person." Azuid reached out and pulled Serena closer. Serena said softly, "Your Majesty?" Azuid suddenly turned away. I involuntarily thought of that man. Flustered, Azuid said, "Well then, take your walk slowly. There's no need to keep watching me all the time." He quickly headed toward the door. Serena hurried after him. "Your Majesty." Serena reached out and caught his wrist. "Please wait." Azuid shouted, face bright red. What? Why? What are you doing?" Serena smiled at him and said, "Actually, this is nice too. I caught you, Your Majesty. Let's go for a walk." I definitely hid, didn't I? Is it just me, or does this feel familiar? How could she be so arrogant and rude? Azuid recalled what had happened before. Serena had yanked open the curtains and shouted, "Your Majesty, wake up." Serena dumped a huge plate of vegetables into his bowl. "You must eat more vegetables. For your health, you need a balanced diet." Does she not care about her own life? If I judged her by the crime of poisoning the imperial family, that she would have died several times over already. Well, since it's me, I'll let her off. I suppose it's because of all the effort she puts in. To be honest, what bothers me is moving itself, not that I dislike walking. In the warm sunlight and cool breeze, I don't have to think about anything. The wind blew, and Serena's long hair swayed with it. The way it fluttered in the breeze looked like pink mullygrass. Yet the thoughts in his mind would not stop. She looked beautiful at the banquet too, with her hair down. Even though she usually ties it up, now as in the past, that she's still just as beautiful. Serena turned and called out, "Your Majesty. Have you become unable to walk on your own? You have to take walks for exercise, Your Majesty." What exactly was I just thinking? Nonsense. Azuid cleared his throat and answered, "Yes. It isn't difficult." Serena threw up both hands in delight. "Wow, you finally look like you want to move around a little. Hooray." Looking at her, Azuid said, "Aren't you overreacting a bit?" Serena laughed. Was I too obvious? "I'm just happy because I believe Your Majesty's body will become healthier. Even when I rest, you must make sure not to forget our walking time on the weekend, all right?" Azuid looked away and answered quietly, "I understand." On Saturday morning, Serena walked alone down the lively street. To buy medicine, I first went to that herb shop. Carrying her bag and gift box, Serena stood before a shop with a red awning. The name of the store was simply Herb Shop, just like before. What a strange signboard. Serena pushed open the door, and the bell above it rang crisply. A clerk greeted her, "Welcome." The boy behind the counter looked up and cried in surprise. Serena Nuna." Smiling at Raven, Serena said, "Long time no see, Raven. Have you been well?" Raven was the only son of the couple who owned this herb shop. The shop name was rather carelessly chosen, but at least they gave their son a nice name. Serena handed him the gift box. "Wow, you've gotten so much taller. Here, this is for you. It's some cake I bought nearby." Raven ran over to take it. "Wow, thank you, sis. It looks delicious." Serena looked around and asked, "Are you here alone?" "We're Mr. Kinzo and Mrs. Elda." Raven answered, "My father went out to gather herbs, and my mother went to deliver something to the Gordon family." The owners of the herb shop, Mr. Kinzo and Mrs. Elda, were the people who had nurtured my interest in medicine since I was young. Serena thought back to childhood scenes of Kinzo and Elda surrounding her and praising her. "You're really smart. You're a genius." Even when I had nowhere to go after leaving home, it was thanks to their care that I was able to live independently. They were like lifesavers to me, like parents. So even after entering the Imperial Palace, I still came to visit them from time to time. Coming back to herself, Serena handed Raven a list and said, "Then, Raven, could you help me find the ingredients on this list?" Raven took the list and replied, "No problem. Please wait a moment." Raven turned and ran toward the shelves. Watching his back, Serena thought, when did he get so big? Serena looked around. "Is there anything else I need?" Every year on the anniversary of his mother's death, His Majesty becomes unusually sensitive, and his health worsens along with it. He neither eats nor drinks, and he cannot sleep. Serena clenched her fist. "This time, I'll be fully prepared." The pharmacy door opened with the sound of the bell. A man named Jack entered and asked, "What is this? Where did the owner go?" Serena looked at the unfamiliar man in front of her. Jack walked straight to the counter, casually dragged over a chair, and sat down. He leaned back silently and ignored everyone around him. Serena stared at the strange man. The atmosphere sank into an awkward silence. Raven came running out carrying a heavy crate. "Geez." Serena turned around. "Ah, there you are, Raven." Struggling with the crate, he asked, "Will these do?" Serena gasped at the wobbling load. "Oh no." She hurried over to help him steady it. "Sorry, Raven. I only wanted you to check the inventory because I was planning to place an order." Raven smiled and replied, "Aw, no wonder. I thought the amount seemed a bit much. It's okay. Should these be sent to the Imperial Palace?" Serena nodded. "Yes, please. If you tell the gatekeeper the name Serena Vincent, he'll take care of it." "Wow, just saying your name is enough?" "Sis, that's amazing." Jack, seated in the chair, stiffened slightly. "Serena Vincent." Hearing that, Serena turned to look at Jack. "Do you know me?" "And no, I don't." Serena looked at him and thought, if this is our first time meeting, why is he reacting so directly? Jack forced a smile and said, "It's because you suddenly spoke to me, right? What kind of man is this? Calm down. He must be the type who hears a rumor and comes just to make fun of people." Then someone called out to Jack, "Oh, Jack, when did you get here?" If it was Jack, then did that mean he was one of the Emperor's for closest friends? That elusive master of the Gordon Merchant Guild, Jack? Jack Gordon raised a hand with a smile and replied, "That's right. I'm Jack Gordon. Didn't you say you were going south? When did you come back? Did you just arrive yesterday?" Raven answered, "My father went to gather medicinal herbs, and my mother went to deliver goods to the Gordon family." Jack nodded in realization. "Ah, today's delivery day." Then Jack suddenly cast a sidelong glance at Serena. "Just like the rumors say, you're a very beautiful person, Serena." Serena froze for a moment before answering, "Ah, yes. This guy is definitely making fun of me." Serena looked at Raven and said, "Raven, I still have somewhere else to go. Can I pay first?" Raven nodded stiffly. "Okay, do you need to request payment from the palace?" Squatting beside the shelf, Serena said, "No, I'll pay half now and leave. It would be best to avoid getting tangled up with him any further." Serena walked to the door and said, "Then please give my regards to your parents." Raven waved and replied, "Okay, goodbye." Watching Serena's retreating figure, Jack's face broke into a meaningful smile. Today, Serena had one more destination. She sat on a sofa in an elegant reception room. I didn't notify them ahead of time, but did I come too suddenly? Sitting across from her on the sofa, Nocton said, "I didn't expect to see you again so soon, Miss Vincent. Thank you for contacting me." Serena waved her hand. "No, I should be thanking you for accepting my sudden request so quickly. Actually, after reading the book you recommended, I had a few questions." Nocton smiled and asked, "Oh, which part made you curious?" Lifting her teacup, Serena said, "The book says that typical magical core abnormalities usually occur after physical or emotional trauma. Then are there any exceptions?" Nocton thought for a moment before replying, "Let me think. I've heard that if a magical core grows in a malformed way from birth, abnormalities can appear as well." Serena pressed further. "What does that mean?" Nocton explained, "You know that a magical core is like a container for storing magic, right?" Serena answered, "Yes, I know." Nocton continued, "Normally, the total amount of magic in the body is determined at birth, and the magical core grows over time to match that amount. But in malformed cases, the core cannot grow properly to contain the body's magic. It may remain too small forever, or lose its function entirely." Serena thought it over and said, "I see. So it's like an old pair of pants that no longer fits because the body grew too fast. If the magical core were defective from birth, then shouldn't the mark of the core be very faint? But the Emperor's mark is unusually clear, and his core is absurdly strong. When I tried to diagnose him by injecting magic into his core, he completely absorbed all of my magic. After that, his condition really did improve for a while." Serena took a sip of tea. "In any case, identifying this independent variable is a huge breakthrough. But I still need to confirm whether this diagnostic method is feasible going forward." Setting down her cup, Serena looked at Count Harrison, Nocton, and asked, "Do you know of any papers or studies about injecting magic into a magical core?" Nocton confirmed. "Do you mean magic from nature?" Serena shook her head. "No, internal magic. One person's internal magic being injected into another person's core." Nocton fell into thought. "Please wait a moment." Serena quietly waited. "All right." Nocton thought for a long time. "Is the question that difficult?" Looking at Serena, he finally said, "If it concerns awakened people, no one would dare attempt something so dangerous." Dangerous? Serena froze. Nocton explained, yes. Unlike natural magic, internal magic is unique to each individual. Think of natural magic as water, while internal magic is tea or coffee. Adding water to tea won't cause much trouble. But when two different kinds of internal magic meet, it's like mixing two different drinks together. What do you think would happen? Serena guessed softly. Would the taste become bad? Nocton's expression turned grave. If it were only a matter of taste, that would be fortunate. In reality, it can be fatal. Serena went completely rigid. Fatal? How could that be? Pointing to an old text, Nocton explained, unlike pure natural magic, another person's internal magic is equivalent to poison to the recipient. It usually triggers a severe rejection reaction, which ultimately leads to death. Nocton continued in a serious tone. That is why injecting internal magic is not merely discouraged. It is strictly forbidden. It is not allowed even in experiments. Serena replied quietly, I understand. My God, have I been trying to murder His Majesty all this time? Forcing herself to stay calm, Serena continued. But if it's forbidden, that means someone must have tried it before, right? Nocton nodded. Yes. A long time ago, experiments were conducted on several hundred test subjects. The instant the magic was injected, their magical cores rapidly deteriorated, leading to death. Serena asked, then were there no exceptions among them? Nocton answered firmly, not one. There wasn't a single exception. Serena fell silent. In a way, that was a relief. But why? Why was His Majesty still alive after receiving multiple injections? Serena recalled what happened to her second life. Back then, I got caught up in His Majesty's magic rampage. Maybe it has something to do with that incident. After that, I gained the ability to control magic. No matter what, the research finally has a direction now. Serena looked at Nocton and said, Count, could you recommend any papers or books about magical core rampages? Nocton looked a little surprised, then answered, Of course. If you're going to care for awakened patients, you certainly need to build up a great deal of magical knowledge. Serena gave an awkward laugh. Silly. I should just play along as if that's all it is. Nocton rose to his feet. I'll have my secretary send over the materials you want. Looking out the window, he saw that the sky had already darkened. Oh, it's already this late. Turning to Serena, Nocton invited her. If you haven't eaten yet, would you like to have dinner with me? Serena blinked. She stood up and answered somewhat hurriedly. Thank you very much for the invitation, but I already have dinner plans. Regretfully, Nocton said, I see. Then I suppose we'll have to do it another time. Serena said goodbye. Thank you so much for today, Count. I'll come visit again soon. Nocton replied, You're welcome anytime. The sunset dyed the whole city red, but as Serena walked down the street, a strange feeling rose in her chest. Something felt off. He is the illegitimate son of the Grand Duchy of Greenwood, yet also one of His Majesty's most trusted aides. He was even granted the Golden Island Ring, but strangely enough, his office is located in the Greenwood Commercial District. Come to think of it, Nocton's Golden Ring is 2 ranks below the red rings held by Count Rowell or Sir Carter. The Golden Ring grants its bearer the authority to represent His Majesty outside the Empire and the right to cross borders freely. But the Red Ring, in addition to those privileges, also gives authority to command the Empire's elite knight order in emergencies. The Golden Ring lacks only the right to command the military. Serena continued to think, well, he isn't a knight, so he doesn't really need a red ring. But considering the rumors that the Emperor places him under strict surveillance every time he leaves the Empire, there must be something behind this. Serena warned herself inwardly. Better to stay cautious now than regret it later. Standing by the window, Nocton watched Serena's retreating figure in silence. Serena crossed the street toward her final destination of the day. The Vincent family estate. Serena stood before the Grand Manor gates, gazing at the familiar building with mixed emotions. This is my first time coming back since that day. I never thought I would return here of my own accord. The butler came out with the maids, smiling broadly as he called. Welcome back, Miss Serena. We have been eagerly awaiting your arrival all day. Since the last time we saw you, you've become even more beautiful and radiant. The butler stepped aside and gestured respectfully. This way, please. Looking at his false smile, Serena felt a wave of revulsion. What is with this face of his? They used to do nothing but ignore and abuse me, and now suddenly they call me Miss Serena. At least be consistent. The butler led the way ahead. The dining room is still being prepared. I'll take you to the guest room to rest first. Serena followed him into the room, and when the heavy doors opened, the sight before her stopped her in her tracks. The room was lavishly decorated, with expensive furniture, exquisite wallpaper, flowers, and famous paintings filling the space. Nothing here had changed. If they had this much money to waste, they should have fixed my ceiling back then. Every time it rained, water would drip into my room. Standing to the side, the butler asked respectfully, "Do you need anything?" Walking toward the bookshelf, Serena replied, "No, I just want to read for a bit." The butler bowed slightly. "Understood. I'll have tea prepared for you right away." Serena pulled a book from the shelf. She had expected coming back here to make her feel miserable and suffocated, but perhaps because she had already lived through 2 regressions, this place could no longer shake her heart. Hurried footsteps and arguing came from outside the door. A maid cried anxiously, "Miss, please wait. If you do this, Madam will—" Lydia cut her off roughly. "Move!" The door flew open, and Lydia stormed into the room. With a mocking smile, she said, Well, look who this is. Isn't this the distinguished guest from the Imperial Palace? Now that you've graced us with your presence." Serena looked calmly at the woman before her and said her name. "Lydia." Lydia sat down on the sofa. "You still do love to talk. I guess that's exactly why you're still a doctor who can't make any money." Serena continued reading the book in her hand. "A doctor who can't make money? You really do like money, don't you? That's why you paid your way into the academy, right?" Lydia cried out in shock. "What?" Serena lifted her teacup and took a sip. "Oh, right. Weren't you expelled?" Lydia shot to her feet. "Explain yourself." Serena looked down at the book in her hand and said, "I understand. What a pity you wasted all that money. If you hadn't been expelled, maybe we would have met at the palace." "What a shame." Grinding her teeth, Lydia snapped. "Ever since you entered the palace, you've become so full of yourself." Without looking up from her book, Serena asked, "All right, have you ever been to the Croton National Library?" "Oh, since you were expelled, I suppose you can't even get in anymore." Lydia trembled with rage. "Umph, you still think you're beneath me." Serena replied coolly, "You're twisting my words, Lydia. Inferiority is something people feel only when facing someone better than themselves. Why would I feel inferior to someone who barely got into school through a donation statue and then got expelled for being too stupid?" The hand holding Lydia's teacup began to shake. "Why, you despicable little—" Lydia suddenly sprang up and hurled the hot tea from her cup at Serena. Serena quickly raised the book in her hands to block it. The tea struck the hard cover, bounced back, and splashed all over Lydia's face. Lydia let out a pained scream. What is this? It's hot." Serena lowered the book. "That is the power of knowledge." Lydia shrieked, "Are you insane?" The maids rushed over. "Miss, are you all right?" Serena stood up and dusted off her clothes. "Complaining over cold tea? You should go change your clothes and come back slowly." Behind her, Lydia shouted, "Where are you going? We're not done talking." Serena stopped and said, "Lydia, I did not come here today to chat. I came because the Viscountess earnestly asked me, and I couldn't refuse. So put away that nasty temper of yours and calm down." Lydia's face turned red. "You damned." Serena pushed open the heavy door. Behind her came Lydia's hysterical scream. Walking alone through the broad hallway, Serena thought, ever since childhood, she was always so eager to torment me. Honestly, the way she acts is exactly like Lord Vincent. Actually, even worse. Serena stopped and looked out the window. "By the way, this garden still looks the same. Is the gardener taking care of it now? I hope I can finally end my rotten ties with this family today." The heavy doors were slowly pushed open. The dining room was brightly lit, and the long table was covered with a lavish feast. The Vincent family was already seated around the table. Serena entered the dining room and, under everyone's gaze, lifted her skirt in greeting. "Lord Vincent, it's been a long time." Seated at the head of the table, Lord Vincent replied, "Indeed. You must have had a difficult journey. Sit beside me." Lydia immediately stood and cried, "Father!" Lord Vincent sternly rebuked her. "Lydia!" Serena sat down in silence and noticed that Lydia's usual seat was now empty. "I see. So now you're focused entirely on currying favor with the Imperial family." After taking her seat, Serena asked, "Did you call for me?" Lord Vincent set down his utensils and replied, "Yes. I sent for you several times, and you never came. No matter how busy palace work is, that is unreasonable. After all, it was your father who called for you." Hearing those words, Serena's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Huh, I'll make sure you never want to contact me again." With a faint smile, she said, "As you know, I was never properly raised, Lord Vincent. I'm sure you can understand that, can't you?" Lord Vincent froze. "What?" The young man beside him slammed the table and jumped up. Just because you've become a little successful, you've become this arrogant." Serena picked up her fork and knife and replied lightly, "Yes, exactly. Thanks to that arrogance, I'm able to sit here eating with all of you today, aren't I?" The young man pointed at her. How dare you? Lord Vincent stopped him sharply. Silence. He stared at Serena and asked, how is life at the palace? I heard His Majesty takes very good care of you. Serena speared a piece of food and put it in her mouth. It's not like that. His Majesty is always busy avoiding me, so don't expect to gain any benefits through me. What he hates most is going for walks. Lydia looked at Lord Vincent and said, see, father, I told you those rumors couldn't be trusted. Frowning, Lord Vincent replied, I don't believe rumors appear out of nowhere. Cutting the meat on her plate, Serena said, Lydia is right. I'm just an ordinary palace official. But it's also true that on my very first day in the palace, I became the Emperor's personal physician and even received the title of Island. Lord Vincent stopped his utensils. You know I've always treated you well, don't you? Serena blinked. What nonsense is he talking about? Lord Vincent continued. As you know, Lydia is already of marriageable age, and Tyler intends to expand his business, so. At the upcoming hunting festival, I trust that you will introduce our family members, Lydia and Tyler, to His Majesty the Emperor. Serena lowered her head and let out a contemptuous laugh. Even shamelessness should have its limits. Lord Vincent stared blankly. What did you say? Serena rose from her seat. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. You're no longer worth any more of my time. I'll finish this meal and leave, just as promised. Don't contact me again after this. She turned and walked toward the door. Behind her, Lord Vincent roared, Serena Vincent, if you leave now, you'll regret it. This is a warning. Serena stopped and turned her head slightly. All right, goodbye. Without another glance, she walked out of the dining room. Lord Vincent trembled with rage. His roar echoed through the entire estate. Right afterward, a loud crash of overturned dishes and shattering tableware came from the dining room. Night fell. Carrying her case, Serena walked down the lively street. She hummed lightly to herself, feeling better than she ever had. That was so satisfying. It feels amazing. As she passed the tavern, she thought, since I'm in such a good mood, should I have a drink before going back? Just then, a sharp sound of something shattering came from an alley. Serena stopped and looked toward the source of the noise. What was that? There's no way I should be hearing commotion from the Viscount's house all the way here. A heavy groan came from the shadows. Mamone? Is someone hurt? It's too dark. I need to make a fire first. Just as Serena was about to search for something to use as light, a broad hand reached out from behind and clamped hard over her mouth. A cold gleam flashed in the darkness. A sharp dagger pressed against Serena's throat. In a low voice, Jack asked, Who are you? Who sent you? Tell me the truth. Serena chanted inwardly, Calm down, calm down. Looking at the blade, she said, Hey, don't you think pulling a knife on someone trying to help you is a little inappropriate? Jack snorted coldly. Help me? What nonsense? Serena replied, I'm a doctor. You're badly hurt. Let me help you. Jack retorted, What kind of lie is that? Where did you even come fro? Before he finished, Jack let out a muffled groan and lost his balance, collapsing against Serena's shoulder. Serena cried out in shock. The dagger fell from Jack's hand to the ground with a sharp clang. Jack's face was covered in blood, and his breathing was heavy and ragged. Serena stared in astonishment. Jack Gordon. Night blanketed the town, while the tavern remained brightly lit. An older woman, known as Madame Olaf, turned around and cried in horror, Oh my heavens! Serena? Supporting Jack's weakened body, Serena pleaded, Please help me. Inside one of the tavern rooms, the woman said, If you need anything, just let me know. And if anyone asks, I'll pretend I know nothing. Serena answered, Thank you. Jack lay on the bed with blood-soaked bandages wrapped around his abdomen. There was a deep stab wound in his stomach. One of his eyes also seemed to have been slashed by a blade. Considering how severe the injuries were, this was no simple robbery. Looking at Jack, Serena said, What on earth happened to you? I'll treat you as quickly as I can, so hold on. Serena wrung out a towel in a basin. One eye is beyond saving, but at least you're still alive. Jack let out a pained sound. Damn it, I need to hurry. She took out a medicinal herb. This is numbing grass. It dulls the senses. Holding the herb under Jack's nose, Serena said, Take a deep breath. Inhale this. After breathing in the herb, Jack's breathing gradually steadied, and he fell asleep. Serena let out a sigh of relief. Next, I need to grind herbs that help wounds heal, apply them to the eye, and wrap it with bandages. As she ground the herbs, Serena thought, before that, I need to remove the temporary bandages from the emergency treatment, wash and disinfect the wounds, and then stitch them. Serena picked up a pair of scissors and cut away Jack's old bandages. She finished all the stitching and bandaging. Serena walked over to the table and sat down, letting out a long breath. Too much happened today. I am exhausted. She took out her pocket watch and looked at it. What should I do? It's already past curfew. I can't go back to the palace now. Still, I only got delayed because I was saving someone and Jack's injuries really were severe. Serena worriedly thought, will the Chancellor fly into a rage at me? He specifically told me to return before midnight. Then again, instead of the Chancellor, should I report this to His Majesty? Sitting in the chair, Serena swayed wearily. Maybe I should keep quiet for now. The darkness gradually faded, and morning sunlight spilled over the grand imperial palace. Birdsong echoed through the courtyard. Azid sat on the edge of his bed, looking out the window. Why hasn't she returned yet? It's already past the time for the morning checkup. Could it be that since she finally got to go out, she decided to sleep in for once, thinking she deserved the rest? Serena's image praising him floated into his mind. I never thought Your Majesty would wake up earlier than the doctor. You're truly amazing, Your Majesty. The corner of Azid's lips curled up slightly. If I hadn't scared them so badly they nearly fell over, it would have been a miracle. There came a knock at the door. Your Majesty, the Chancellor requests an audience. Azid turned, a puzzled look on his face. What did you say? Serena didn't come back last night? The Chancellor replied, yes. We have been completely unable to contact her, and we received no prior notice. Azid sank into thought. Didn't she say she was going to the Vincent Viscount's house? Could it be? Could the Viscount have imprisoned her? If that's the case, I'll go search the place myself. But he quickly calmed down. No, if that were true, they would keep her in prison while, flatly denying it. Looking out the window, Azid hesitated. Should I keep waiting for her to come back? What if she never comes back at all? He remembered Serena raising a finger and promising him confidently. Within 1 year, I will definitely cure Your Majesty's illness. If I fail, you may drive me away. She hasn't even started treating me yet. If she's disappeared now, that's a breach of contract, right? I'm just going to capture a doctor who ran away. Absolutely not, because I'm worried about her. Azid slammed his palm against the table with a tremendous bang. The Chancellor shrieked in fright. Please spare me, Your Majesty. Ignoring him, Azid turned and called, Leonard. Leonard stepped forward. Yes, Your Majesty. Has it been a long time since my last secret inspection tour? Looking confused, Leonard answered. Not exactly a long time, but Azid stood and ordered, prepare at once. Looking at him, Leonard asked, could it be that you are worried about Miss Serena? Azid shot back. Of course I'm worried. No, what I mean is I'm merely going out to inspect the condition of my people. Leonard replied, Your Majesty's concern for your subjects is truly admirable. Leonard, yes, sire. Stop talking and get moving. I'm leaving immediately. Wait outside. Leonard bowed. As you command. Beside them, the Chancellor tearfully thought the rumors were true. His Majesty really does cherish Miss Serena. Miss Serena, please, you must be safe. Inside the Vincent Viscount's estate, Lydia lifted her skirt and curtsied. It is my honor to meet the son of the Empire. I am Lydia, daughter of Viscount Vincent. Looking at the woman before him, Azid replied, Ah, I see. Standing in the center of the drawing room, Viscountess Vincent said, As we received no advance notice, I deeply apologize for not welcoming you sooner. My husband will be here shortly. Azid sat on the sofa and replied, It's fine. So Serena is the one who sent word, then? It seems she feels guilty about the disturbance she caused yesterday. She really is easy to handle. Turning away, the Viscountess said, I'll go see where my husband is. Lydia, attend to His Majesty properly. Lydia answered, Yes, mother. As the door closed, only Azid and Lydia remained in the drawing room. Looking at Lydia, Azid said, Now that the Viscountess has left, miss, I have a question for you. Can you answer honestly? Lydia looked at Azid and replied, Of course. You may ask me anything. The moment mother leaves, he asks me a question. What could he possibly want to ask? Don't tell me. Has His Majesty already been captivated by my beauty? What if he suddenly proposes? Azid looked at Lydia and asked, I heard my doctor was here yesterday. Is that true? Lydia hesitated, then replied, yes, that's true. What happened? Why is he suddenly asking about Serena? Wetting her lips, Lydia said, Our family was having dinner yesterday, and then she suddenly left. Azid asked, She left in the middle of dinner? Lydia replied, Yes. Thanks to her, the whole atmosphere was ruined. It makes me feel terribly sorry to speak ill of family in front of you, Your Majesty. But Serena interrupted father with all her nonsense. Anyway, that girl thinks that just because she has a bit of cleverness, she's the best. Azid replied, She is indeed clever. Lydia blinked. Right? That's what I think too. Then Lydia suddenly realized what he had said. What did you say? Azid looked at her and said, even objectively speaking, isn't it impressive that someone so young was able to enter the imperial palace? Lydia answered stiffly, I suppose so, but, clutching her skirt, she said, but she has absolutely no manners, and her personality is terrible. Azid repeated, terrible personality? Lydia continued, she never listens to her elders. And yes, she ran away from home several times as a child and was punished by father. Not only that, she also had a bad habit of stealing. Your Majesty, you ought to check whether anything is missing here. In a low voice, Azuid said, I see. Lydia looked at Azuid. His Majesty has to understand how wicked Serena is. Lydia went on. Once, she claimed she was sick and stayed in her room all day, and then all of Mother's beloved expensive flowers withered. Azaid asked, why would the garden withering be Serena's fault? Lydia swelled. Well, because when she was little, she was responsible for looking after the garden. Azaid asked, that young lady was responsible for the garden? Then what were the servants doing? Lydia stammered, well, that was because she liked working so much. Azaid looked at Lydia in silence, his gaze turning cold. He stood up and said, I should take my leave. Lydia asked in surprise, what? You're leaving so soon? Azaid ignored her. Leonard, prepare the carriage. Leonard bowed. Yes, Your Majesty. Lydia hurried after him. Why, Your Majesty? Azaid stopped and said, as you said, miss, it is not appropriate to discuss such private family matters. Lydia hastily explained, I only wanted you to understand Serena better. I was only worried about you. Azaid turned around and looked at Lydia. I know that chattering is your nature, but you would do well to watch your tongue. Otherwise, one day that tongue will bring you the most miserable end. Viscountess Vincent returned to the room. Your Majesty, the carriage is ready. Without looking back, Azuid walked away. Forget the carriage. I'm leaving this place first. What happened? Lydia, explain at once. Without turning, Azuid strode outside, while Viscountess Vincent hurried after him calling, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, please wait. My husband will be home very soon. Please stay a little longer. Azaid quickly descended the steps, with the Viscountess and Lydia following close behind. Lydia was filled with confusion. Why? Why'd it turn out like this? Serena was always mocked and ignored by everyone. Neither friends nor servants ever took her seriously. Is His Majesty angry because of Serena? For that Serena? Why? Just then, Count Vincent came hurrying up. Greetings to the son of the Empire. Azaid stopped. I came late. My deepest apologies, Your Majesty. I came late. Azaid replied coldly. What a waste of time. Right now, I only want to leave immediately. Count Vincent froze in place. Viscountess Vincent rushed up as well. Your Majesty, please wait. Lydia is still young and immature. Please stay a little longer. Azaid stopped. Oh, right. I do have one request. Count Vincent quickly answered. Oh, of course, Your Majesty. Please command us. Control your daughter's mouth. Count Vincent asked in shock. What do you mean? Are you referring to Lydia? Turning to Lydia, Count Vincent shouted, Lydia, what did you do? How dare you behave so rudely before His Majesty? Lydia stammered. Azaid looked at Lydia and said, weren't you speaking endlessly just now? Why are you silent now? If you don't know when and where to use your tongue, then perhaps it would be better if it didn't exist at all. Lydia, terrified, could not make a sound. Count Vincent hurriedly grabbed her shoulders. I'm deeply sorry, Your Majesty. My daughter is still young and immature. He forced Lydia down her knees. Please forgive her, Your Majesty. Please forgive my daughter. Azaid looked down at the kneeling family. How dare you shamelessly ask for forgiveness? How unfortunate that your thoughts are so shallow. Bowing his head, Count Vincent cried, I apologize. The reason I feel this frustrated and angry is not because I deserve an apology, but because Azaid looked toward the distant garden. Is this the garden Serena once worked in? Viscountess Vincent answered, yes, that's the one. Lydia, what on earth did you say before His Majesty? But it's the gardener. Who manages it now? Azaid silently gazed at the garden. This place does not suit her at all. Count Vincent froze. What did you say? Looking at the distant garden, Azaid said, seen from the palace, this place is an eyesore. And from here, this garden blocks the view of the palace. That makes it even worse. I want this thorn in my side to disappear from my sight. Count Vincent replied stiffly, but, Your Majesty, the palace and Vincent Castle are very far apart. Azaid cut him off. Then I'll move this garden somewhere else. Azid raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, blue flames sprang up from nowhere and swiftly swallowed the entire garden. Viscountess Vincent screamed, "Fire! Bring water, quickly!" Servants came rushing with buckets. "Put out! It won't go out! I can't put out at all!" Count Vincent was filled with terror. He set the garden on fire without warning. Standing before the blazing flames, Azarid said, "Send a repair bill directly to the palace." Count Vincent collapsed to the ground. "Society will soon hear that the Emperor is deeply displeased with us." "Your Majesty," Leonard looked at the chaos before him. "What's going on? I only went to prepare the carriage, and now the Count's garden has been burned down? What were the servants doing?" "Your Majesty, what happened?" Azid walked with a composed expression. "Leonard, it seems you've received a communication." Leonard blinked in surprise. The communicator in his pocket was making a sound. "Sorry, Jack. I can't talk right now. I'm leaving first. I'll contact you later." A voice came from the communicator. "Please wait, Sir Leonard." Azid suddenly stopped. That voice... "Serena." He strode over to Leonard, snatched the communicator away, and shouted, "Serena, where are you?" Serena's voice came through the communicator. "Your Majesty, I'm at an inn right now." Azid pressed. "Why are you at an inn?" "No, more importantly, how are you using this to contact me?" "That is the secret communication channel exclusively for our group of 5. A burst of static came over the device. "Give it to me. I'll explain, Your Majesty." "This is Jack." Jack's voice continued. "Given our current situation, it will be difficult for us to move. Could you come here personally?" Lydia looked at everything before her. It was a flame that could not be extinguished. Though it gave off no heat, every plant in the garden was burning. "Jack, why are you with my doctor?" "For now," Azaid ordered. I'm going to those coordinates immediately." Leonard respectfully replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Count Vincent muttered to himself, so the rumors were true. The Emperor really does favor Serena. Now our family situation is no different from this garden. Serena, that woman must have asked the Emperor to do this. Looking at the scene before her, Lydia was consumed with rage. Even though she was allowed to live under the same roof, how dare she fail to feel grateful and instead humiliate our family like this? Lydia clenched both hands tightly. "I can't forgive her. I will never forgive you, Serena Vincent." 1 hour earlier, Jack opened his eyes on the bed and let out a groan. Where is this?" "This is..." He tried to sit up, only to feel a sharp pain. "Damn it, it hurts like hell. Something definitely happened yesterday. I was secretly investigating the magic stone smuggling case Azarid ordered me to look into. At that time, Jack, dressed in a dark cloak, had infiltrated a warehouse. Magic stones were rare minerals that allowed even ordinary people without magical cores to use magic. Then I was ambushed by assassins. The clash of metal rang out in the darkness. Jack swung his sword to block an attack. The assassins' figures flickered in the shadows, and blood spattered across the ground. Jack raised a hand to the bandaged area on his forehead. I remember barely escaping, but who treated me? He looked toward the bedside. That person was Serena. She was asleep, slumped over by the bed. The doctor I saw at the herb shop, Azid's personal physician. Sitting up, he looked at the woman before him. Her name was Serena Vincent. Serena was asleep with her head resting on the table, breathing softly. From the very first day she entered the palace, this illegitimate daughter of the Vincent family became Azid's personal physician. She had even attended a banquet as the Emperor's dance partner and made Miss Greenwood cry in public. Jack endured the pain and put on his shirt. As Azid's spy, I've heard many rumors about her, but the most shocking information of all was this. He recalled the contents of an intelligence report. Every morning, the Emperor begins his day with a greeting from his personal physician. He also goes on walks with the doctor, though sometimes he walks alone. Jack wore an incredulous expression. How is that possible? In his memory, the Emperor was always lazily sitting in a chair, eating snacks, grumbling whenever lunch was mentioned, complaining that his body felt heavy and growing irritated if disturbed. That Azawid, the Emperor who was always claiming to be sleepy and annoyed, actually got up at sunrise and even went on walks? Jack lowered his head and looked at the still sleeping Serena. When I saw her in person, she just looked like an ordinary person. Not at all like someone capable of controlling Azid. Rumors really are terrifying. In any case, I owe her a debt. Next time we meet, I'll properly apologize to her. Jack walked toward the door, his boots making steady sounds against the wooden floor. He reached for the doorknob and was about to leave when wait. Serena stood by the table and asked, "Where do you think you're going?" Jack stopped in his tracks. Flustered, he said, What's going on? When did you wake up?" A cold aura radiated from Serena. "No, more importantly, who Who do you think you are? Jack was overwhelmed by her presence. Stepping toward him, Serena said, You lost that much blood. Where exactly do you think you can go? Jack retreated. No, Serena pointed at him. If you don't want another hole in your stomach, get back into bed. Jack immediately answered, Okay. He lay back down on the bed. Checking his condition, Serena said, No fever, and your color doesn't look bad. Patients must get complete rest. Don't forget that. Looking at the fierce Serena before him, Jack thought, That's her. This is the woman who trained Azuid. The reports were true. Serena straightened up and said, Well then, I'm preparing to return to the palace. She turned to look out the window, squinting against the sunlight. Wow, the sun is already overhead. I'm dead. Leaving my post without permission. This is a capital offense. Forcing herself to calm down, Serena said, excuse me, Jack Gordon? Jack replied, Just call me Jack. Serena nodded. All right, Jack. A meaningful smile appeared on her face. You have a communication device, right? Jack asked a bit blankly. I can lend it to you, but I don't recall giving you permission to speak to me informally. Serena retorted matter-of-factly. You were the first one to speak informally to me. So do you have a communication device or not? Helplessly, Jack pointed to the side. In my coat. Serena immediately picked up the coat and began searching through it. Thanks. I'm borrowing it. Holding the communicator, Serena sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Now I can contact the chief steward of the Imperial Palace right away. Since I was always inside the palace, I never thought to carry a communication device with me. Serena dialed the contact. Hello, this is Serena. Am I speaking with the chief steward of the Imperial Palace? I'm sorry I'm late. An angry roar came from the other end of the communicator. Say, Serena, where on earth are you right now? Startled, Serena shrank back. This is bad. They really are furious. She hurriedly explained, On my way back to the palace, I came across an emergency patient. I'm treating him at a nearby inn. I know it's already past midnight. I'm very sorry. The chief steward's voice softened. Is everything all right? As long as you're safe, that's what matters. Be careful. Please come back as soon as possible. Serena replied, Yes. Thank you. Wow. The chief steward is actually worried about me. That's a little touching. The voice came through the communicator again. By the way, have you seen His Majesty? Serena froze. His Majesty. The chief steward continued. It seems His Majesty was about to go to the Vincent family estate to look for you. Serena went pale. What? He's going to the Vincent estate to find me. Listening nearby, Jack wore an amused expression. Serena collapsed weakly onto the floor. Why would he go there? The chief steward hurriedly added, Please don't say I told you. We'll talk when she fell into utter confusion. I deliberately acted distant with him. So why would he go all the way there? Did I escape from prison or something? Why is he searching for me everywhere? Anyway, this doesn't help at all. Not even a little. Jack leaned toward Serena with a grin. Serena. She pointed at Jack and shouted, The patient's stability comes first. Lie down right now. Jack replied with a smile, but this just got more interesting. Serena snapped back. Interesting? Try keeping up with me first. Fiddling with the communicator, Jack suggested. Then why don't we call His Majesty here? I don't want to miss this spectacle, and you don't want to compromise the patient's condition. Wouldn't that be perfect? Serena stared at him in silence. Following Jack's suggestion, she contacted Leonard. But Azuid's furious roar came through the device instead. Then why are you with my personal physician? Jack answered lazily. We've been together since last night. I'll send you the coordinates, so hurry over. Serena flinched at that enraged voice. That was an incredibly angry voice. She looked at Jack and asked, Is it really okay for you to speak to Jack like that? Not only did you use informal speech, you even hung up on him. Jack sat back on the bed and waved dismissively. It's fine. We're always like this when we meet in private. I'm used to it. Uneasy, Serena asked, Will His Majesty really come himself? Won't he just send a guard carriage to pick me up? Jack smiled. Of course he'll come. He'll probably fly here himself. Serena repeated in confusion. Fly here? 10 minutes later, a carriage came racing in. The driver shouted as he pulled it to a stop. Azuid appeared in the doorway, breathing hard. Jack Gordon, you bastard. Sitting on the bed, Jack waved and said, You got here fast. Serena stared at the breathless Azuid in shock. He really did get here at an unbelievable speed. Stiffly turning her head, Serena said, Your Majesty. She was still wearing the same clothes she had left the palace in yesterday, and the sight of her standing there as if nothing were wrong stirred up an inexplicable anger in Azuid. Why am I this angry? Jack, lying in bed, let out a snicker. You must have flown here, right? Azuid shouted back, as if. You even hung up on me just now. Jack, still on the bed, laughed and replied, "Come on. We don't need all those formalities between us, do we? I was in a hurry. Cut me some slack." Ozzy looked at Jack's face and asked in surprise, "Wait, your eye. What happened?" Serena calmly said from the side, "It's nothing serious." "What do you mean, nothing serious?" Serena cut in. "I treated it as quickly as possible. It won't threaten his life, so you can rest easy." Ozzy looked at the blood-soaked cloth on the table. "What is this? What exactly happened here?" She regretted inwardly that maybe she should have waited for him at the door and warned him first. Looking at Ozzy, she explained, "Yesterday, I happened to find the injured Jack. When I found him, his left eye and abdomen were both severely wounded. I gave him the necessary first aid, but the injury to his eye was too severe. It'll be difficult for him to recover his original vision." Jack spread his hands and replied lightly, "So, in other words, I was ambushed." Ozzy whirled toward him. "I told you, even if it's an imperial order, if it gets too dangerous, you should withdraw." Leonard quietly reminded him, "Your Majesty, I don't think this is the appropriate place to discuss that. When I saw the wound, I guess he'd gotten caught up in something dangerous, but I never imagined it had anything to do with an imperial order." "Move aside, Leonard." Looking at Ozoid, Serena formed a new impression of him. "I thought he was just a lazy man. Who would have guessed he was secretly handling missions this dangerous?" No, more importantly, she noticed Ozzy looked terrible. His breathing was ragged, his body trembling nonstop, his complexion awful. Anxiety rose in Serena. "Ozzy doesn't look well either. I need to calm him down first." Leonard stepped forward. "Miss Serena, I'm sorry, but could you step aside for a moment?" Serena blinked. "Oh yes." Ozzy suddenly said, "That won't be necessary. Jack Gordon, from this moment on, you are suspended. That's all. Let's go back." He grabbed Serena by the wrist and led her outside. Jack cried out, "What?" "Ozzy, please wait, Your Majesty. Are we really just leaving?" Without turning back, Ozzy replied, "This doesn't concern you." The two arrived at the carriage. Ozzy opened the door and said, "Get in." He helped Serena into the carriage. Even in the middle of this chaos, he still maintained perfect gentlemanly manners. The carriage sped through the streets. Inside, the atmosphere had frozen solid. Serena felt unbearably awkward. She secretly looked at Ozoid sitting across from her, his pale face and lips, his fingertips trembling now and then, even his shaking eyes. He's still in a panic. His childhood friend lost an eye, and if it happened because of his order, then this reaction is only natural. Calm him down first. She reached out and laid her hand over Ozzy's trembling one. "Your Majesty, please don't worry." Ozzy froze. Serena continued, "I know seeing a friend get hurt while carrying out a mission must have been a great shock for you. I understand. And I understand why you wanted to leave so quickly. I was just worried about you." Ozzy said nothing. Serena smiled, her tone turning lighter. "There are all kinds of magical tools these days. I'm sure we'll find something suitable for his eye, so please don't worry too much." With his head lowered, Ozoid spoke in a hoarse voice. Why are you worried about me?" Serena blinked. "What?" Staring at her, Ozoid asked stiffly, "What right do you have to worry about me?" Looking at him, Serena was speechless inside. Why is he throwing a tantrum again? I understand that he's emotionally fragile right now, and he's not in good shape either. Maybe it's because his closest friend was hurt because of him, so he's lashing out. Or maybe it's because a doctor saw his vulnerable side, and that embarrassed him. But so what? Is that really something a person being cared for should say? Hasn't my loyalty and reliability all this time been enough? Serena lifted her head and met Ozzy's eyes. "Because I'm your personal physician." Looking at her, Ozzy replied, "You haven't even known me that long." Serena argued back. "Closeness isn't determined by how long two people have known each other." Ozzy let out a faint laugh. "Are you saying we're close?" Serena looked away. "I don't know. Actually, I don't know why I'm this worried about this emperor either. I really don't. I only died and returned to the past, coming back to his side once again. There can't be any relationship closer than that, can there?" Serena abruptly tried to pull her hand back, but Ozzy was drawn toward her. Their eyes met. "W, what are you doing?" Struggling, Serena said, Please, let go of my hand." A deathly silence fell over the carriage. Ozzy folded his arms and turned to look out the window. The carriage passed through the Grand Palace Gardens and finally stopped in front of the Imperial Palace. Leonard approached the carriage. "Your Majesty, we've arrived. Please step out." Ozzy got down first. Leonard looked at him in confusion. Serena got down from the carriage, avoiding the hand Ozoid had held out. "Then I'll take my leave first." Serena started to walk away. Leonard stepped closer to Ozzy. "Your Majesty, did something happen in the carriage just now?" Ozzy let out a sigh. "No, nothing happened." The next day, carrying a heavy medicine box, Serena said, "The examination results are all normal. So, Sir Leonard, all you need to do is make sure His Majesty takes his walks on time. Propped up against the bedhead, Azid stared intently at the papers in his hand, paying no attention to anyone else. Leonard felt the oppressive atmosphere and cold sweat formed on his forehead. Awkwardly, he answered, "Oh, all right, something definitely happened." Leonard looked at Azid and asked, "How long do you intend to keep this up?" Azid remained leaning against the bed, flipping through documents. Without looking up, he asked, "What exactly are you referring to?" Leonard continued, "I mean Miss Serena." Azid said nothing. Leonard felt drained. How many more days is this conversation going to continue? If this is because Miss Serena left the palace on her own, it's time to let it go. Azid suddenly sat up and shouted, "Huh, do you think I'm that narrow-minded?" Leonard replied calmly, "Yes." Azid laid back down again. "Since when did you start taking the doctor's side instead of mine?" Leonard sighed. "Your Majesty, you've been like this from the start." Azid closed his eyes. "This distance is just right. Even the Vincent family, whom I've already cut ties with, is trying to approach me through Serena. If that's the case, before those high-ranking nobles get close to her, I need to keep my distance. From now on, whether Serena ignores me or not, I don't care anymore." Leonard quietly said from the side, "Your Majesty, dragging out a lover's quarrel never leads to anything good." At those words, Azid stiffened on the bed. "You've been spouting nonsense this whole time." At that moment, a maid's voice came from outside the door. "Your Majesty, I've brought your medicinal broth." The door opened, and a maid entered carrying a tray. Looking at the maid who had come in, Azid asked, "Why are you the only one here? Where is Serena?" Under his gaze, the maid seemed a little flustered. "Miss Serena asked me to bring it in her place." Azid stared at her. "You usually always come together." The maid stammered, She took the day off today." Azid's expression darkened. "So now, outside of treatment hours, she doesn't even want to show her face." The maid added, "She didn't seem to be feeling well." Azid froze. "Serena isn't feeling well." Elsewhere, Serena suddenly sneezed. Wrapped in a thick blanket and sitting on her bed, she felt chilled. To pass the time, she began rummaging through her things. "Maybe I should reread the journal entries I wrote before." She pulled out a thick case log. She opened it to the section from when she had argued with Azid. Back then, she had been too angry to sleep. The more she lay in bed thinking about it, the angrier she got. To calm herself, she decided to write all that anger down. She furiously scribbled across the paper, muttering curses the whole time. "Hey, you bastard. I treated you like gold, and now you dare treat me like this? I'm gonna pluck every hair out of your head one by one, starting with your bangs." After writing all that, Serena really did feel a little better. Though because of it, she hadn't slept at all that night. "I thought this was a healthy way to process my emotions. Well, at least I let out all my resentment. Since I've already opened it, I might as well do a little research too." Serena let out a dry laugh, then sighed deeply and groaned in pain. "My body feels awful, doesn't it?" she muttered as she shifted beneath the heavy blankets. Azid walked alone through the empty corridor, his expression grave as the maid's words kept replaying in his mind. According to Serena's maid, she had recently been staying up every night working on something. The maid had lowered her head and continued, "I think Miss Serena's condition worsened because she overworked herself." Sitting by the bed, Azid had asked, "What in the world could she be so immersed in?" The maid standing nearby had replied, "I'm not certain, but I suspect it has something to do with finding a way to treat your Majesty's condition. If Miss Serena has been doing that every night, it's no wonder her health got worse." Leonard then said, "Even if she acts coldly, she clearly still cares about your Majesty. That must be why she's overworking herself." Azid remained silent. "Is she in a lot of pain? Why didn't she call for a doctor?" The maid answered helplessly. She said she didn't need a doctor because she is a doctor. Azid fell into a long silence. Then he stood. "I'm going out for a while." Leonard asked, "Your Majesty, where are you going?" Without looking back, Azid headed for the door. "For a walk. Don't follow me. You're actually going to see Miss Serena, aren't you?" "I knew it." Watching Azid walk away, the maid wore a knowing expression. As Azid strode down the corridor, he ran a hand through his hair in frustration. "Damn it, what the hell is she doing? Why would she go this far for me, even harming her own health?" A scene from before rose in Azid's mind. "Why did it have to be someone like you worrying about me?" In that moment, Serena had looked hurt. Azid quickened his pace. "I shouldn't have said something like that, especially to someone who's done so much for me." A sharp pain twisted in his chest, as if a knife had been driven into it. Without realizing it, he had arrived at Serena's door. "So I made it here. But what now?" Thinking about how he had acted these past few days, Azid stood before the door. "Serena." In his mind, he pictured Serena coldly questioning him. "Your Majesty, why are you here?" Azid shook his head. "Since I'm already at her door, there's no point regretting it now." At this stage, There's no point in turning back. That's right. Azid raised his hand and knocked. Hey, are you in there? The room was silent except for the faint rustling of bedding. Azid continued. Serena, I know you're in there. Serena lay weakly beneath the covers, breathing heavily. In a daze, she heard a voice. Who is it? Whatever. It doesn't matter. Whoever it is, fine. When did I fall asleep? Even wrapped in a thick blanket, she still felt waves of cold while sweat poured from her body. From outside the door, Azuid said, If you don't answer, I'll take that as permission to come in. Her consciousness hazy, Serena forced herself upright. Someone's here. I need to call somebody. Right now, the door swung open. Serena staggered to her feet, but the moment she stepped forward, she lost her balance. Serena. He caught her as she fell and pulled her tightly into his arms. Azid called out anxiously, Serena, Serena Vincent. Hey, wake up. Serena's eyes were half open, unfocused. When did this start? Your body's burning up. Hey, what? In her blurred consciousness, Serena thought, the Emperor himself is here? What is going on? She went limp in Azuid's arms and completely lost consciousness. Holding her tightly, Azuid shouted, Serena. He reached out and touched her forehead. She's burning up. I need to call a doctor immediately. In her sleep, Serena let out a pained sound. It hurts. As Azid looked at her, a sudden light began to emanate from Serena's body. Could it be something's wrong with Serena's mana core? Azid recalled an earlier conversation. Since when have you been able to control mana and use magic? Serena had replied then, I'm not sure. I don't know how to use magic. The only thing I can do is control mana to a certain extent. Azid came back to himself from the memory. No, perhaps, with the chills, the high fever, and the glowing mana core, this could be a sign of awakening pain. Every awakened one experiences it at least once. Usually, awakened people all go through this pain, which is why the memory of their awakening remains deeply etched in their minds. If someone doesn't remember the awakening process, then either they never fully awakened or something went wrong during it. If it's a problem with the mana core, then even a doctor will be helpless. Luckily, there's an awakened person like me here. Serena was breathing painfully. In a low voice, Azaid said, Just so you know, this is a treatment method. Azid raised a hand, and blue mana gathered in his palm. Excuse me, maybe that flare-up just now depleted the mana inside her. I need to gather as much mana from the surroundings as possible and wrap it around her so it won't disperse. The mana in Azid's hand surged violently, gathering and intensifying. If I slowly inject mana into her. He bent over, pressed his hand to Serena's abdomen, and began guiding mana into her body. Serena let out a pain sound. Looking at her, Azid said, Hang in there. It'll get better soon. Damn it. Why am I so nervous? Suddenly, Azuid sensed something strange. Wait, even my mana. The mana core inside Serena began vibrating violently, creating a powerful suction that continuously pulled Azid's mana away. Azid jerked his hand back. She's already unconscious, but her mana core is still reacting. Is she really awakening? Serena fell into deep sleep, breathing steadily. In a low voice, Azid said, Looks like you're feeling much better. Your fever's gone down, and you stopped saying it hurts. But was she always this fragile? I wonder if she even eats properly. Serena's fingers twitched slightly. Suddenly, she reached out and grabbed Azid's hair. Half asleep, Serena mumbled, Oh, Baldy. Azid froze. What? Serena, still with her eyes closed, continued, I'm going to make you bald. Azid was yanked forward, forced to bend down, and Serena let out a muffled sound. Then she sank back into sleep. He abruptly stood up and stepped away from the bed. You're probably the first person who's ever dared grab the Emperor by the hair. Why is this room so hot? As Azid passed the mirror, he stopped and turned to look at himself. Staring at his flushed face in the reflection, he muttered, What is this? My face is this red just because I got a little close? It's almost as if Serena turned over on the bed and made an indistinct sound. I'm not letting this go. Watching Serena wave her fist in her sleep, Azuid let out a helpless sigh. He gave a dry laugh, as if, Azid pushed open the door and stepped out, leaning against it as he let out a long breath. Absolutely impossible. My heart can't possibly be racing because of Serena. Sunlight poured over the buildings of the estate, and flowers bloomed brightly in the courtyard. Serena opened her eyes and stared at the ceiling. Why am I lying in bed? I clearly remember collapsing on the floor yesterday. Did I crawl back into bed on instinct? One astonishing homing instinct. Serena checked how her body felt. The fever seems to have gone down. My body feels light. Sleep really is the best medicine. Maybe because it's been so long since I slept that deeply. Serena stretched and exclaimed loudly, I feel so refreshed. Suddenly, she noticed something in her palm. What's this in my hand? Several golden strands of hair lay quietly in her hand. Serena looked at the blonde hair she was holding. This, could it be? Broken fragments of memory flashed through her mind. Standing before Azoid, Serena bowed deeply. I'm terribly sorry, Your Majesty. Azoid sat on the sofa, arms crossed over his chest. What? Serena lowered her head, her body trembling. I had a fever and wasn't in my right mind. I must have done something extremely rude to Your Majesty. I will deeply reflect on it and make sure it never happens again. Looking at her, Azoid asked, Didn't the maid tell you anything? I told you to rest properly today. Serena blinked. What? Azoid continued. Anyway, if my personal physician is absent for a single day, it feels like I'm dying. Hesitantly, Serena asked, Your Majesty, was it because of me that you didn't go for a walk or take your medicine? Azoid stood up. Since no one came, I couldn't do the morning checkup, but I already took my medicine and I've just come back from my walk. You make me sound like some lazy person, Serena replied. That's because there's precedent. You must have been exhausted yesterday. How do you feel? He reached out and touched Serena's forehead. Flustered, Serena replied, Ah, yes. Thanks to you, I'm fine. What is this? What exactly happened? Azoid smiled. I'm relieved to hear that. Seeing that unexpectedly gentle smile, Serena was full of confusion. Why is he being so mild today? In a low voice, Serena muttered, Could this be a dream? Azoid paused. A dream? Serena continued. If this weren't a dream, there's no way Your Majesty would be this gentle. Even though it feels like a dream, my head still hurts, so I guess it's real. Azoid suddenly leaned in, his tone turning teasing. Then how did it feel to yank out the Emperor's hair? Serena instantly broke out in a cold sweat. I am Serena. This is the third time in my life I've been a doctor, and the current situation is extremely suspicious. The several strands of blonde hair in my hand are proof, and there's Azoid's strange, gentle smile, not to mention the vague memory of fleeting touches, and a lingering odd sensation at my side. Covering her mouth, Serena hesitated. Your Majesty, I just want to ask, yesterday did we? What did you just say? Asked Azoid. Serena stammered. Well, after hesitating, she continued. Yesterday, aside from Your Majesty's hair, did I grab anything else? Azoid froze. Then in confusion he shouted, What? What kind of things do you usually think about to even ask something like that? You shameless woman. Pressing a hand to her side, Serena retorted, Then why does my side hurt like this right now? Azoid immediately answered, Mana. It's your mana core. Serena repeated in confusion. Mana core? Azoid explained, That's right. I was only helping relieve your mana flare-up symptoms. Seeing Serena's movement, Azoid cried, What are you doing? Serena lifted the hem of her clothes and replied, I just wanted to check. It's real after all, and now it's much clearer. Covering his face, Azoid grumbled, No. Even if you're a doctor, you can't just do that in front of an outsider. The pattern really is clearer now, and the mana fluctuations are stronger than before. But I still can't use any magic. Then why did the mana core suddenly activate? Looking at her palm, Serena asked, Your Majesty, so nothing really happened yesterday? Azoid immediately raised his voice in protest. Nothing happened. Why would I do something so indecent to a patient? In that case, I apologize for the misunderstanding just now. In a low mutter, Azoid grumbled, You sure apologize quickly. This is absurd, but there's something I'm curious about. Put your clothes back on first. Then tell me, what is it, Your Majesty? How exactly did you help me? Azoid answered awkwardly. Well, this is what happened. Your condition was really bad, and I was going to call a doctor, but then I noticed your side was glowing. I thought it might be related to your mana core. When someone suffers from a mana flare-up, their body lacks mana, so I gathered pure mana from the surroundings to replenish it. And then your greedy core even tried to consume my mana. Serena cried out in shock. What? So you injected your mana into my core? Azoid answered firmly. That's right. Your core stole my mana. She fell into thought. That's strange. There was once an experiment where, after mana was injected, the mana core mutated and caused death. Nocton had said that before. Serena pressed a hand to her chest. Why am I still completely fine? So what you mean is either my mana core is abnormal or something is wrong with it. The exact reason still isn't clear. Your Majesty, Serena said seriously, injecting mana into someone else is extremely dangerous. So aside from me, please don't ever do that for anyone else. Azoid exclaimed in surprise. What? Dangerous? Serena continued. Yes. I'm not sure why, but it seems our mana can merge without any issue. I only found that out recently. That's why. I haven't really been checking my own mana levels lately. Azid gave a bitter smile. I thought you weren't checking me because you didn't want to touch me. Serena immediately objected. How could I ever do that? Azid paused. With a serious expression, Serena said, I would never neglect my duty because of personal feelings. That's professional ethics. Looking at her, Azid thought, so she'd already anticipated this. Smiling, Serena asked, in that case, would you try it once more? Azid immediately stopped her. No, don't take your clothes off, Serena asked in confusion. Why? You did it like this yesterday, and besides, it's not the first time. Looking away, Azid said no. I didn't see anything. I did it through your clothes. Serena relented. All right, then could you try again through my clothes? Serena grabbed Azid's hand. Azid struggled. Let go. Serena insisted. Just this once. There's something I need to confirm, too. What am I doing? Azid wrapped an arm around Serena's waist and pulled her toward him. A dazzling blue light burst forth, and a huge magic circle spread out beneath them. Mana surged like a tide, swallowing both of them in its glow. Gradually, the light subsided. An ornate chandelier hung quietly overhead, and the room returned to its usual calm. Well, do you feel anything? Serena murmured. It's warm. It feels nice. Azid replied. That's because I'm using fire aspect mana, so you'd naturally feel that way. Serena fell into thought. Maybe. Perhaps my mana core has already become deformed, which is why there's no rejection reaction. Deformed. It's my mana core's first time reacting like this. Now it's not reacting anymore. Is all that's left numbness? If I could compare it with someone else's mana core, I'd know for sure. Azid, cut her off. Enough. He reached out and pressed a hand against Serena's head. You weren't like this yesterday, and now. You're already thinking about work again. He pushed Serena toward the door. Go back to your room and rest immediately. Serena protested. I'm completely fine. Before she could finish, she suddenly sneezed. You'd better go rest right now. Rubbing her nose, Serena answered. Okay. Azid escorted Serena back to her room and settled her on the bed. Now I can finally stop worrying a little. Lying under the covers, Serena looked at him. In the end, he still brought me back to bed. Looking at her, Azid warned. Today, you are absolutely not allowed to get out of bed. Serena shot upright and shouted. You mean I can't even go to the bathroom? Slightly irritated, Azid continued. Do you really not know what embarrassment is? Say whatever you want. He bent down and tucked the blanket around Serena. It's not like you're the kind of person who cares what I think anyway. If you collapse again, what am I supposed to do? I'm worried, so make sure someone stays with you. And be careful when you move around. Serena looked at him from beneath the blanket. Even though he says it like that, his actions are really gentle. How strange. After a moment of silence, she quietly said, Thank you, and your majesty. About the danger of the mana inside me. Like I mentioned before, I heard about it from Nocton the last time I went out. Could you keep that a secret? It's not a problem for me, but if this became public knowledge, it might cause trouble. Azid immediately replied, Understood. Serena looked at him in surprise. You agreed so quickly. As if it were obvious, Azid said, Diagnosis and research are your field. What will be the point of me asking more? He nodded. Anyway, we're going out together tomorrow, so get some proper rest today. Serena asked in confusion. Going out? Where are we going? Azid gave her a faint, mysterious smile. You'll find out when we get there. The next day, sunlight spilled over the busy streets, and carriages moved between rows of neatly arranged buildings. They arrived inside a place filled with stacked goods and books. Shelves lined every corner in tidy rows, and all kinds of containers were arranged throughout the room. Over here, Jack warmly came forward to greet them. Welcome. Welcome to Gordon Trading Company. I came to pick up what I asked for before. Following behind Azid, Serena was full of questions. Why'd he bring me here too? Patting the chair beside him, Jack said. You came at just the right time. Sit down, relax, and let's talk. Serena, you can sit next to me. Before Jack could finish, Azid sat down in that very seat. Jack froze, staring at him in bewilderment. Azid replied as if it were obvious. What? You told me to sit. Looking at the scene before her, Serena said, It's fine. I'll sit here. Somewhat awkwardly, Jack answered, All right. Are they worried about losing a friend? They really do have an unexpectedly childish side. Azid spoke up. Check that item immediately. Jack replied, Certainly. Please wait here. He took out an exquisite little box and handed it over. Here, Serena. Holding it, she thought, what is this? Jack said with a grin. Think of it as a surprise gift filled with his sincerity. Azid slapped his hand away. Stop talking nonsense. Holding the box, Azid looked at Serena. It's for you. Yours. Looking at the box, Serena asked, Is this really for me? This is actually a gift personally given by Azid. Azid said from the side, Go ahead and open it. Curious about what was inside, Serena opened the box. A delicate necklace came into view. It was a pendant, Jack excitedly explained. This is a one-of-a-kind custom communicator. You can only find a custom piece like this at Gordon's shop. It has its own exclusive code, so you can contact Ozzy directly. And it uses an independent communication network, so it won't suffer any interference. Listening to the explanation, Serena replied, "Oh, that sounds amazing." Ozzy cleared his throat and said, "It was originally designed specifically for the two of us because if something like that happens again, it would be troublesome to deal with. This is not because I'm showing you any special consideration." Jack teased from the side, "Oh, not special consideration? You redesigned it from scratch, though. You're as dishonest as ever." Ozzy muttered sharply, "Be quiet." Serena looked down at the box in her hands. It was beautiful and light, so it would be easy to carry. Looking at her, Ozzy instructed, "The palace will issue you a separate communication device, but carry both of these with you. I'll only use this one to contact you." Serena nodded. "All right, I understand. Thank you." Jack leaned over with a grin. "Just in case, I added my contact information too, and Ozzy's code as well. If you ever need help, you can contact me anytime." Ozzy gave a cold snort. "You've been making strange requests this whole time." Jack replied, "I'm only showing respect to my savior." Ozzy stared at him and said, "She is my attending physician." Serena sank into thought. His attending physician? Seeing that he gave me something like this, could it be that he's finally acknowledged me as one of his people? Ozzy looked at Jack and said, "This is why everyone calls you a playboy." Pointing at himself in surprise, Jack said, "What, me?" Inwardly, Serena made a vow. "In that case, I want to give you even more trust." "Don't worry, Your Majesty." With a resolute expression, Serena said, "I would never form any improper relationship with my superior's friend. I'll keep work and private matters completely separate." With great interest, Jack asked, "Oh, then is it fine if it's with your superior?" Serena replied at once, "Dating your superior is even worse. Office romance is the biggest headache." Looking at Ozzy, Jack teased, "Oh, so your superior is off limits too?" "I understand." Ozzy said nothing, his face darkening slightly. After a while, Ozzy said, "We should go." Serena replied, "Ah, yes." The two walked out into the bright street. From behind them, Jack waved and called out, "Thank you for saving me that time. Next time we meet, please speak to me more casually. We promise to use informal speech." Serena stopped and replied, "All right, thank you." Walking ahead, Ozzy said, "Just so we're clear, that guy is friendly to everyone, so you'd better stay on guard. Don't develop any pointless misunderstandings. And that communicator, I only gave it to you for work." Serena replied, "Yes, I understand. I'll be careful and use it prudently." The carriage rolled steadily along the street. Serena and Ozzy sat facing each other inside the carriage. A brief silence settled between them. "I'm glad to see Jack's wounds are healing so quickly. So..." She drew back her gaze and looked at Ozzy sitting across from her. "What kind of secret affair is His Majesty involved in? Whatever that secret is, it clearly carries a high risk of severe injury. Will something happen during the upcoming hunt as well?" The hunt held in Croton was the annual grand event where the Emperor personally visited a territory each year to inspect it and keep the nobles in check. In my previous life, there really was an accident during that hunt. But back then, I was only a low-ranking person in the palace, so I couldn't possibly know the details. This year, the family hosting the hunt is Duke Scrywoods. I don't want His Majesty going alone to somewhere that dangerous. Ozzy looked at Serena and said, "Serena." At the same time, Serena spoke. "Your Majesty." Their eyes met, and silence fell for a moment. Serena broke it first. Please go ahead." Looking away, Ozzy asked softly, "That gift, do you like it?" Holding the box, Serena replied, "Yes. I like it because it's light and easy to carry." "Thank you." Looking at the box, Ozzy said then, "Why don't you put it on now and try it?" A little embarrassed, Serena explained, "I want to, but it's a bit difficult to fasten with one hand." Ozzy held out his hand. "Give it to me. You can also change the chain and wear it like a necklace. From now on, make sure you keep it on at all times, Serena." Ozzy turned slightly and wrapped the long, slender chain around her wrist. The metal clasp gave a crisp click as it fastened securely. Serena raised her wrist. "Did you make it look like jewelry specifically for me?" Ozzy looked away and said, "It was just incidental. Didn't you have something else you wanted to say?" Serena replied, "The hunt. It'll be starting soon, so I wanted to ask which territory you plan to inspect this year." "I assume it'll be Duke Scrywoods' territory again." Ozzy answered, "Last year I went to Marquis Carter's territory, so this year it should be Duke Scrywoods." Serena looked at him and thought, just as expected. Then she said excitedly, "Duke Scrywoods' territory, the one famous for its dense forests, right? I heard the air there is so fresh that just one breath is enough to make you feel refreshed." Azid looked at her and replied, yes. It really is a sanctuary admired by the nobility. Why? Do you want to go? Serena cheered inwardly. Perfect. Yes. Serena continued, I want to go. I really want to go. Azid looked at her and said, you seem awfully enthusiastic. You must be very curious about Duke Skrywood's lands. People say a change of work environment helps improve efficiency, right? She lowered her gaze and muttered under her breath, just an excuse. Azid fell silent for a moment before speaking again. I went too far last time. Serena asked in confusion, what? With his head lowered, Azid said, like you said, what happened to Jack hit me hard. At the time, I was on edge in a lot of ways. I am sorry. Serena froze, unsure how to respond. Thinking back on it now, the reason you came in my room that day was to apologize for what had happened, wasn't it? And thanks to that, I was able to save you, right? I never imagined there would be a day when I need His Majesty to save my life. Your Majesty, I'm sorry too, for how cold I was toward you before. I've reflected deeply on it, and it won't happen again. Azid looked away and replied, fine. Azid gave a small cough and said, since someone from the palace has to accompany me during the festival, then come with me. Serena answered excitedly, thank you. I'll serve you with all my heart. Azid looked at her and said, you certainly know how to talk. Serena replied seriously, I mean it. I only want your Majesty to stay healthy. Other than that, nothing matters. Please understand, sometimes my methods of treatment may be a little rough, but that's only because I care very much about your health. Azid said nothing. The longing in her eyes said it all. That gaze was so sincere, so clear, that it made people want to believe her. Azid looked away and said, as long as you don't overdo it, just don't work yourself into collapsing again. Serena answered brightly, understood. Standing in front of the bookshelf, Nocton asked, are you going to attend this hunt? Serena replied, yes, that's what I'm planning. Ever since Serena had visited Nocton's office last time, she had occasionally gone to him for advice. As he arranged the books, Nocton said, I was just about to tell you that I may be leaving the capital for a while soon, so this is good timing. Serena asked, are you going somewhere special? Nocton turned and smiled. At the moment, I'm planning to go to Skrywood. Serena thought, so he's attending the hunt too. She accidentally knocked something crooked on the shelf and said awkwardly, sorry. Nocton didn't mind. Don't worry. If it weren't for this chance, I probably wouldn't have noticed it either. I heard Skrywood is famous for its forest paths, right? Nocton asked, you mean those tree-lined trails? Yes. I suppose you've been there too, Count? Nocton looked at her and said, just call me Nocton. I call you Miss Serena, after all. Serena paused, then replied, all right. Then, Nocton, have you been there too? Nocton turned and said, a few times when I was younger. The trees there rise so high they cover even the sky. He paused before adding, my brothers said it wasn't a place I'd like. Serena asked, puzzled, Why? Because my brothers used to tie me up there. Serena looked startled. I am sorry. It seems today wasn't a good day for conversation. I only asked that casually. Nocton turned away and said, it's fine. I'm doing far better now than my brothers are. Serena thought, true. Maybe in the end, they'll be the ones tied to the trees. Nocton said helplessly, that sounds rather frightening. Serena replied matter-of-factly, I'm only telling the truth. Nocton really is successful now. I was abused by my siblings, too. Nocton asked, you mean the young masters and ladies of the Vincent family? Serena replied, yes. They tormented me so much that in the end, I couldn't bear it anymore and had no choice but to leave home. She reached out and brushed the spines of the books on the shelf. A talented, illegitimate child is always bound to attract attention. If I didn't have these abilities, they probably wouldn't have paid me any attention at all. But I think it's thanks to them that I can live like this now. Nocton looked at her with some surprise. Noble society is a hard place to survive in alone, isn't it? But I think it's thanks to your abilities that you were able to survive the way you did. You've endured very well all this time. In such a harsh environment, you've grown into someone remarkable. Nocton looked at her silently, then adjusted his glasses and replied a little awkwardly, it must be because you're a doctor that you never hold back on words of praise. Your patients must be very happy. Serena smiled. However, His Majesty doesn't seem to take such praise very well. Nocton asked in surprise, So His Majesty brought you here just to hear your compliments, Miss Serena? I understand now. Serena blinked. What did His Majesty bring? Nocton realized he had misspoken. He stopped awkwardly and averted his eyes. Could you pretend you didn't hear that? Serena immediately pressed him. No, since you already said it, I want to hear the details. The fire at the Vincent family estate had caused no casualties, but the damage had been catastrophic, almost beyond repair. Rumor had it that His Majesty had vented his fury there. Some people said the imperial family should pay for the repairs, but who would dare make such a demand? After that, the Vincent family disappeared completely from high society. Serena strode quickly along the garden path. Oh, what on earth is the Emperor doing? And where is he now? Burning down someone else's garden? When I was younger, I also wished that place would disappear completely, but actually reducing it to ashes is too much. Too thrilling. I really should have seen it with my own eyes. She took a deep breath and tried to calm her expression. Pushing through the lush flowers, she found Azuid sitting alone by the white railing, drinking tea. Azuid set down his teacup and turned toward her. Serena. Serena walked up to him, still carrying a trace of strange excitement in her eyes. Azuid asked in confusion, "Why do you have that look on your face?" Serena warned herself inwardly, "Calm down. Control your expression. What is it?" Serena sat across from him. Lifting his teacup, Azuid asked, "Did your conversation with Nocton go well? What if I really asked him? Would he actually burn the place down for me?" She slapped both cheeks hard, trying to snap herself out of it. "Wake up. Is there anyone else you're planning to destroy?" "No, I refuse. Why not use this chance to erase the Vincent family from the rolls of nobility entirely? That family will destroy itself anyway. So please don't dirty your Majesty's hands over something like that anymore." Azuid looked at her silently, a complicated emotion in his eyes. Lowering his head, he stirred his tea with a spoon. "If that's what you say." Serena sat beside him, chin in her hands, secretly watching his reaction. "Would you like to try mine?" Azuid paused. Serena explained, "It's a gift for you. I'm very grateful to you, and I've also been very well looked after lately." Azuid looked at the dessert before him. "Then I'll accept it." He picked up a fork and began tasting the sweet Serena had brought. Does he really like sweets that much? She remembered what Nocton had said earlier. Is it because you're a doctor that you like praising people? Your patients must be very happy. Your Majesty, no matter what you're doing, you always look like you're enjoying it. Azuid, who had just taken a bite of the dessert, suddenly froze. He looked at Serena warily and asked, "You're not about to tell me to stop eating, are you?" Serena shook her head quickly. "Of course not. I'm not the type to give something and then take it back. I just think the way you eat is interesting, so I was praising you." The fork slipped from Azuid's hand and clattered onto the table with a clear sound. He lowered his head and stayed silent for a long time. As my health worsened, Serena tilted her head in confusion. Azuid continued, "If something weren't wrong with my body, there'd be no reason for you to suddenly say something so strange." Serena looked at his helpless expression. "Could it be? Are you embarrassed because you were praised?" Azuid's whole body went rigid. Serena laughed. In that case, from now on, I'll praise you often." Azuid immediately refused. "No, don't do that. There's no need. But your Majesty is so handsome. Even with your mouth stuffed with food, you still look good." Serena reached out and wiped a crumb from the corner of his mouth. Azuid jolted in shock. "You don't do that?" Serena asked, puzzled. "Why are you so startled just because I called you handsome?" Azuid avoided her eyes. "Anyway, if I say don't do it, then don't." Pressing a hand to his chest, he quickly left the garden. Serena called after him. "Why, Your Majesty? Aren't you going to finish eating before you go? You're really leaving like this?" Without looking back, Azuid answered, "That's enough. You've already ruined my appetite." He strode through the corridor as two maids bowed respectfully. "What's going on? Why is my heart still beating so fast? Every time I'm in front of Serena, my chest tightens. My heart pounds as if it's about to burst. Serena's image keeps appearing in my mind. Could this be some kind of illness? Yes, this is definitely an illness." Azuid hurried down the hallway, while the attendants behind him whispered, "His Majesty looks very troubled. Hurry and keep up." "Your Majesty, there you are." Azuid stopped and looked at him. "Leonard, why are you walking so quickly?" Leonard replied, "I was just about to send someone to find you." "What? Has something happened?" Leonard paused before reporting, "Duke Skrywood has requested an audience." Azuid's expression instantly turned cold and severe. Aaron bowed slightly. "I pay my respects to the son of the Empire." Azuid looked at the Duke before him and said, "It's been a long time, Duke Skrywood. What brings you here?" Standing before the desk, Aaron answered, "I came because we need urgent approval before the hunting festival. Our application was delayed because we were negotiating portal fees with the Viscus family. The Viscus portal was originally a transportation device developed by the Viscus family, but when a son of the ducal house married the late empress, the right to use the portal was also granted to the imperial family. In other words, to use the portal, approval was required from both the Viscus family and the imperial household." Azuid flipped through the documents in his hand. "Thanks to that, the Skrywood family now has one more means of control. It seems the viscous family wants to raise the portal fees again. Aaron let out a soft laugh from where he stood. Since our family now controls the allocation of modes, they'll probably use that to restrain us. Closing the file, Azaweed said, "We cannot allow them to raise the fees without proper cause. I'll instruct them to adjust them reasonably." Aaron bowed his head. "Your Majesty, I am deeply grateful." Azaweed accepted the seal handed to him by an attendant. This was nothing more than hollow politeness. In public, Aaron always wore the mask of a benevolent sage. But in private, he was a man who would stop at nothing for power and schemed at every turn. Azaweed didn't want him there a moment longer. He handed the signed papers back and asked, "Is that all?" Aaron accepted the document. "Yes, thank you." Azaweed noticed a trace of hesitation in the Duke's movements. "Duke." Aaron put away the papers. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll handle the rest myself." Aaron turned and walked alone down the empty corridor. I thought I had succeeded. Why? Things had clearly been going well last time. As he was lost in thought, he collided with someone at the corner. Serena cried out as the wallet in her hand fell to the floor. Looking at the woman before him, Aaron said, "Oh, I was distracted and didn't see where I was going." "This woman." Serena bent down to pick up her wallet and replied, "I didn't notice either." "I'm very sorry." So this was the Emperor's personal physician, the one who had managed to maintain a special relationship with him despite his suspicious nature. All the high-ranking nobles were watching her. Aaron examined her. Even on the list for the hunting festival, her name was placed at the very top. That alone proved how important she was to the Emperor. Serena sensed something strange. Is it my imagination? I can feel his gaze lingering on me. Unable to help herself, she glanced at him from the corner of her eye. What was he looking at? His face looks familiar. Could this be Duke Skrywood? Aaron reached out and placed a hand on Serena's shoulder. "We must be cautious. A butterfly that draws too much attention only becomes a hunter's target." That was all. He walked away. Serena watched his retreating back, feeling a surge of displeasure. What was that supposed to mean? That was unsettling. Was he warning me to watch my behavior? That must be it. Just like with the Duke's daughter, Ophelia, I can't let him form a bad impression of me. She continued walking. Staying by the Emperor's side also meant sometimes becoming a target of ducal hostility. What kind of trouble am I caught up in now? Duke Skrywood's estate. Ophelia stood in the hall. "You're back, father. Did you enjoy your meal?" Aaron passed by his daughter and said coldly, "I was urged on by that insignificant thing." Ophelia froze where she stood. "What?" Aaron stopped and spat out a name. "Serena." "Vincent." Ophelia looked uneasy. Turning to face her, Aaron said, "I heard she will accompany the Emperor to the hunting festival. You should have stopped her sooner." Ophelia lowered her head. "I am sorry." Aaron studied his daughter and said, "Ophelia, you are the one most suited to become Empress. From the day you were born, that has been your purpose. That has never changed. You should gain a little more weight. The Emperor doesn't seem to like women who are too thin." "Yes, I will." Aaron patted Ophelia on the shoulder. "Good." Ophelia looked at her father, appearing somewhat uneasy. Aaron withdrew his hand and said, "You may go rest now. I still have matters to attend to in the study." Bowing her head, Ophelia replied, "Yes, father." The study door opened, and Aaron entered the room. Looking at the figure by the window, he said, "You came at just the right time, Nocton. Harrison, you're the same as ever, summoning me without warning. I heard you're leaving for Skrywood territory tomorrow." Looking out the window, Nocton said, "Since the Lord has forbidden the use of the portal, we have no choice but to go by carriage and leave early." Aaron was full of scorn. What a fool. To gain a count's title, he had attached himself to the Emperor. Does he think he can keep using the conveniences provided by the Skrywood family forever? To you, it may be just a title, but I don't have your standing. Nocton asked, "Then why did you call me here?" "As you know, it's a long journey. There are many things I need to prepare." Aaron picked up a wine bottle. "I heard a strange rumor at the palace." "I heard you secretly took away the gift Ophelia sent to the Emperor." "That did happen." Raising his wine glass, Aaron asked darkly, "Do you think I would have Ophelia poison the Emperor?" Nocton looked at him and said, "That isn't something I would do, but I know you well enough to know you wouldn't use such a crude method." Aaron stared at his wine glass, irritated. "Even so, how dare you? I only examined it out of curiosity. It was just ordinary fruit syrup. I didn't want to return it, so I told them to dispose of it. I found nothing unusual. Only later did I realize the Duke apparently didn't even know Azaweed is allergic to that sort of thing." Nocton turned to leave. "Was that all you wanted to say?" "I like to go now." Aaron stopped him. "I heard the Emperor's personal physician has been seeking your advice." "Serena Vincent, correct?" Aaron stroked his beard. "Sharp observation." Nocton looked at the Duke and replied, "If someone overheard that, they might think I approached her on your orders." Aaron smiled. "Interesting. Haven't you already taken some measures?" Nocton was silent for a moment before replying, "I don't know what you mean. There's no need to play dumb. I'll let it pass this time. Know your limits." Nocton turned toward the door. "I'm leaving." "Nocton, I have no need for a dog that bites its master. Remember that." In Duke Skrywood's territory, a magnificent cluster of manor buildings stretched out beneath the sunlight. Serena looked at the sight before her and exclaimed, "Wow, Mary, is this where we arrived so quickly?" Mary replied excitedly, "That's right. Portals really are amazing. We traveled such a huge distance in an instant." Looking ahead, Serena said, "Let's go to our assigned room first." Mary agreed at once. Yes. Carrying their luggage, the two entered the residence. Looking at the lavish room, Mary gasped, "Oh my goodness. This room is incredible. I heard the Duke often goes back and forth between the main house and the guest quarters. No wonder it's maintained so well. There's a lake in front, and the garden is so spacious. It's really beautiful. I think this place is even better than the Imperial Villa. The view is better, and it's much easier to observe the Imperial Guard from here." Serena walked to the window and looked into the distance. "If anything happens to His Majesty, the ducal family may be held responsible. It seems they're very worried about that." As Mary unpacked, she said, "I heard the ball to open the hunt is tomorrow night." Serena replied, "All right. By tradition, His Majesty's dance partner will be the daughter of the family hosting the hunt. Though honestly, that is a little disappointing." Serena answered thoughtfully, I see." Looking out the window, Serena suddenly cried out, "Oh, that's a bird I've never seen before. Look over there." Mary looked at her in silence. "Doesn't it bother you, Serena?" Serena asked in confusion. "What?" Mary exclaimed. "I thought this time Serena would become His Majesty's dance partner. I was so excited about it." Serena replied helplessly, "Mary, I already told you. His Majesty and I are only doctor and patient. Nothing more." Mary leaned in and said, "You can be honest with me." Serena replied, "I'm always honest. If you insist on saying that there's nothing I can do." Mary clenched her fists. "On the day of the ball, I'll make sure Serena loses to no one. I'll dress you perfectly. We'll turn this crisis into an opportunity. Serena, I'll protect you." Serena replied, "No, it's fine." Mary threw open the door and shouted, "Trust me, Serena. We can do it." She really is passionate. Serena sat alone on the sofa by the window. At the ball, the young lady of the Skrywood family would probably dance under everyone's gaze. I don't know exactly when, but I'm sure something will happen during this hunt. His Majesty will need occasional examinations. During his free time, I'll need to avoid the guards. Duke Skrywood's family has many private books that aren't in the capital's library. I can probably find some references to magical materials I was too embarrassed to ask Nocton about before. A few days earlier, in the middle of a stormy night, a figure knocked on the door of the Gordon house. Opening the door, Jack greeted the visitor. "Welcome. This is the Gordon residence." In a low voice, the visitor said, "Hello, Jack." Serena, wearing a rain cape, stood at the doorway. "I came here because I have a request." Jack stepped aside. "Of course. Please come in quickly." Serena entered the house. "Thank you. The rain is really pouring. I'd like to commission something from the Gordon family. You said you made communication devices, right?" Jack replied, "Yes. I have the blueprints." Serena took out a drawing. "Could you take a look at this?" Jack accepted it and asked, "When do you need it?" Serena answered, "There's no rush. I'm going to attend the hunt, so I'd like to collect it after that." Looking at the design, Jack asked, "Oh, what is this called?" Serena looked at him and said, "An artificial mana core." Jack froze. "What? An artificial core?" Serena explained, "It's a medical device. It can be used by people whose mana cores are defective or temporarily failing. It's like an assistive tool meant to prevent overflow caused by mana excess." Jack asked in a low voice, "Don't tell me. You're making this for Ozoid?" Serena nodded. "Yes. It seems the problem really does lie in his mana core, so I'm planning to build one based on this design." Jack gasped, "What? You designed this?" Serena fell into thought. Honestly, Nocton's help had been crucial. I keep asking him all sorts of questions, but he never shows annoyance. He always answers me. Jack marveled. "So the rumors were true. You really were the youngest person to pass the Imperial examination." Serena replied, "I'm not that impressive." Jack teased, "Wow. If the people at court heard you say that, they'd be furious." Serena said seriously, "Anyway, since this is something His Majesty will use, I hope you'll take extra care with it." Jack assured her, "No problem. Once the artificial mana core is finished, I'll have to test it myself. I need to confirm not only its performance, but also its safety." She looked out the window. "If I can successfully Combine magic and medicine. His Majesty's condition will improve quickly. If only I could improve my own core too. Suddenly, a burst of noise came from outside. Serena looked toward the window. What's that sound outside? It's been noisy for a while now. She walked onto the balcony and looked down, seeing several figures arguing together. That's Noctin. And are those the brothers he mentioned before? The ones who used to tie him up in the forest? Are they still giving their younger brother trouble? They really do lead busy lives. She sank into thought. Is this because of the Skrywood family's air selection system? The Skrywood family values personal ability above all else. Regardless of birth, everyone must compete. Only the person acknowledged by the current Duke Skrywood can inherit the ducal title. Competition among brothers is fierce to begin with, and Noctin, one of the strongest candidates for the ducal seat, suddenly left the family and became a count. That must have left many people dissatisfied. She pulled her gaze away. Better not get involved in family disputes like this. In the middle of the crowd, Noctin suddenly paused. He tilted his head slightly and swept his gaze upward. Serena froze. HM? What was that? Did he see me? Noctin gave a small nod in her direction. Serena panicked. Huh? One of the men surrounding Noctin noticed. What are you looking at? Serena quickly ducked below the balcony railing. What? The man stared at the now empty window, baffled. Then he turned back to Noctin and shouted angrily. Are you looking at the sky while I'm talking to you? Serena lay flat on the floor of her room. I can't take this. The argument below was still going on. Serena collapsed against the floor. Why would he suddenly greet me like that? Quietly, she edged to the side of the balcony and peeked down. Noctin was standing alone in the open space. The people who had been pestering him were gone. Serena sighed in relief. Phew, did they all leave? Looking down, she asked, Are you all right? Noctin looked up at her and replied, Yes. I'm sorry you had to see something you shouldn't have. Serena said guiltily, No, actually, I'm sorry I couldn't help. Noctin said calmly, There's nothing to worry about. It was nothing. Then he added, If you don't mind, could you come down for a moment? There's something I'd like to tell you. Serena suddenly realized, so that's why he kept looking this way earlier. He wanted to say something. She immediately answered, All right, please wait just a moment. I'll come down now. Noctin stood there waiting, his expression softening a little. Then he turned his head slightly and looked toward several men not far behind him. Did you hear that? Those men were surrounded by blue flames, unable to move. One of them shouted angrily, Damn you, you insolent bastard. Turning away, Noctin said, I have something to do. I think it's time to stop this game. One of the men roared in fury, You cowardly bastard. Without Mother's backing, you'd be nothing. Noctin replied calmly, With or without Mother's backing, brothers, you are no match for me. Since we don't get along, we should refrain from meeting again. Blue flames suddenly blazed around Noctin, forcing the two men opposite him back. If you understand, then get out now, before I burn those expensive silk clothes off your backs. One of the men shouted unwillingly, This won't end well for you. The other had already panicked and shoved his companion. Move! I'm leaving first. Stop pushing me, damn it. Just you wait, Noctin. Watching them leave, Noctin murmured quietly, Pitiful gentleman. Adjusting his hat, he approached. Have you been waiting long? Nocton be played. You came right on time. How did you manage not to get caught or dragged into it today? I mean your brothers. They seem to have made quite a scene just now. Noctin smiled. Yes, something like that. Serena observed him and said, Looks like you played around with fire a little too. Noctin replied, Oh dear, I was found out. Serena laughed. I have an almost supernatural instinct for these things. By the way, you said you had something to tell me. Noctin looked at her. You met my sister a few days ago, didn't you? Serena replied awkwardly, Yes. I'm sorry about what happened that day. Noctin said, I'm not trying to ask you anything strange. I just want to give you some advice. Serena asked, Advice? While you're staying in Skrywood territory, be careful of my sister. And the maids. Serena froze. Could it be? Is my life in danger? Noctin thought for a moment and replied, Hichem, perhaps. Serena cried out, Noctin, what is that supposed to mean? Noctin continued, It may be a little difficult for you, but I believe you'll get through it. Serena shouted in alarm, No, Noctin. Noctin's words left Serena unable to tell whether he was joking or warning her. It was only the next day that she finally understood what he truly meant. The housekeeper blocked the doorway and said, You cannot go in. Standing before the door, Serena said, Please wait a moment. It's time for His Majesty's morning examination. Once I finish, I'll come right out. The housekeeper replied, His Majesty is still having breakfast with Miss Ophelia. Please come back later. Serena stared at the tightly shut door. I already confirmed the Imperial crest on island, but they're still keeping me out. This is too suspicious. Serena turned and said, all right, then I'll come back later. She walked a few steps, then secretly looked back. The housekeeper and maids were still firmly guarding the entrance. Seeing an opening, Serena found her chance and suddenly charged for the door. The maids cried out and rushed to block her. Serena chuted. I'm only going in to do the examination and then leave. The housekeeper and maids desperately tried to stop her. You absolutely cannot go in. They shoved and struggled in the corridor until everyone was out of breath. Furious, Serena shouted, what is wrong with all of you? Let me in so I could do my job. I heard His Majesty hasn't been eating breakfast much lately, so this morning I prepared all of this myself. Looking at the table piled high with rich meat dishes, Azarid replied, it is the imperial physician who forces me to eat breakfast, not because I myself wanted to. Ophelia continued trying to persuade him. This is a nourishing breakfast in the Skrywood style. Eat it, and it will help you recover your strength. Azarid looked at the food before him. She doesn't seem to be listening to a word I'm saying. Since she is from the ducal house, I can't treat her too carelessly. Azarid said helplessly, this is too heavy for breakfast. Bread and soup would actually be enough. Ophelia replied in surprise. Oh my, did the imperial physician make only that much effort? If it were me, I would prepare the grandest feast for you every day. Azaid recalled Serena's earlier instructions. His Majesty's eating habits have made his digestive system weak. Breakfast must be light. He must eat food that's easy to digest, and he should drink water often. If you want to eat a bit more, add vegetables. He picked up a spoon. Very well. I'll try a little. But what about you? Shouldn't you be eating more as well? Even though we're seated at the same table, the difference between our meals is too great. It makes me uncomfortable. Looking at the small plate of vegetables in front of her, Ophelia replied awkwardly, I'm sorry. I've been trying to eat more lately. Azavid heard the commotion outside. Your Majesty, it's Serena. Setting down his utensils, Azavid said, I've finished eating. You may leave now. Ophelia, seated across from him, paused. A little unwillingly, she said, I heard you brought that imperial physician with you. Even so, during the next 2 weeks, please pay attention to me as well. Azaid looked at her coldly and asked, Am I obligated to do so? Intimidated by his gaze, Ophelia fell silent. Thanks to you, I enjoyed the meal very much. I'll see you at the ball. Lowering her head, Ophelia replied, Yes, Your Majesty. The door opened, and Ophelia stepped out. Serena was still locked in a standoff with the maids blocking her. Their eyes met, and the air seemed to spark. Ophelia walked straight toward Serena and slammed hard into her shoulder. Serena staggered with a cry. She steadied herself and turned back in confusion. In the corridor, Ophelia looked over her shoulder and cast her cold glance. From inside the room, Azaid called, Why are you still standing there? Aren't you coming in? Serena snapped back to herself. Yes, I'm coming right now. Sigh. Since this morning, I've been arguing with the housekeeper the whole time just over the morning examination. Seated at the table, Azavid said, That sounds trying. Serena replied, Of course it was. You have no idea how absurd it was. Looking at the rich spread on the table, she exclaimed, Wow, so diligent this early in the morning? Breakfast was prepared like a feast. Looking at the dishes, Azarid said, If you haven't eaten yet, would you like some? This is the nourishing meal Miss Skrywood carefully prepared. It would be rude to refuse, and there's far too much here for me alone. There are several dishes I haven't even touched. Looking at the tempting food, Serena swallowed. She sat down at the table and said, Food this precious shouldn't be wasted, so I have no choice. Serena speared a piece of meat with her fork and put it into her mouth. Oh my God, this meat is so tender. I don't even need a knife. Lifting his teacup, Azavid said, They said this is a Skrywood-style restorative breakfast. As Serena ate heartily, she marveled, Really, this is so delicious. I feel like my whole body is filling with energy. Your Majesty, you should eat a little more too. Azaid replied, I'm full already. Serena stopped chewing. By the way, Your Majesty, holding his teacup, Azaid asked him, If one day I'm found dead in the street, please make sure the truth is thoroughly investigated. Azaid abruptly sprayed the tea in his mouth. Wiping his lips, he asked, What nonsense are you suddenly talking about? I feel like this family has completely marked me as a target, and you know it's all because of you. My fault, Azaid repeated in confusion. Serena answered firmly, Of course. Ever since I became your dance partner, all this started. Anyway, if I really do end up as a corpse, you have to investigate it for me, all right? Azaid set down his teacup with a clear sound and looked at Serena. His expression softened as he fell silent. That will never happen. You're awfully calm. I'm not calm at all. Azaid turned his head to the side. I'm only this relaxed because I've already arranged guards. If I told them without reason, they might behave strangely under the pressure. But being able to eat such a luxurious breakfast really is nice. Looking at Serena, Azarid said, if my illness is cured, you'll be able to enjoy this kind of luxury every day. Serena replied, I don't need that. Like I said before, as long as your majesty recovers, nothing else matters. After that, I plan to retire and do medical volunteer work. Azid looked at Serena. Everyone else longs to sit beside me. Are you anxious because you can't escape? Serena blinked. It's not that I want to run away. Looking at the food on the table, Serena said, Your Majesty, this is really delicious. Would you like to try some too? Azid set down his utensils and replied stiffly, You should eat more. Serena froze, somewhat at a loss. Holding his teacup, Azid drank in silence. Why is he angry? Serena walked through the grand library. His Majesty is really hard to understand. I'm going to the library. Remember to take a walk after lunch. Serena was full of confusion. Did I eat too much? Why did he suddenly get angry? Then again, this is the library of the Skrywood estate. The collection here is enormous. There are even many rare books that are hard to find in the capital. This place is less a storage room and more a full library. There's even a ladder. Duke Skrywood's Jewel Box. That nickname really is no exaggeration. The books seem to be categorized by subject. Serena moved between the shelves, her gaze passing over volume after heavy volume. From ancient books of spells to out-of-print limited editions, everything here was a treasure that was nearly impossible to find. Who knows when I'll ever get to see books this precious again. Since I'm here, I should read every book on manticores. Serena began pulling books from the shelves. This one too. And this one, and that one. This place is heaven. Voices came from the other side of the shelf. Did you find it? Of course. With this, that arrogant bastard won't be able to act so high and mighty anymore. Serena stopped and hid behind the shelf, listening in secret. Another voice said, Every time I think of what that bastard did to me, he only acts that boldly because he has the Emperor backing him. 3 men were gathered together, whispering, That bastard is finished. Serena held her breath. What is this? This doesn't look like an ordinary meeting. Their conversation sounds dangerous. Azid suddenly appeared behind her. Serena. Startled, Serena whipped around. Losing her balance, Serena stumbled backward, but Azid reached out and caught her firmly. What are you doing here, Serena? He asked, holding her up as she let out a startled cry, still shaken. What was that? At that moment, a loud crash came from the other side of the bookshelf. The men who had been plotting were alarmed by the noise and turned warily toward it. Serena's mouth was quickly covered. Be quiet, a voice called from the other side of the shelf. Is someone there? Hidden in Azid's arms, Serena looked alertly toward the source of the voice. Just as she thought, it was the group that had been bullying Nocton. Were they trying to get revenge for what happened yesterday? An older female librarian pushed a cart piled with books past them. Let me see which books need shelving today. The men halted. HM? Who is it? One of them asked. A tall man stepped forward and said, It's just that ghost of a librarian. That old woman is always muttering to herself while she walks. How unpleasant. Hidden in Azid's arms, Serena thought, how can they speak that way about someone who works for the family? The tall man continued, Anyway, how are preparations for tonight's ball? Another man answered hesitantly, but if I ruin the ball for no reason, won't that put his grace in a difficult position? The tall man gave a cold laugh. On the contrary, that would be even better. We'll use this chance to make Nocton lose everyone's trust for good. Is it a mana core? Serena recalled what she had read in a book. A mana core was the core found in the heart of a magical beast. It possessed hidden properties, such as allowing even a non-awakened person to use magic, but usually shattered the moment the beast died, making it incredibly difficult to obtain. Where had they gotten something so precious? What were they planning to do with it? From the other side of the shelf, the tall man said, I think it would be best to move straight to phase 2. The other man replied, nervously, No. With a burst of smug laughter, the group turned and left. Serena let out a breath of relief. Phew, they're finally gone. I'm sorry. You must have been terrified. Serena froze. Azid looked at her, his cheeks flushed. Had they ever been this close before? Azid muttered something under his breath. Serena hurriedly shook her head. I didn't mean to. Azid took a deep breath and let out a long sigh. Serena felt his breath brush against her bangs. He said tensely, Your Majesty, that was just... But Azid cut her off. Why are you so reckless? Seeing the dark look on his face, Serena inwardly panicked. He really is angry. She waved her hands and quickly explained, Well, you see, because I heard Your Majesty's name, I thought I couldn't just ignore it. Suddenly, Azid placed a hand against the bookshelf behind Serena. Don't move. Serena stared at him blankly. Don't move? Did you get a cramp? Do you want me to massage it for you? Azaid's face turned bright red. Just wait. Stay right there. Don't move. Trapped between the bookshelf and his body, Serena watched his unusual behavior in confusion. Huh? Why is he doing this? He doesn't look angry. His leg doesn't seem to hurt either. Does he really need to be this close? She cautiously asked. Could you maybe step back just a little? This is driving me mad. Azaid let out a strained sound. Then Serena suddenly felt something brush against her leg. Azaid gave a muffled groan, his expression tight with restraint. Looking at him, Serena said, Your Majesty. Are you carrying some kind of notebook or something? Azaid cursed under his breath. Damn it, Serena. There was a physician by that name, one of the geniuses who had become the youngest royal doctor. Serena gasped. Azaid closed his eyes and pressed a hand to his forehead. By instinct alone, she realized it was definitely not a cane. So that's what it is. I understand. Looking at Azaid, Serena comforted him. It's all right, Your Majesty. For any healthy man, this is a very natural phenomenon. Azaid cut in, please. Stop talking. Serena replied. Okay. Azaid covered his face and let out a pained groan. Serena. She stared at him in silence. An awkward stillness fell between them. Serena stepped back. I'll go tell Count Nocton what I overheard. Your Majesty, I think you should continue preparing for the ball. Azaid abruptly turned his head toward the direction Serena was leaving. Serena. She stopped and pressed a hand to her chest, still startled. That was. Without looking back, Serena ran down the corridor. I'll be on my way first. She ran quickly through the hall. I was fine just a moment ago. I could have handled it easily. So what on earth was that? That expression. What was that expression? Skrywood Manor was quiet and solemn. Nocton sat on the sofa. What urgent matter did you want to see me about? Sitting across from him, Serena said, There's something urgent I need to discuss with you, Count Nocton. Nocton nodded. All right, please go on. Serena asked, Will you be attending the ball tonight? Nocton answered, Yes, I will. Serena hesitated before speaking. If you don't mind, could you reconsider whether you should attend? Nocton looked at her in confusion. You mean I shouldn't go? But why? Serena explained. I accidentally overheard several of the young masters of the Skrywood family plotting something. They were the same 3 men who were with you earlier. They seem to hold a deep grudge against you. Nocton replied quietly. I'm sorry for making you worry, Miss Serena, without meaning to. Serena quickly shook her head. No, it's not just simple concern. They had a mana core. Mana core? Looking at him, Serena thought, he's far calmer than I expected. What is going on? The core was red, with an exceptionally pure surface and no visible impurities. That means it's at least high grade. They seem to be planning something for the second half of the ball, and it looked like they intended to act while Duke Skrywood was absent. Yes, if things continue like this, Count Nocton, you'll definitely be in danger. Holding his teacup, Nocton said, Thank you for telling me all this. Still, this is a little unexpected. Serena looked at him in confusion, and Nocton continued, It seems you still don't fully trust me, Miss Serena. Somewhat embarrassed, Serena asked, Was I really that obvious? Nocton laughed. As you can see, my intuition has always been sharp. To be honest, I used to think you were on the Skrywood family's side, so I deliberately stayed wary of you. But that's another matter. If Count Nocton gets hurt, His Majesty would be very worried too. Miss Serena really cares about His Majesty, doesn't she? Serena replied, Because I'm a doctor. Nocton set down his teacup. I think I know what my brothers are planning. If you help me, Miss Serena, we should be able to deal with this from the inside. Serena clenched her fist and said firmly, All right, just tell me what to do. I also need to repay you for helping me before. Nocton smiled. So you haven't forgotten that. Then, at tonight's ball, night fell over Skrywood Manor, making it look even more magnificent in the moonlight. The ballroom was crowded with guests. Lavish chandeliers cast a soft glow as people raised their glasses, chatted, and basked in the cheerful atmosphere. Dressed in a sharp black formal suit, Azaid entered the hall with Ophelia on his arm. It's the son of Croton. The surrounding nobles exchanged greetings. Lady Skrywood, you look stunning tonight, another added. I can hardly believe how grand this banquet is. Ophelia responded politely. Thank you. How boring. Azaid's gaze swept through the crowd, searching. Serena, still not here? She's probably hiding in her room again, doing research. Or maybe she's busy reading that pile of books she borrowed from the library. Wait, why do I keep thinking about Serena? Standing in the middle of the ballroom, his expression grew stiff. Was it because of that incident? That warmth? That faint scent? Even now, he couldn't shake them off. Azid suddenly felt parched. He took a glass of wine from a passing servant's tray. Damn it, I'm thirsty as hell. Just then, a stir went through the crowd. Oh my, it's Miss Serena. Azid's hand froze in midair around his wine glass. He stood rooted to the spot and looked around. Where? With the sound of crisp footsteps, the once noisy ballroom instantly fell silent. Guests turned their heads and whispered among themselves as Serena entered slowly, her arm linked with Noctin's. Serena looked calm and composed, her gaze steady ahead. Why is Serena with Noctin? Covering her face with her fan, Ophelia murmured softly, "My, look at those two. They really do suit each other." Listening to the murmurs around him, Azid's face darkened further. I know they often meet to discuss research, but have they always been that close? With half her face hidden behind her folding fan, Ophelia's eyes roamed the hall. She seemed to notice something, tilting her head slightly with a meaningful smile. So His Majesty is this shaken? Then there really is something between those two. Fine, I don't particularly mind Noctin, but what exactly is he planning? Not long ago, Noctin had blocked Ophelia's path and asked, "Why don't you just give up now?" Ophelia stopped walking. "What are you trying to say?" Noctin went on. "His Majesty has no interest in you whatsoever." Ophelia replied, "So what? This is a matter within our family. It's not something you can simply decide to give up." Noctin smiled slightly. "I'm only saying it out of concern. After all, I am your brother. If you've already betrayed the family, then be quiet and mind your own business. At this point, don't pretend to care about me anymore." Opening her fan to hide her face, Ophelia thought, at the time, I assumed he was just trying to provoke me. I didn't expect Noctin to be useful after all. I heard those two have been seeing each other often lately. It seems they've at least exchanged glances. Why not have His Majesty arrange it personally? If it were an order from the Emperor, I'm sure both of them would comply. Azid looked at Ophelia and asked, "Are you trying to make me play matchmaker now?" Ophelia replied, "That isn't what I meant." Azid turned away. "Instead of worrying about others, you should worry about your own affairs first." He cast a sidelong glance. Serena was whispering something in Noctin's ear. What are they talking about? This is irritatingly distracting. Serena looked toward Azid and said, "Your Majesty, I'll wait for you on the terrace to the right." Azid paused. "You want me to go to the terrace? Well, you have a partner. Do you really think I would?" Azid looked at Ophelia beside him. "I think I need to go to the terrace and rest for a while. I'll excuse myself first." Ophelia hurried after him. I'll come with you." Azid stopped and replied, "There's no need, my lady. Please continue speaking with the other guests. As the hostess of the family, you shouldn't leave your place so easily." Remaining where she was, Ophelia said softly, "But still, you are my partner for this entire hunting festival." Without even turning back, Azid walked away. "I'm really tired. Please let me be alone for a while." "Fine." She stood in the ballroom, watching his retreating figure. "So this is where you are, sister." Noctin appeared before Ophelia with a smile. Startled, Ophelia asked, "Noctin, where's your partner?" Noctin answered. She stepped away for a moment to fix her clothes. Ophelia touched her chin with her fan. Both of them left at the same time. Could be like last time? Remembering what had happened before, Ophelia grew increasingly uneasy. "I need to find them." Just as she turned to leave, "Sorry, but I'm busy right now." A white-gloved hand caught her by the wrist. Leaning close to Ophelia's ear, Noctin said in a low voice, "There's going to be a terrorist attack during the second part of the event." Ophelia looked at him. Who would dare do something that insane? "James, it seems they intend to play with fire using magic." Ophelia asked, "And why are you telling me this?" Noctin replied, "You've gone through a lot to prepare for this ball. And if it's you, I know you won't stand by and let someone harm the family." Ophelia said quietly, "Someone like me?" She lifted her fan to Noctin's chin. "Should I believe you, a man who left the family? Or should I believe James? Believe what you see." Noctin held an object out to Ophelia. "This is a magic detector. James will be carrying it during the second event. So go and confirm it yourself." Night deepened, the moon hanging over the treetops. The brightly lit ballroom echoed faintly with the guests' laughter. Standing alone on the terrace, Azid asked, "Why did you call me out here? This is bad." He looks upset. "Please take care of His Majesty when you meet him in private. I need you to buy us some time outside. I'll handle the rest." Serena recalled Noctin's words. "I did call him here because of that. But at this rate, His Majesty will go back to the ballroom soon. I have something I want to tell him, but I don't know how to say it." Azid turned around and replied, "I'm listening whenever you're ready." Looking at him, Serena thought, this definitely won't work. First, I need to break this atmosphere. At this point, he won't hear anything I say anyway. Serena took out a piece of chocolate. "Your Majesty, would you like some chocolate?" Azid blinked. "Do you think I like sweets. Serena smiled. How is it? Is it good? I tried a few at the table earlier and they tasted wonderful, so I brought some out. If you want more, just let me know. Ozzy chewed the chocolate in silence. How can she act so confidently? The place her fingers brushed earlier still feels numb. And now even my mouth is going numb. Suddenly, Ozzy realized something. Wait, numb? He looked at Serena. Where did you get this? Serena replied, what? From the table inside. I already ate about 10. They were a little bitter and not too sweet, but really delicious. Ozzy stared at her in silence, his expression darkening. They were whiskey-filled chocolates. Beneath the chocolate shell was a high-proof whiskey center, a favorite among drink lovers. She said she'd already eaten 10. Did she really have 11 of these things? Reaching out, Ozzy snatched the chocolate from her hand. Stop eating them. Serena blinked. Looking at her now empty palm, she muttered softly, that's not fair. I was going to give you all the rest, so please calm down. Answered helplessly. No, when was I ever angry? Forget it. He hid the chocolates behind his back. Suddenly, Serena swayed, dizzy. Oh, Ozzy quickly grabbed her shoulders. What's wrong? With unfocused eyes, Serena looked around. Wow, the ground is shaking so much. Ozzy steadied her. The ground isn't shaking. You are. Wow, it really is shaking. Ozzy called out anxiously. Hey, don't lie down here. Hurry, take this hangover medicine first. But Serena had already gone completely out of it. Supporting her, Ozzy seated her on the terrace bench. Serena, Ozzy held out a pill. This is a hangover cure. If you don't want to end up crawling back on all fours later, take it. Serena pushed his hand away. What do you mean, crawling on all fours? Am I some kind of beast? Even without that, I can walk just fine. What you ate wasn't ordinary chocolate. Serena muttered back. Of course, since it was chocolate prepared by the Ozzy family. Naturally, it would be the finest chocolate. Ozzy pressed a hand to his forehead helplessly. I never imagined persuading someone to take medicine could be this exhausting. If this is revenge for what happened earlier, then congratulations, you succeeded. Now eat it. Don't regret it later. Hurry. Suddenly, Serena turned her head and bit the pill from Ozzy's fingertips. Ozzy froze, feeling the contact at his fingertips. He stiffened completely, staring at Serena in front of him. Ozzy asked, are you trying to turn into a beast? With his fingers still between her lips, Serena mumbled in protest. Why do you keep calling me a beast? What you're doing right now is no different from one. Trying to pull his hand back, Ozzy said, first let go, then we can talk. Serena clung tightly to his hand. No, I'm getting revenge. Ozzy asked helplessly. Revenge for what? Just because I fed you medicine. Does this really count as revenge? Serena let out a muffled whine. Ozzy felt this strange sensation at his fingertips. Something keeps touching my finger. If I tell you to let go, will you? No. The more you tell me to let go, the less I want to. Holding her forehead, Serena groaned. Your Majesty. You're giving me a headache. Sitting beside her, Ozzy replied, that's not my fault. Blame the alcohol. Serena objected. Really? But I never drink. I told you, the sober-up medicine takes at least 30 minutes to work. Suddenly, Serena sprang to her feet. Your Majesty, it's time for a walk. Absolutely not. You're like an unbroken little colt. Serena smiled and asked, a little colt? Are you introducing yourself? After a moment of silence, Ozzy said, I should really just keep my mouth shut. That bastard Nocton doesn't care at all that his partner ended up like this. Serena mumbled sleepily, I'm tired. Leaning against Ozzy's shoulder, Serena fell asleep. Once she sobers up, I'm going to tease her about this for a very long time. In the distance, a bell rang. The first half of the night was over. The first part of the event was a social gathering for officials and dignitaries. The second belonged to the younger noblemen and women. This is not somewhere I want to stay. Serena leaned against his shoulder, breathing evenly. She actually fell asleep. Should I take her back to her room? Ozzy immediately dismissed the thought. No, better not. If I leave with her now, the rumors that have only just died down will flare up all over again. I don't care about gossip, but I shouldn't interfere with Serena's future marriage prospects. Maybe I should stay here a little longer. In Ozzy's arms, Serena made a soft sound and slowly opened her eyes. Ozzy asked quietly, do you feel a little more sober now? Still dazed, Serena looked at the man before her. Ozzy, you're alive. Thank goodness. She leaned against Ozzy's shoulder again and muttered, that's really good. Listening to Serena's steady breathing, Ozzy thought, what kind of dream did she have to dream that I was dead in such a short time? He remembered what Serena had said once. After that, I plan to retire and do volunteer medical work. Ozzy clenched his fist. She acts as if she'd leave without a single regret. Why? Why is she so fixated on whether I live? Suddenly, from inside the ballroom, there came the sharp sound of something shattering. Ozzy whipped his head around toward the hall. What happened in there? Inside the ballroom, Ophelia held her folding fan over the lower half of her face. I won't say this twice. Hand over what's in your pocket, James. With his arms crossed, James feigned composure. What exactly are you suddenly asking for? You know better than anyone. Stop playing dumb and hand it over. James fell silent, cold sweat gathering on his brow. Damn it, was someone else in the records room? James's plan had originally been very simple. First, during the banquet, he would use a mana core to start a fire and throw the venue into chaos. Second, he would step in and use another mana core to extinguish the flames, becoming the hero of the night. Third, while Nocton was unconscious from sleeping draft, he would pin the arson on Nocton and brand him as the true culprit behind the fire. Then I would become the leading choice as the Duke's heir. The plan had been perfect. His expression wavered uneasily. How did Ophelia find out? And what if? There's nothing in my pocket? Nothing? Nocton's magic detector had been reacting near James for quite a while. One annoying man. Still, at least he was thorough when it came to things like this. Ophelia lowered her fan. If that's the case, I'll apologize. James sneered. You think an apology is enough? You accuse someone and then expect to brush it off that easily. Ophelia cut him off. James! Since when were you in any position to judge me? Smiling coolly, Ophelia continued. Know your place. James glared at her through clenched teeth. You act so high and mighty just because you're the legitimate daughter. James glanced at a young servant carrying a wine tray nearby, then removed his coat. If you're that suspicious, why not search me yourself? Taking advantage of the moment, he slipped the mana core onto the tray, then handed his coat over. Go ahead, take a good look. The young servant lowered his head and avoided eye contact. James went on, you accused the wrong person. Ophelia looked down at the coat in silence. This makes no sense. Are you looking for this? The servant gave a pained cry as Nocton clamped a hand tightly onto his shoulder. Nocton said coldly, you want to play with fire, but don't you think this is a little too dangerous? Struggling, the young man shouted, let go of me. Staring at the man before him, James gasped, Nocton? How are you here? Walking toward the others, Nocton said, surprised that I didn't fall asleep. James took a step back. What are you talking about? Nocton looked at him. When I drank that glass while letting my guard down, you seemed to enjoy it. You put a sleeping draft in it, didn't you? One of James's accomplices collapsed to the floor with a dull thud. With that brain of yours, what kind of track do you think you were leaving? I saw through it all long ago. If I'd really fallen for it, that would have been ridiculous, you bastard. After all this trouble, this cheap little mana core is the best you could come up with? What a disappointment. The servant knocked over a wine bottle. The bottle shattered on the floor. My assistant. You dare ignore my assistant? Grabbing the jagged half of the broken bottle, the youth lunged forward. Nocton cursed under his breath. Damn it. Nocton moved in front of Ophelia, blue flames igniting around him. Staring at the fire on his arm, the youth screamed, my arm. Someone bring water. This is why Eiling exists. Ozid appeared before the crowd. Nocton let out a breath. Your Majesty. Ozid glanced to the side. Those are the men from the records room, aren't they? I've told you over and over, if all you're going to do is stand there and take it, then you might as well burn the whole thing down. Just as I was about to do that, Your Majesty, you arrived. Ozid looked at Nocton. You're all talk. Anyway, neither of you is hurt, right? Ophelia replied quietly. Yes, Your Majesty. I'm sorry for causing such a disturbance. The surrounding guests buzzed with excitement. As expected of His Majesty, his magic is incredible. I never thought I'd see blue flames from up close. Damn that Emperor of all times to appear. Instead of humiliating Nocton, were the ones being punished. Nocton turned to the nearby guards and ordered, take these two men, along with the one tied to the pillar in the corridor, and lock them all up. The guards bowed. Yes, sir. Ophelia pressed a hand to her forehead, looking exhausted. A guard asked her, Lady Ophelia, what should we do? If this was how it would turn out, you should have dealt with it yourself from the beginning. Why drag me into it? Nocton replied quietly. I just didn't want to get involved with Skrywood family matters again. Ophelia let out a cold laugh. No matter what, you'll always be a Skrywood, Nocton. To think I'd hear words like, you'll always be a Skrywood come out of your mouth. How surprising. If you keep going, Ophelia, suddenly, Ophelia swayed and let out a muffled groan. Ozzy looked at her. Lady Skrywood seems to be shaken. I'll handle things here. Escort her back to her room. Nocton bowed. As you command, Your Majesty. Nocton supported Ophelia and said, you heard him. Let's go, sister. What are you doing all of a sudden? Move aside. I can walk on my own. Smiling, Nocton said, then forgive me. Ophelia hurriedly looked at Ozid. Your Majesty, I can walk by myself. Nocton forcibly ushered her away. No need to thank me, sister. Ozid watched the two of them leave. They seemed to get along well. Turning back to the guests in the hall, Azaid said, "Everyone, please continue enjoying the rest of the evening." Azaid walked down the corridor with his guards close behind. Serena was still there, completely unaware of everything that had just happened, sleeping soundly. Azaid said to the guard behind him, "Wait inside." The guard bowed. "Yes, Your Majesty." Azaid walked alone to the terrace and approached Serena. Eyes closed, Serena rested quietly against the bench. Azaid looked at her. The moonlight fell over her like a spotlight. He reached out and brushed against her. Serena let out a faint murmur. Azaid halted his hand. "Get a grip. What exactly are you trying to do to someone who's asleep? This is strange. Every time I see Serena, my heart keeps." Azaid looked down at the back of his hand. In the moonlight, a mark had appeared on his finger. "What is this mark? What is this? Why is my heart beating so fast? Is something wrong with my body?" From outside the door, Leonard called, "Your Majesty." Azaid cleared his throat. "You're here." Leonard replied, "Yes. I've finished the task you assigned me. I heard there was a bit of a disturbance just now." Looking away, Azaid said, it was nothing." Leonard looked at Azaid. "If so, that's a relief. But have you been drinking?" Azaid waved a hand. "No, I haven't had any alcohol." "No, wait, I did." Serena held the chocolate up to his mouth. "Do you think I go crazy over sweets?" Serena said with a smile, "It's good, isn't it?" The chocolate Serena gave me had alcohol in it. Azaid let out a breath of relief. "So it was just the alcohol making my heart race." Leonard looked at Azaid. "You seem to be in an unusually good mood, Your Majesty." Looking at the bench, Leonard asked, "But why is Miss Serena sleeping here? The ball is already over." Azaid replied, "She ate more than 10 chocolate balls." Leonard stared in shock. "What? She ate 10 whiskey-filled chocolates? Didn't you stop her?" Azaid answered helplessly. "Before I could stop her, she was already drunk." Leonard stepped forward. "Then I'll take her back to her room." Azaid refused at once. "No, I'll do it." Azaid lifted Serena into his arms. Leonard asked in surprise, "Your Majesty?" Carrying Serena, Azaid walked forward. "Exercise. It's just exercise." Leonard replied, all right." Usually, he would never volunteer for something like this. Serena rested in Azaid's arms, breathing evenly. Strange. The effects of the alcohol seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. James knelt on the freezing stone floor, his forehead pressed to the ground. "I am sorry. I was wrong, Your Grace. Please, just give me one more chance." What a pitiful fool. Standing in the shadows, Duke Skrywood looked down at him coldly. "James, if things are going to turn this absurd, you never should have tried in the first place." James lifted his head and protested. But Nocton, that bastard, he enjoyed your favor and still betrayed the family. I just want to teach that ungrateful traitor a lesson." Turning away, the Duke spoke with contempt. "Rather than doing all this, it would be far more beneficial for the future of the Skrywood family if you begged that traitor to return." James froze. "Why, Your Grace?" The Duke cut him off. "How long do you think I can keep covering for you? Even a stupid dog can lose its feeding bowl. The only reason you're still standing here now is because, unlike Patrick, you never harmed Ophelia." Cold sweat streamed down James's face. "That means," the Duke declared, "from today onward, Patrick is disowned. Whether he returns to the main house or lives on as a servant, he is no longer a member of the Skrywood family and will not be treated as one." James cried out in horror. "Your Grace, just this once. Please give me one more chance to make up for it." The Duke paused, then said, "Look at yourself. In your current state, after losing to Nocton, there's nothing left to see." Clutching the iron bars of the cell, James stared outside in despair. The Duke turned his head and looked back coldly. "You can't even open that door. What exactly are you capable of?" From deep inside the cell, James's desperate pleas rang out. "I was wrong, Your Grace. Your Grace." The Duke stepped away. "I gave you a chance. I had hoped you would at least create some real impact. But everything you did amounted to nothing more than childish troublemaking. Useless, all of you. What a waste. Such a waste." Inside the prison cell, only a dim candle remained. James collapsed to his knees and let out a pained whimper. "Damn it, what am I supposed to do now? Even that man who survived for 3 years on petty tricks got thrown out. If only that low-born brat hadn't been so arrogant from the start. No, if only I'd killed him properly back then. Damn it, damn it, damn it." He lifted his head and looked toward the tightly shut iron door. No, it can't be. This was the underground prison, the place I was locked in whenever I made a mistake as a child. For the young heirs of the Skrywood family. This had once been a hell they could never escape. The door was always locked until someone opened it from the outside. So after that, I never once tried to push it open. But James reached out, his fingertips touching the cold metal door. The hinges screeched harshly. So the door had been opened from the very beginning. Everyone had been trapped. by that illusion, believing the door would never open. A twisted smile spread across James's face. But this time, things are different. Your Grace. Sunlight streamed through the bright window into the room, and white curtains swayed gently in the breeze. Serena lay in bed and opened her eyes, looking dazed. What happened? When I get back to my room, I remember going with His Majesty to the terrace. What happened after that? Sitting up and pressing a hand to her forehead, Serena muttered, "My head hurts. I didn't even drink. So why do I feel this hungover? In any case, I should go do the morning checkup first." After changing into her uniform, Serena arrived at the bedroom door, raised her hand, and knocked. "Your Majesty, it's Serena." A loud crash came from inside the room. Serena jumped in surprise and froze, staring ahead. "Your Majesty? Did something happen? Did he fall out of bed?" He's always had terrible sleeping habits. Two maids hurried past carrying trays. "Excuse us." After a while, Serena pushed the door open and entered the bedchamber. She stopped short at what she saw. Azaid was sitting on the edge of the bed, his collar slightly open. "You're early." A little surprised, Serena replied. "You already bathed? That's unusual." Azaid shot back. "You may not know this, but I'm actually quite a clean person." Serena thought helplessly, seriously, making jokes like this first thing in the morning? Approaching the bed, she asked, "By the way, did you fall just now? Do you need some ointment? Are you hurt anywhere?" Azaid, still seated on the edge of the bed, replied, "I'm not that weak." Serena answered flatly, Yes, I got it. Now give me your arm. I'll take your temperature first." Azaid obediently held out his arm, treating me like a child again. After checking him, Serena said, "Thank goodness. You don't have a fever." Looking at Serena, so close to him, Azaid felt waves stir in his chest. I hate showing any weakness, but every time she comes near, my heart starts pounding like crazy. "Serena, I think something's wrong." Startled by his sudden words, Serena looked up. "What?" Azaid let go of her hand and fell into thought. How should I put it? It's not that I feel unwell anywhere exactly. It's just hard to describe. This feeling is a first for me too. Serena looked at him, full of confusion. What in the world is going on? In a serious voice, she said, "I need to know the exact symptoms to make a diagnosis. Please tell me honestly what you're feeling right now." Azaid looked out the window. "My heart feels strange. It keeps racing for no reason, and sometimes it feels like it's about to stop altogether. And even though I haven't had any alcohol today, it feels like my blood is boiling. My emotions are completely out of control." "You mean your heart is beating as if it's malfunctioning?" Azaid answered firmly. "Exactly. That's it. I think there's something wrong with my heart." Serena stared at him in silence, then said helplessly, "Your Majesty, please don't joke around." She placed a hand over Azaid's chest. "Excuse me. Let me confirm." A fierce, uneven pounding thudded beneath her palm. Serena's face changed in alarm. His heart is beating this fast first thing in the morning. He really might have a serious heart condition. Could it be because of me? With a grave expression, Serena asked, "Your Majesty, have you been feeling angry often lately? Even small things. Please tell me." Thinking it over, Azaid replied, "More than anger, it's more that. There are many things making me restless. A lot has been troubling me." The scene shifted to a room late at night. Azaid asked in surprise, "What? Dead?" Leonard replied, "Yes. The entire family has been dead for some time. They were the only witnesses connected to the magic stone smuggling case. It seems the Duke moved first and silenced them. Jack risked his life to locate that smuggling base in the first place. It had originally been protected under Skrywood Castle. I used the hunting festival as a pretext. That was the only way it barely came close to making sense." Azaid spoke gravely. Now that everything had returned to square one thing was highly suspicious. There were no signs of resistance on the bodies, nor any indication of suicide. Could it have been poison? Azaid asked. Leonard shook his head. "No, I don't think so. That's the strange part. The whole family looked as though they had simply died suddenly. Their hearts just stopped beating. The odds of an entire family dying of cardiac arrest on the same day are practically zero. What exactly is Duke Skrywood planning?" Azaid let out a sigh. Serena looked at him and asked, "Your Majesty, what is troubling you so much?" Azaid snapped back to himself. "It's nothing. I've just been overworked lately." Serena let out a relieved breath. "Ah, I see. That's a relief. I thought you were angry because of the mistake I made in the library." Azaid raised a brow and looked at her. "A mistake? Oh, you certainly did make one. You got drunk last night." Serena froze. "What? I got drunk? Me? Azid looked at her and laughed inwardly. It seemed she remembered absolutely nothing about getting drunk. Adopting a stern tone, he said, "You went to the ball with Noctin without even informing me first." Serena immediately panicked and protested loudly. "That was because I didn't have a choice. Noctin asked me for help to prevent anything from happening at the ball and to deal with any emergencies." "Noctin," he repeated, staring at Serena. "So that's why you call me out onto the terrace?" Serena nodded frantically. "Yes, exactly." Azid sighed. "You should have told me beforehand, at least." Serena lowered her head and explained in a small, aggrieved voice, "I'm sorry. I really didn't have time. I had to change into a dress, do my makeup, fix my hair for the ball, and I needed those herbs too. I had to make the antidote Noctin asked for as quickly as possible. I was doing something good, so please try to understand." Suddenly, Azid reached out and took Serena's hand. "Then should I understand this too?" Serena blinked. "What? Understand what?" Azid brought her finger to his mouth. Serena stared at the man in front of her. "W, what are you, some kind of beast? Have you decided to become a beast? If you want me to let go, then let me go. No, I don't want to let go. If you won't let go, if you don't want me to, then I'll bite harder." Serena stammered. "Try to explain. I mean, it seems you have a lot of complaints about me, Serena." Serena replied loudly, "Not at all." Azid asked, "Really? Weren't you taking the opportunity to bite me?" Serena shook her head desperately. "Absolutely not, Azay." Azid lowered his gaze and said, "I always thought I treated my personal physician rather well. Now I'm starting to feel a little disappointed." Serena suddenly grabbed Azid's hand and cried out, "I apologize, Your Majesty." Azid paused. Serena, looking entirely serious, vowed, "I'll never do it again. I'll never recklessly let myself go like that again. If alcohol touches my lips, I'll spit it right back out." Azid looked at Serena's hand. Her fingers were so small. Even like this, she was adorable. He could hardly believe this nonsense. "Hey, why are you holding my hand?" Serena quickly let go and said, Sorry. I grabbed it without thinking. Maybe because I've gotten used to how you always try to run away. From now on, I'll be careful." Azid repeated her words. "Run away." When it was over, Serena asked with concern, "Is your finger hurt?" Azid looked at his hand. "It's nothing. You can't even see a mark now." Serena let out a breath of relief. "That's good. Nothing happened at the ball yesterday, right?" After that, I don't remember anything. If you mean the incident with Noctin, it was resolved smoothly, so there's no need to worry. Everyone in the library at the time was arrested. The Duke has surely dealt with them accordingly." Serena murmured, "I thought so. They plotted a terrorist attack. We can't just let them go." In a way, the result wasn't bad. If they had only targeted Noctin, it might have been quietly covered up. But Lady Skrywood was dragged into it too. They even threatened her with weapons. Serena repeated gravely, "Weapons." Azid reassured her, "Don't worry. Only the real culprits were injured. Noctin and Lady Skrywood are both safe." Serena let out a long breath. "I understand." Azid reached out and tapped Serena lightly on the forehead. "If something like this happens again, report it to me first. You're not just a guard knight. You're also an imperial physician. If anything happened to you, the consequences will be serious." Serena answered hurriedly, "Why, yes, sir. I'll remember." Could the accident in her previous life have been the terrorist attack that had been stopped at yesterday's ball? Serena shook her head. No matter what, the important thing was that His Majesty was safe. That's such a relief. Azid stood and said, "Now get ready to leave." Serena looked blank. "Huh? Go where?" Azid replied as though it were obvious. "Where else? We're going hunting today." Serena blinked in realization. "Oh, you mean the hunting festival. But why do I have to go too?" Azid shot back, "Why else? You're my doctor. If you're not by my side, where exactly do you think you're going?" Serena stared at him. "But there are lots of other imperial physicians going too." Azid asked, "What? Do you want to rest?" Serena thought to herself, "There are still so many books I haven't even opened yet." She pressed a hand to her forehead. I still feel a little hungover." Azid crossed his arms. "I expected as much. You ate more than 10 whiskey chocolates." Serena tested the waters. "I think if I rest a little, I'll be fine. But I still have to go, right?" Azid replied, "It's fine. There are already plenty of people going along." Serena immediately smiled. "Thank you for being so understanding. To make up for it, after the hunting is over, I'll stay by your side the whole time." Azid smiled. "You really do know how to talk." Remembering the matter at hand, Serena added, About the heart issue you mentioned before, we need to keep observing it a little longer. For now, it seems like stress-induced arrhythmia. The danger around you may be causing subconscious stress. You were definitely startled when Jack got hurt recently, weren't you? Just to be safe, I'll prescribe you a sedative. If your heart races too much, take one. But not too often, only one a day. Lying on the bed, Azid answered helplessly, All right. As Serena organized her medicine box. She reminded him, yes, and absolutely don't take too many. If it's temporary, that's one thing, but if the symptoms continue, it could become dangerous. So if you keep feeling unwell, please be sure to tell me. Azavid urged her. I understand. Now hurry and go. A week later, the hunting festival began. Serena remained alone in the library and sighed contentedly. It's so peaceful. Even those strange Skrywood brothers are nowhere to be seen. His Majesty was healthy, and every day passed smoothly. On top of that, Serena visited the archives every day and naturally became friends with the librarian there. Seeing Serena come in, the librarian said, "You came again today." Serena smiled and replied, "Yes, hello." The librarian took out some snacks and asked, "Would you like something to eat?" Serena brightened. "Wow, thank you." This librarian loved books dearly and had many qualities Serena admired. Turning a page, the librarian asked, "Doctor, you seem very interested in magic." Serena answered firmly, "Yes. The more I learn, the more I feel that magic and medicine are like two sides of the same coin." The librarian continued, "Then have the books here been helpful to you?" Serena thought for a moment before replying, a little." While reading ancient texts, Serena had stumbled upon a clue. It concerned a person who possessed a mana core, but could not use magic. The problem was that she couldn't find the book mentioned in the footnotes. That book had never been sold in bookstores. It seemed to be excerpted from a privately printed volume. If it wasn't even here, where else could she possibly find it? With a sigh, she said to the librarian, "Actually, I've been looking for a book, but I can't seem to find it anywhere." The librarian considered this. "If it's that kind of book, I'm interested too. If you tell me the title, I might be able to help you find it." Serena's eyes lit up. "Really? It's called The Birth of Magic. The author is..." The librarian raised a finger and finished for her. "Linda Quilton, right?" Serena covered her mouth in surprise. "Yes, exactly. You know that book too." The librarian smiled. "Of course I do. My younger sister is the author." Serena exclaimed. "Oh my goodness." The librarian continued. "At the time, she was an unknown writer. No publisher wanted to take it on, so she paid to print the book herself." Serena asked eagerly, "If it's not too much trouble, could I meet her?" The librarian's expression dimmed. "I'm afraid that's impossible. She passed away last year." Serena froze. Lowering her head, Serena said, "I'm sorry. I didn't know." The librarian waved it off. "It's all right. In fact, knowing there's still a reader who remembers my sister is a great comfort to me. Back then, her papers were dismissed as too emotional and unreliable. Everywhere she went, she was brushed aside. People even treated them like fiction." Serena said indignantly, "That kind of thinking is far too narrow-minded." The librarian looked at Serena and said, "If you're looking for The Birth of Magic, I have plenty of copies. Since they never sold, there's still stacks of them sitting in storage. Meeting a rare reader like you must be fate. Giving you one wouldn't be such a bad idea." Serena cried out in delight. "I can't believe it. Thank you so much. I'll pay you generously." The librarian headed toward the door. "Oh, that won't be necessary. Besides, the storage shed is near the forest. I'll be back in no time." Serena followed after her. Then I'll go with you." Serena walked along the woodland path, listening to the sounds coming from afar. It was probably because it was the hunting festival, but it sounded like a hunt was taking place somewhere nearby. "Don't worry, it sounds loud, but the actual hunt is being carried out much farther away." Serena nodded, and the two continued walking. The librarian said with a hint of emotion, "You've stayed with an old woman like me this whole time. You must be tired." Serena smiled. "Not at all. I've actually enjoyed this time very much. If I were a member of the Duke's household, I want to chat with you every day." The librarian laughed. "You really do know what to say." The two passed through the trees. The librarian pointed to a stone building ahead. "Over there." Looking at it, Serena said, "That storage building is pretty big." The librarian pushed the door open. "It's packed with all sorts of things inside." The inside was dim. The librarian lit the lantern in her hand. Just a moment. Carrying the lamp, she searched between the shelves. "Let me see." Found it." The librarian handed over a book. "Here, take it. It's a gift." Serena accepted the heavy volume, The Birth of Magic. "Wow, thank you so much." She hugged the book tightly, her heart overflowing with joy. She had never imagined she would find it this way. Looking at the librarian, Serena said, "I really feel like I'm always receiving your kindness." The librarian smiled. "You're too polite. It just makes me want to give you even more." Serena beamed. "You're so kind. In that case, I'll visit you at the archives even more often from now on." The librarian said softly, "Then I should be the one thanking you." Suddenly, a cry rang out from the darkness. The librarian's foot slipped, and she lost her balance. The lantern flew from her hand and crashed hard to the floor. In an instant, flames burst from the shattered lamp. They caught on the dry clutter around it. Serena hurriedly asked, "Librarian, are you all right?" Sitting on the ground, the librarian replied, "Ah, I just tripped." Serena rushed over. "Let me help you up." Slowly, before she could finish speaking, the fire suddenly spread. The blazing red light reflected across Serena's horrified face. In the blink of an eye, raging flames had already swallowed half the storage shed. Serena stood frozen, the firelight mirrored in her eyes, everything around her engulfed by thick smoke and waves of heat. The tongues of flame devoured the whole building in an instant. Looking at the inferno, the librarian cried out, Miss, you have to get out of here quickly." Standing in the middle of the fire, Serena thought, "What's happening to me? Something's wrong with my body. I have to get out of here right now, but I can't move." Cold sweat soaked her whole body. Serena stared at the flames in front of her. I'm afraid of fire." The librarian grabbed Serena's hand and shouted, "There's no time to hesitate. Get up." Pulled along by the librarian, Serena stumbled toward the outside of the burning shed. Serena let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground. The librarian cried anxiously, "Miss, please hang on. Heavens, what should I do?" Serena gasped for breath, and the librarian looked at her and said, "I'll go call for help. Before the fire spreads, you must leave the... I have to stand up. I have to get away from this storage shed as quickly as possible." Suddenly, Serena felt a sharp pain in her head and pressed a hand to her forehead. The book is gone. A thick old volume lay silently in the fire, surrounded by sparks and ash. Serena stood there, dazed. On the other side of the forest, Azuid, riding on horseback, yawned. How boring. They had already caught plenty of game yesterday, so it wouldn't matter even if they returned empty-handed today. Suddenly, Azuid stopped moving. He looked toward the depths of the forest. That smell. Is that a fire? A fire in Duke Skrywood's territory. It was certainly unexpected. A guard came running hurriedly toward Azuid. "Your Majesty, so you were here." Azuid pulled on the reins. "What happened? Didn't I tell you to stay with the imperial physician?" The guard stopped and replied, "My deepest apologies, but the situation became urgent. Miss Serena went out earlier with the librarian, but we lost track of them in the forest. We are terribly sorry." Azuid fell silent for a moment. Could it be? Then he suddenly snapped the reins with force. "Hiya!" The horse shot forward. Behind him, the guard cried out, "Your Majesty." Azuid, his face tense with urgency, looked ahead. Serena. In the fire, Serena found the book. Thank goodness it hadn't burned yet. The flames were growing stronger, covering her nose and mouth. Serena thought, "I have to leave now. If I die before Azuid this time." Swaying unsteadily amid the flames, Serena thought, what will happen after that? This time, I really wanted to save him. Will I go back again to the day I became the court physician? Will I have to start all over from the beginning again? Just thinking about that, Serena staggered along the forest path, her consciousness gradually fading. In the distance came the urgent sound of hoofbeats. Riding hard, Azuid shouted, "Serena! Serena!" Clutching the book, Serena sank further into darkness. "No, I don't want this." Azuid's anxious voice rang in her ears. "Serena! Serena!" Serena suddenly opened her eyes. "Where's this?" There had clearly been a fire in the storage shed. Looking down, Serena found herself in the body of a child. Her hands were bound tightly to a wooden post with thick rope. What is going on? Why am I tied up? And why am I younger? If this really is my body, I look about 7 years old. Around the time Lydia hacked my hair short. From behind Serena came a weak voice. "I am sorry. It's all because of me." Serena turned her head toward the figure crouched in the shadows. "Who is that? There's someone else here besides me?" Serena spoke. "Is now really the time to argue over whose fault it is? Let's think about how to get out of here first." Serena froze. My mouth moved on its own. She looked around at everything. Is this a dream? Or magic? What is this? I have no memory of any of this. It's okay, the boy behind her said quietly. If we wait, Mother will come get us soon. Serena fell silent. He looks about my age. How can he be so calm? Compared to him, Serena snapped loudly. I'm not some little kid who can't do anything without her mother. And you're seriously saying all we have to do is wait for your mother? What if she never comes? We'll just be ducks waiting to be sold off somewhere. The boy said nothing. If you change the way you speak, you'd probably have lots of friends. Serena whipped around and shouted, What? I do have lots of friends. Coming from someone who's never introduced me to a single one of them. That's not very convincing. Serena hurried to defend herself. That's because I haven't been here long, and besides, you don't have any friends either. The boy let out a small laugh. Then two children with no friends can just become friends. Serena muttered stubbornly. I said I really do have friends. All right, I believe you. Serena clenched her teeth. Once I get out of here, the boy smiled. Okay. Didn't I already say I believe you? Listening to the boy's laughter, Serena felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Is this his way of comforting me? Serena slowly closed her eyes. Then in the darkness, a flame suddenly flared up. The fire spread rapidly, swallowing everything around it in an instant. Serena stared at the blaze in confusion. Terrified screams rang in her ears. Monster! It's a monster! Cries for help echoed through the flames. Please spare me. Serena looked at the scene before her. What is this? What happened here? The screams rose and fell amidst the fire. Don't kill me! Ugh! Blue flames shot into the sky, devouring everything around them. Serena stared in shock. Could this be fire? No. A blond boy stood at the center of the blue flames, the fire climbing up his body. Is this magic? Serena felt a deep surge of dread. Whatever this is, it's too dangerous. She shouted at the boy. What's wrong with you? Get out of there. Serena reached out, trying to pull him. We have to run, Ugh. A blast of heat rushed over her, forcing Serena back a step. It's burning hot. The boy continued to stand in the flames, silent and unmoving. Serena reached out again and seized his wrist tightly. Get a hold of yourself, Serena shouted. Are you planning to die like this? Clutching the boy's hand, Serena cried. Didn't you say your mother would come save you? We promised we'd get out together. The warehouse doors were suddenly thrown open. A flood of bright light poured into the dark room. The boy said firmly, we can do it. Serena let out a cry. I found them. A woman ran forward and pulled the boy into her arms. Mother. Yes, I'm sorry I'm late. You waited a long time, didn't you? Bring them inside quickly. The survivors are safe now. Serena murmured. It's true. They really did come save us. Ozzy caught Serena as she collapsed. Serena opened her eyes, then everything blurred again. She isn't breathing. Azuid supported the back of her head with one hand and gripped her jaw with the other, lowering his head to press his lips to Serena's. Serena lay on the bed, eyes closed. Standing by the bedside, the doctor said, fortunately, Miss Serena was not burned. Once she recovers her strength, she will wake. Standing by the window with his arms crossed over his chest, Azuid said, good, you may go. The doctor bowed. Yes, then I'll take my leave. After the doctor left the room, Leonard stepped forward. Azuid asked, Leonard, what did you find out? Leonard replied, it was a storage shed managed by the librarian. Apparently, the fire started because a lantern tipped over. Azuid pressed. Why did she go into the storage shed? Leonard answered, Miss Serena had gone to look for a book she had been searching for. Since the book was out of print, it had been stored separately in the warehouse. But when she came out holding the book, the fire broke out. They say that the moment she saw the flames, she suddenly developed difficulty breathing. Azuid pressed a hand to his forehead. So they just left her there alone? Leonard explained, because it was a forest within the Duke's territory, their first reaction was that they had to put out the fire immediately, so they rushed out to call for help. At that point, Miss Serena had already left the storage shed. Azuid cut in, wait, so she went back into the burning warehouse? Leonard answered, yes. It seems she went back for the book she had dropped. There were burn marks on the book as well, considering that they concealed Serena's condition while explaining the situation to Skrywood. It appears they were trying to protect her from further repercussions. It was simply an accident. No one was trying to hurt Serena. But if I hadn't heard about it and just happened to pass by there, if I had never known there was a fire, Azuid asked, what about the knights assigned to protect her? Leonard answered, they were all waiting outside. They said Miss Serena usually spends a great deal of time in the archives. So by the time they realized she had gone into the forest, it was already too late. What should we do? Azuid's expression turned cold. Dismiss every one of them as of today. For the rest of the hunting festival, Serena's safety is your responsibility, Leonard. Leonard bowed deeply. By your command, your majesty. After Leonard left, Azuid remained alone at the window. Because of a single moment's choice, I nearly lost Serena. He looked at Serena's pale face. Does she have trauma related to fire? If Serena is truly that afraid of fire, then all the time she regularly examined me, it must have been very difficult for her. He pressed at his temple. With Serena's personality, she must have forced herself to endure it all. If I keep thinking about this alone, it will never end. What matters is that she is safe now. Azuid reached out and stroked Serena's long hair. Don't let this happen again. Without my permission, don't allow yourself to get hurt. After all, you belong to me now. Even if I still can't define this feeling exactly, one thing is clear, Serena is someone special to me. Perhaps this feeling is like what those who were treated by Islan felt. It must be comradeship. In her sleep, Serena let out a faint groan. Azuid noticed something strange. That is, was she hurt after all? That quack clearly said she was fine. Azid bent down and looked closely at Serena's forehead. It wasn't a fresh wound, but an old scar. When did she get this? Serena slowly opened her eyes and let out a puzzled sound. Azid froze. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Azid jerked back and exclaimed, nothing. What is wrong with him? Serena looked around. Where is this? Standing nearby, Azid replied, my bedroom. Serena asked in confusion, why am I here? Azid came over to the bed. Lie back down first. He waved his hand in front of Serena. How many fingers am I holding up? Serena looked at his hand and answered 3. Azid changed the gesture. And this? Serena replied blankly. What are you doing? 1. Looks like your mind is clear. Let's check your temperature too. He reached out and touched Serena's forehead. No fever. Is anything else bothering you? If you feel unwell, I'll call the doctor. Serena answered softly, I'm fine. More importantly, what happened to the librarian who was with me, and the fire in the forest? Azid sighed. The moment you wake up, you start worrying about other people. He continued, she'll receive some punishment, but she won't be dismissed. As for the fire, I happen to be nearby, so I put out myself. Serena asked in surprise, what? So that wasn't a hallucination? I really did see your Majesty back then. Looking at Azid, Serena said, thank you for saving my life. But that pain from my scar at the time, what exactly was that? Azid looked at her silently. Then he suddenly asked, Serena, am I frightening to you? Lying on the bed, Serena blinked. What do you mean? Azid said, why would a doctor be afraid of her patient? Usually, it's the other way around. If that's not it, forget I said anything. Azid looked at her and continued, I heard your condition worsened after the fire. Is there some reason for that? Any abnormality in your body, for example? Serena looked up at the ceiling and replied, I'm not sure. It really was something I've never experienced before. The moment I saw the flames spreading through the storage shed, my body froze. But why I reacted like that, I really don't know. I just couldn't calm myself down. Crossing his arms, Azid said, my imperial physician has a frail constitution. I suppose every fire leaves you exhausted. Lying there, Serena laughed. Your Majesty, that's usually what I say to you. Azid replied, lately, it feels like you're the weaker one between us. Serena objected, that's only happened twice. Isn't that a bit unfair? And it's not like I did it on purpose. Azid continued, but both times, you became seriously ill. Aren't you afraid? Serena looked at him and said, of course I'm afraid. I nearly died. Azid fell silent for a moment before saying quietly, at least now, you'll never have to fear fire again. Serena asked, puzzled, huh? Why is that? Because you'll have to figure that out yourself. Serena pressed, you don't mean that from now on, you're going to put out every fire yourself, do you? Turning his back to her, Azid replied, I'm not that idle. Then he looked at her and said, there's no need to think too hard about it. Just know that I care about you. He leaned a little closer and continued. So when I'm not around, don't let yourself get hurt again. Serena froze, then stammered. Oh, Straightening up, Azid said, all right, I should go. If anyone sees you leaving my room, it'll cause trouble. Stay here and rest tonight. Serena sat up in a hurry. What? Then where will you sleep, Your Majesty? Azid headed for the door. I'll manage. Don't worry. With the sound of the door closing, only Serena remained in the room. Sitting on the wide bed, she fell silent. She pulled the blanket over her face. Why did he suddenly act like that? Saying he cares about me, telling me not to get hurt. He should have acted more normal. Now I can't stop thinking about it. Even someone like me, who doesn't care much about appearances, gets dazed just looking at him. He really is that beautiful. And he smells nice too. Nocton walked through a dim blue corridor when a voice called from ahead. Hey, Nocton. James approached and said, you look well. Shouldn't you still be locked in the cell? James replied expressionlessly, I've already been there. I've always wondered why, even though you stopped going there, you still keep receiving the Duke's favor. What exactly are you trying to say? James smiled mockingly. You're not really that special either, are you? You opened that door yourself. That secret chamber used to be one of the Duke's amusements. The trainees would be repeatedly locked inside as punishment until they completely broke down, and only then would the door be opened. For those who endured the pain on their own and opened the door themselves, the Duke granted authority and favor as a reward. Once I realized it was all just a test, I left the Skrywood family. James continued to provoke him. So, how did it feel, watching your brothers suffer in that chamber? You must have found it entertaining at the time. It seems you intend to stay here after all, James. Nocton replied coldly, not really. James suddenly grabbed Nocton by the arm. Because of you, Patrick was stripped of his inheritance. How is that my fault? Patrick brought that on himself. Nocton shook off his hand and kept walking forward. James froze. What? Nocton stopped. If you don't have courage, then at least learn how to read the room. Don't you think that's the only way to survive here? James let out a cold laugh. That arrogant attitude of yours won't last much longer. The Duke has already promised that I will inherit the heir's position. Nocton replied with icy eyes. It seems you've forgotten. That position is one I threw away myself. James clenched his teeth and lunged forward, grabbing Nocton by the collar. You bastard, all you do is talk. Nocton raised his hand. A blue flame flared at his fingertips. James let out a scream and collapsed to the floor. Looking down at him, Nocton said, "The only person who stands above me is His Majesty the Emperor. Do you really think someone like you could climb to that position? Don't think becoming the heir gives you the right to act so high and mighty. If he wishes, he can replace you at any time." Ignoring him, Nocton walked straight toward the end of the corridor. He suddenly stopped and looked ahead. Ophelia was standing not far away, staring at him in surprise. Of all times, it had to be now, when he ran into the person he least wanted to see. "Out for a walk, little sister." Ophelia stopped and replied coldly. "What are you doing?" "Move. James is behind me." There's no way he could have been released from the cell that quickly. Looks like he got lucky and passed the test. Would father really choose someone who once threatened me as his successor? Nocton fell silent for a moment. You should know better than anyone what kind of man he is. Ophelia turned to the attendant behind her. "Return to my room." "Yes, my lady," the attendant replied respectfully. Nocton walked alone through the dim blue corridor. The Skrywood family was that kind of place. For the sake of the family's interests, everything had to be abandoned. Whether you were the sole legitimate bloodline or an illegitimate child whose existence no one had ever known, there was a time when merely having family gave me comfort. My mother died not long after giving birth to me alone, and my father disappeared completely without a trace. When I was on the verge of ending up on the streets, the person who took me in was my mother's younger sister, my aunt. Seated at the dining table, my aunt turned toward the door and asked, "What are you doing there? Hurry and come sit down." The young Nocton stood awkwardly by the doorway, staring at the table full of food. They didn't exactly welcome me warmly, but I really believed that perhaps we could still become a family. One day, Nocton returned home after running errands. "I'm back." He entered the house and saw pastries on the table. Pastries. Nocton picked one up and took a bite. It was very sweet and delicious. But that sweetness didn't last long. "My pastries." His aunt rushed over and raised the stick in her hand. "How dare you touch something that belongs to my son?" That day, what I swallowed was not a pastry, but a deadly poison that made me see reality for what it was. After that, my relationship with my aunt grew more and more distant, until I was acknowledged as blood of the Skrywood family and set out for the Duke's territory. All contact was severed completely. Even if you share the same blood, you may not become family. Even if you are treated as family, in reality, you may be nothing more than merchandise. Nocton let out a sigh. Is this what family is? Just then, a voice came from behind him. That sigh sounds heavy enough to make the ground cave in. Ozzy asked, "Do you have a moment?" Nocton stopped walking. "How long have you been standing there?" Ozzy approached and replied, "Since the moment you blocked Lady Skrywood's path like some street thug." Nocton repeated, "A street thug? Even after abandoning the family name, you're still looking after that half-sister of yours. How sentimental." Ozzy replied, "It's not like that, but that kind of unnecessary emotion causes trouble. You planted it, didn't you? That listening device. Does Miss Serena know about this too?" Nocton opened his palm. A tiny device lay there. "Not yet." Ozzy pressed him. "How long do you plan to keep it hidden?" Nocton was silent for a moment, then smiled and replied, "Probably until I can't hide it anymore. You know, I've always thought you were both suspicious and cunning." Looking at him, Ozzy said, "So this time too, are you going to say it was for my sake?" Nocton answered openly, "Yes, exactly. So can't you just let this one slide?" Ozzy fell silent. Nocton Harrison, Duke Skrywood's trusted aide, truly was exceptionally good at handling such dirty work behind the scenes. Thanks to him, I received a lot of help and was able to avoid danger in advance. But if I think all of this is nothing more than blind loyalty, it leaves me feeling suffocated. Ozzy called quietly, "Nocton, you don't need to go out of your way to do things I never asked you to do." Nocton asked, "Did I make you uncomfortable again this time? Is it because I acted without permission?" Ozzy sighed. "It's not that. It's just, you don't need to show me loyalty the way you do to the Duke. What I need is a friend, not a hunting dog." Nocton fell silent. After a while, he replied, "I know. That's why I like you, Ozzy." Ozzy was left speechless. "It's just a habit and a precaution prepared for emergencies. I hope you can regard it as my way of treating a precious friend." Ozzy waved a hand. "Anyway, I understand how you feel, so stop now." Nocton replied, "Hearing you say that truly hurts, Ozzy. It sounds almost like you're telling me not to like you anymore." Ozzy said irritably, "Don't make creepy jokes like that." Looking at the device in his hand, Nocton said, "In any case, I was planning to have Pitu retrieve it anyway, so thank you for saving me the trouble." Ozzy gave a cold snort. "You really are smooth-tongued." Nocton continued. The reason I investigated was because her obsession with the treatment plan seemed somewhat abnormal. I thought she might have ulterior motives. Azid asked, "So did you find the conspiracy you were expecting?" Looking at the device in his hand, Nocton replied, "No. As it turns out, she's simply someone who works very hard. But surprisingly, even while being wary of me, she still made very good use of me, and she never once revealed any important information about me to you. Perhaps because, before becoming your friend, she was first and foremost a member of the Vincent family. So, she was especially cautious. In any case, that isn't a bad thing." Azoid said thoughtfully, "She really is sharp." Nocton looked at him in silence for a moment. "So, do you like her?" Azaid froze. He answered in a fluster, "I like him." "Serena, what are you talking about?" Nocton looked at him and said, "That's what I think, isn't it?" Azaid stammered, "Teach that. I mean," then he raised his voice in protest. "It's comradeship, just pure comradeship. After going through all those inspections together, we simply grew close, that's all." Nocton repeated meaningfully, "Close, is it? Comradeship? Huh, all right then. In that case, it's a good thing for you. Having a good comrade is never bad." Azid asked suspiciously, "Why does that sound like sarcasm?" Nocton replied with a smile, "Of course not. In any case, I should take my leave. I plan to depart for the capital first thing tomorrow morning." "All right, then I'll see you in the capital. 1 week from now, at the Imperial Palace. The hunting festival should end just as I recover." Serena returned safely to the palace and sat at her desk, flipping through a book. Looking at the contents, she read in a low voice. In some cases, even if a mana core manifests, a person may still be unable to use magic. However, this can usually be resolved easily by identifying which magical element they can control. The problem is that anyone who possesses such knowledge could not possibly be unable to use magic from the outset. They are not idiots. After all, idiots. Serena abruptly sprang to her feet and shouted at the book, "Just because you're the author, do you think you know everything?" Such blatant mockery. This is shameless. Then she collapsed weakly over the desk, feeling as though countless books in her mind were laughing at her for being an idiot. I can't believe this book was written by the younger sister of that kind librarian. Unbelievable. Now she understood why publishers had rejected it. The logical analysis was excellent, but it was full of vicious criticism and insults. It would obviously be hard for any publisher to sell. Serena sighed. Though reading it was deeply discouraging, it did contain exactly the information she had been searching for. She kept reading. On the page it said, "Most people who awaken but are unable to use magic have one thing in common. Their memories of the moment of awakening are extremely vague." Serena stared at the passage. She fell into thought. In other words, the clearer one's memory of awakening, the greater the chance of becoming a powerful mage. Conversely, if one has no memory of awakening at all, then one is a mage in name only. So if she wanted to use magic, she had to recover that memory. Serena looked at the words on the page. As for how to recover it, you can only hope for a miracle, that in some sudden instant, you will abruptly realize how to use magic. Other than that, there is no way. So stop wasting time and blame your lack of brains instead. Accept an ordinary life like a normal person. Serena trembled with anger as she read those words. Raising the book, she shouted, "Are you really going to keep sneering at me all the way to the end?" She slumped over the desk. "But it's not the book's fault. Recover my memory, the memory from when she awakened her magic." She thought back to the dream she had before. There had always been something strange about that dream. I can't remember what that child looked like in the dream, but that emblem I saw for a brief moment. It feels very familiar. What if it wasn't just an ordinary dream, but a fragment of my lost memory? Serena lay on the desk and let out a faint groan. "No, I can't remember anything. Worrying here by myself won't solve this. I should go ask Aunt Elda. I practically grew up in that pharmacy. If something as major as awakening magic really happened, Aunt Elda would definitely remember." Serena hurried down the corridor. "I need to ask the Emperor for leave right away." Rain was falling outside the window. It washed over the palace walls and roof tiles in an unbroken murmur. Leonard stood beside the desk. "Your Majesty, will you be going there again this year?" Azid looked at the document in his hand and answered calmly, "I think I should. I need to go see my mother." Leonard looked at him, thinking to himself, I thought he had gotten a little better. "Yes, I will contact the temple in advance." His mother's death anniversary was approaching. At this time, every year, the memories of that day resurfaced. That drizzly night, his mother had once been a devout follower of Perianus, the god of fate. During that time, it seemed some sort of prophecy had come upon her. In the dim room, his mother knelt before the window in prayer. "Azoid, no matter what happens from now on, you must stay strong, even if I'm no longer here." Azid looked at her and asked, "Mother, why would you say that? It sounded as though you were about to go far away." She turned to look at him, sorrow in her eyes. "I only wish for your happiness, my dear child. So let your sorrow be brief, and let your happiness endure. Especially when happiness comes to you, you must welcome it with all your heart." She reached out and stroked his head. Because one could not directly discuss the hidden rules surrounding prophecy, he had been unable at the time to ask what those words truly meant. When that moment arrives, you too will understand his will. He could not imagine what his mother must have felt, being the only person in the imperial palace who foresaw death. What happened next had been an ending no one in the palace could have predicted. Azid held his quill. In the end, she died in a mysterious accident not long after. At the very least, I should have asked what that prophecy really was. Leonard stood nearby. "Your Majesty, what happened back then was merely an accident. Lady Medea would not have wanted to see you like this." Azid suddenly rose to his feet, bracing both hands on the desk. "Do you really think so?" It seemed Mother knew what would happen that day. Looking back now, it really was strange. When she stroked me that day, her hand was trembling badly. Leonard followed behind him and replied, "Even if Lady Medea foresaw the future, she could not defy a divine prophecy. That was likely why she concealed it from you. That accident was the will of the gods, not your Majesty's negligence." Azid looked out the window and repeated softly, "The will of the gods." I wonder what exactly that so-called divine prophecy told my mother. Perhaps this year, it will finally tell me as well. Every year on his mother's death anniversary, Azoid spent an entire day alone at the temple of Perianus. Leonard looked at Azoid's back, full of worry. There was no problem with state affairs, but at this time of year, everyone in the palace could see how weak his majesty became. It was deeply concerning. Leonard bowed slightly. "I will take my leave." He stepped out of the office and walked alone down the corridor, letting out a long sigh. Serena was coming from the opposite direction. Hello, Sir Leonard." Leonard stopped and replied, Miss Serena. It's been a while. Are you here to see His Majesty?" Serena nodded. "Yes, there's something I need His Majesty's permission for." Leonard fell silent after hearing that. He looked at Serena for a moment without speaking. Serena tilted her head in confusion. "Sir Leonard, is there something you wanted to say?" Leonard looked troubled. "I'm wondering whether I should let you in right now. To be honest, it's nearly the death anniversary of His Majesty's mother, Lady Medea." Serena replied in surprise. Is it already that time?" Leonard turned away and reminded her in a low voice. "Every year around this time, His Majesty becomes extremely sensitive. It would be best to avoid him for a while. But recently, he seems more relaxed when he's with you, Miss Serena. I thought perhaps speaking with you might help him. So, I hesitated just now." Serena answered a little awkwardly. I see. That's actually a little embarrassing. Even Sir Leonard, His Majesty's closest aide, thinks His Majesty and I have grown close." Leonard suggested, "Perhaps it would be better if you came back at another time." Serena quickly shook her head. "Oh no, as the imperial physician, caring for His Majesty's mental well-being is also my responsibility." She looked at Leonard with confidence. "Leave it to me, Miss Serena." Serena smiled. "Don't worry. Please go on with your work first, Sir Leonard." Leonard nodded. "All right, then I'll leave it to you." Standing in the corridor, Serena thought to herself, "Based on my previous life, the closer it gets to the anniversary, the more emotionally sensitive His Majesty becomes. If I want permission to go out, today is the best chance. Besides, as his doctor, I can't ignore a patient who's feeling depressed." Taking a deep breath, Serena walked to the office door and knocked. "Your Majesty, it's Serena." Silence answered from inside. There was no response at all. "He didn't say I couldn't come in, so it should be fine, right?" She called softly again, "Your Majesty, I'm coming in." Peeking into the office, she found Azuid sitting alone by the window. He looked genuinely sorrowful. Serena stepped inside. "So you're here, getting some air?" Azuid asked. "Why did you come here? What do you need?" Serena smiled at him. "Do I need a reason to come see you? You even gave me this ring. It's the privilege to request a private audience with the Emperor at any time." Seated on the windowsill, Azuid turned his head and answered lightly, "But before now, you only ever came to see me when you had business." Serena teased. That sounds as though you're a little hurt. Do I really come across that way?" He lowered his head, his voice growing quieter. "Perhaps I am. A little." Serena was startled. He was acting far too differently from usual today. She hurriedly waved both hands. "Then I'll come by more often from now on. That way you won't feel that way. But later, you're not allowed to complain that I'm being too annoying. All right?" Aziz looked at Serena as she gestured animatedly and couldn't help but laugh. All right. By the way, you tied your hair up again today." Serena touched her hair and replied, Yes. When I'm working, it gets in the way if I leave it down, so I put it up." "Why? Do you want me to change my hairstyle?" Azuid studied Serena. Today, it feels like she would agree to whatever I say. Not exactly. It's just that you always were the same hairstyle. Serena replied. I think I'm just used to it. Actually, I do feel a little sorry for my maid Mary. She always wants to try different hairstyles on me, but I keep refusing. Azid reached out, his fingertips brushing a strand of Serena's hair. Why? Why not let her try? I think you'd look lovely with a different hairstyle too. Serena looked at him. Do you really think so? If your majesty says so, then maybe I could try a different style next time. Azid smiled. I'm sure it would suit you. I may not look it, but I have a very good eye for these things. Looking at his expression, Serena felt relieved. Thank goodness. There's finally life in his eyes again. All right then, I'll trust your majesty's taste. Azid drew back his hand and asked, So what was your reason for coming today? Serena answered a bit nervously. Well, I'm planning to leave the palace for a bit. Azid asked, Where are you going? Serena replied, To the Gordon Trading Company and the pharmacy. I need to collect some medical devices I ordered from Gordon, and while I'm at it, I'll stop by the apothecary for some herbs. Azid looked at her and said, All right, as you wish. Then Serena held out her hand to him. And your majesty, would you like to take a walk? Now that the rain has stopped, a short walk might improve your mood. Azid looked at the hand Serena was offering him, and a faint smile curved his lips. You really are persistent. Have I ever been able to resist one of your prescriptions? In the palace garden, the air after the rain was especially fresh. Crystal droplets still clung to the flower petals. Serena walked behind Azid. I finally managed to get him outside. Just as expected, he hadn't said a word the whole way. On the day of his mother's death anniversary, where exactly does his majesty go? In my previous life, I could only watch him from much farther away than I can now. So I never knew where he went during this time, nor did I ever dare ask. Even now, I can only guess that the place he goes is somewhere outside the palace. While I'm not by his side, he absolutely must not fall ill or get injured. The shopkeeper stood at the door, seeing off a customer. Please come again. Serena walked toward the shop door and asked, How has Elda been lately? Elda turned around in surprise at the newcomer. Carrying a gift, Serena greeted her with a smile. Elda replied in delight. Oh, Serena, welcome. The two of them went inside and sat down. While busying herself, Elda asked, Yes. You said just now that you had something to ask me. Serena looked at the teacup in front of her. Yes. Actually, not long ago, I fainted while escaping from a warehouse fire. Then I had a dream. In that dream, it seemed I was kidnapped when I was a child. If I tell her everything, she might faint. Serena looked at Elda and asked, When I was little, was there ever a time when I disappeared for several days? Or came back with obvious injuries? Elda fell into thought. There really had been a period like that. That child who came by the pharmacy every day without fail suddenly vanished. Recalling it, Elda said, For around 10 days, I think. I was terribly worried, so I even went to the Vincent residence. Your sister came out and said you had gone away. Serena pressed. Lydia? Elda nodded. Yes, and when I asked when you'd be back, she flew into a rage and told me to leave at once. A few days later, you returned to the pharmacy. When I asked where you'd been, you said you didn't know, so I didn't press the matter. Gone away? Even if I had gone somewhere, they would never have let me go alone. They would have dragged me along to keep serving them. The truth is already obvious. Lydia definitely knows something. Serena lowered her head in thought. Should I sneak into the Vincent residence as soon as possible? But I really don't want to go. What is it? Did something happen? Elda wore a nostalgic expression. I just suddenly remembered when you were young and felt a little sentimental. You suddenly cut your hair short, ran around like a little boy, and the way I used to put ointment on your face feels like yesterday. Back then, you hated being looked down on for being a girl. Serena looked surprised. You remember that? Cutting my hair was because of Lydia. Testing the waters, Serena asked then, Did I ever mention a boy around my age? Elda shook her head. You didn't talk much back then. I don't remember you saying anything about a boy. Serena lowered her eyes. I see. Then Elda seemed to recall something else. Oh, right. After that argument, you kept staring at my pregnant belly and apologizing to Levin. Serena froze. I apologized to Levin? Elda nodded. Yes. You said you'd use something without permission. Whenever you got the chance, you'd cling to me and apologize. Honestly, it was so persistent it drove me crazy. Did I really do something like that? Serena had no memory of it at all. Why can't I remember any of it? Was I really that foolish before? Just then, the front door of the pharmacy was shoved open with a loud bang. Jack strode in and shouted with a grin. His Majesty actually picked an idiot for an attack. Serena jumped. Jack, what are you doing here? Jack waved the scroll in his hand. I came to place an order. Elda looked at the two of them in confusion. You two know each other? How did that happen? Serena looked at Jack and said, I was planning to stop by the trading company today anyway. Jack grinned. Oh, really? Then the timing is perfect. Elda please prepare everything on this list by the end of the month. Elda accepted the list and looked it over. Let me see. The delivery address isn't the Gordon Trading Company. It's the temple. Jack nodded. That's right. It's a private order. Serena lifted her teacup for a sip. When shall I go ask Lydia? Jack looked at Serena and called, Serena, since we ran into each other, do you want to come pick up your item too? Serena asked now. Jack smiled. If you're busy, we can meet later at the trading company instead. Serena rose to her feet. No, it's fine. Since we're already here, let's go together. Jack agreed readily. No problem. Serena bid Elda farewell. Then I'll see you next time, Aunt Elda. Please give my regards to Uncle Levin as well. Standing at the door, Elda replied, Of course. Be careful on your way. Following Jack, Serena arrived in front of a house. Looking at the building before her, she asked, Jack, are you sure you didn't come to the wrong place? This doesn't look like a trading company. It looks more like a private residence. Walking up and pushing the door open, Jack replied with a grin, Nope, this is my place. The trading company is for work. This is where I entertain friends. Serena stared at the clutter inside. This is your house. Why is it such a mess? Fiddling with the lock, Jack explained, I spend most of my time living at the trading company. I do own this place, but I hardly ever come back here. Serena looked at the dusty interior. This place really hasn't been taken care of at all. Are we actually allowed to go inside? Nothing's going to jump out at us, is it? Jack pushed the door wider and explained, Oh, by the way, it's not usually like this. The person who cleans for me went back to their hometown for a few days, so it's a bit messy right now. Don't be too shocked. Serena looked at the scene before her and replied, Oh, I see. So in only a few days, it turned into this disaster. The door creaked heavily as it opened. The room was piled with odds and ends everywhere. Books and scrolls were in complete disarray on the shelves, and jars of all sizes were scattered across the floor. Walking inside, Serena said, This looks like more than just a little messy. There are definitely more things here than I expected. Jack laughed and sat at the table. It's fine, as long as there's somewhere to sit. He handed her a black jewelry box. Here, this is the thing you wanted. Serena took the box and said in surprise, Oh, it's pretty heavy. Jack explained, I already reduced the size as much as I could, but this is the limit. Serena opened the box. Resting quietly inside was a silver white ring. Ah, you made it in the form of a bracelet. Jack asked, What do you think? The internal structure was built exactly according to your design. I figured that if you wanted to carry it around, making it into a bracelet would be more convenient. So I made a few adjustments. The appearance is fine, but it's really too heavy. It feels almost like a shackle. If His Majesty has to wear this, it'll definitely be troublesome. Setting the bracelet down, Serena asked, It's very well made, but is there any way to make it lighter? Jack spread his hands and explained, Actually, I could apply a lightning spell, but Serena continued, that would create magical interference and stop it from functioning properly. After all, there's already an artificial mana core inside. Jack thought for a moment and said, Exactly, but there's another method, using a holy stone. Mana and divine power come from different origins, so they repel each other. Divine power is connected to the gods and the heavens, while mana comes from the earth, from nature. A holy stone containing divine power is an extremely mysterious kind of stone. It doesn't mix with mana. In other words, precisely because of that repelling property, if you have a holy stone, you can use the two powers side by side. Jack continued, As you know, though, it's incredibly rare. Holding the bracelet, Serena said, I'll think of another way too. But Jack looked confident. Fortunately, the pilgrims will soon be returning to the temple. I should be able to get one. Serena stared at him. Huh, you can get something that rare that easily. Jack, are you close with the temple? Or do you know the priests personally? Jack froze. Oh, well. Serena stared at him. What kind of reaction is that? Jack let out an awkward laugh. Huh, it's not some special network or anything. I just go there once every year. You could say it's a kind of secret. Serena looked at him suspiciously. So how close are you to the temple? Exactly? I really shouldn't pry too much. Changing the subject, Jack asked, By the way, how is His Majesty's condition? Has there been anything unusual? Serena paused. Lowering her head, she replied, Not very good. He often just stares off into space. Jack said thoughtfully, I see. Please take good care of him. At this time every year, his mental state tends to become unstable. All right. I've heard that on the anniversary day, His Majesty leaves the palace. Do you know where he goes? Jack nodded. Yes. I know where he goes every year. Serena pressed eagerly. Where is it? Jack deliberately made a show of pondering. Where could it be? Serena stared at him. Jack, are you teasing me on purpose? Jack grinned and shook his head. I can't tell you. His Majesty's whereabouts are top secret. After all, why not ask His Majesty directly? Serena hesitated, but as a physician, asking something like that feels too personal. Jack looked at her in silence. Actually, there's another way to make that bracelet work. Serena turned to look at him. Jack explained, you can use divine power to form a sacred shield. Since we don't have a holy stone right now, it can serve as a temporary substitute. Looking at the ring on the table, Serena asked, are you suggesting using a priest's divine power in place of a holy stone? Jack nodded. Exactly. It won't last as long as a holy stone would, but it should hold up through the security inspection. Serena smiled. That's a great idea. But she immediately asked worriedly, still, would the priests agree to help? They don't just use divine power casually. It's the god's power, after all. Jack replied with a grin. Ordinarily, of course not. Then, thumping his chest confidently, he said, but who am I? I'm Jack, head of the Gordon Trading Company. Serena looked at his excited face. He seems awfully fired up. Is that just my imagination? I know people at the Temple of Perianus. I'll speak with him in advance and see if I can secure some help. Serena replied, thank you. Then, I'll leave it in your hands. Jack waved it off. No need to thank me. If anything, I should be thanking you. Resting his chin in one hand, he gave her a meaningful smile. A few days later, a voice called out in the manor, Serena, there's a letter from the Gordon Trading Company. Serena replied, I'll read it right away. It was a letter from Jack. It said, we have obtained permission for assistance from the Temple of Perianus. An admission pass to the temple has been enclosed with this letter, but please remember, you must go on the designated date. Serena looked at the letter. I need to prepare the admission pass in advance. She picked up the pass and let out a gasp. This crest, it's the crest I saw in my dream. Were those holy knights there because that child was connected to the Temple of Perianus? If I want to recover my memories, there are still many places I need to investigate. I even have to go back to Vincent Castle once more, even though I really don't want to. And I also need to see Lydia. First, the date for going to the temple. She looked carefully at the date and froze. It's Lady Medea's death anniversary. Of all days. Although His Majesty would secretly leave the palace that day, could she really go out too? Serena sighed. It's only one day. I need to come up with a suitable excuse, hide it from His Majesty, and leave for the temple. Time passed, and at last the day came to go to the temple. Serena walked alone along the long, steep pilgrim road. Breathing heavily, she climbed step by step. Finally, the Temple of Perianus appeared before her. Walking onto the stone path, Serena thought, this road is even harder than I imagined. If His Majesty had come too, it would have been quite difficult for him. Good thing I came alone. A guard blocked Serena's path. I am sorry. The temple is not open to the public today. Serena stopped. Please wait. I have an admission pass. She took the pass from inside her coat and handed it over. Here. The guard checked it, then replied respectfully, so you are the distinguished guest invited for today. My apologies for not recognizing you at once. An important ritual will be held here today, so the prayer hall will not be open to the public. We will guide you to the reception room. Serena replied, the prayer hall? I thought it was always open. Has some noble rented out the whole temple? The guard led the way in front. This way, please. Serena answered, all right. Carrying her case, she entered the temple and looked around at the magnificent structure. Wow, this is different from the Temple of Agnes near the Imperial Palace. It feels much more plain. The Croatan Empire mainly worshipped Agnes, the god of fire, but it also recognized other faiths, which was why so many different religions and temples remained. Perianus was the god who governed fate. It was said he sometimes foretold the future of his believers, but no one had ever truly seen the god, so he was not especially famous. The guard stopped in front of a door. This door here is the entrance to the reception room. Serena replied, thank you. She grasped the doorknob. If I go in and wait, will the priest come? He's already here. Seeing the figure inside, Serena thought, the priest arrived first. She said hurriedly, I'm sorry I'm late. Raphael turned around and replied with a smile, it's all right. I arrived a little earlier than we agreed. Serena froze. Priest? Raphael looked at her. I mistook you for someone else. He walked over and introduced himself. I am Raphael, a servant of Perianus. Serena took his hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Serena. Then she suddenly noticed something. Your hands, they're covered in scars. Before becoming a priest, did you go through some sort of difficult past? Sitting at the table, Raphael said, so you need divine power. I heard this is a product currently being developed by the Gordon Trading Company. Serena replied, yes. To make it easier to sell, we need to reduce the weight, so some modifications are necessary. Jack only managed to persuade them by making the request in the trading company's name. If it had been a personal request, the temple probably wouldn't have agreed so easily. Taking the box, Raphael said, applying a sacred seal isn't difficult, but it will take some time. About half a day. Serena replied, that's fine. Then I'll leave it to you. If it's all right, while I'm waiting, may I look around the temple a bit? Since I'll be coming back here again later, I'd like to familiarize myself with the layout first. Raphael looked uncertain. I'm not sure. There is an important ritual today. If you wander around on your own, you might get lost. Serena looked disappointed. As I thought, then I suppose I'll have to come back another time. If it's a safety concern, I can just stay in the reception room. Raphael waved his hand. Oh no, that's not what I meant. Jack has already vouched for you. In that case, please be careful not to enter any area marked off with red string. In a nearby room, two young priests were crouching on the floor. One exclaimed, "It broke again." The other asked, "What happened?" One priest said helplessly, "That stray cat keeps causing trouble, turning all the tied strings into a mess. I just tied them up a moment ago, and now they're ruined again." The other priest replied, "So what? No outsiders are coming in today, anyway." The first priest said worriedly, "Even so, I'm worried the bishop will scold us if he notices. Why don't we tie them higher up so the cat can't reach them?" The other nodded. "Good idea." Serena walked alone through the temple courtyard. "Great, I finally got permission. If possible, I'd also like to see the holy knights here." Suddenly, a gray shape shot out. Startled, Serena looked carefully and froze. A long-haired cat stood before her at ease, holding a red string in its mouth. Pierre, you're Pi, right? Lord Nocton's cat. Why are you here?" Pointing at the cat, she shouted, "You, what do you have in your mouth? Where did you tear that off from?" The cat sprang away at once, running deep into the corridor with the red string still in its mouth. Serena cried out, "Wait, no, stop." Looking in the direction where the cat had vanished, she panicked. "What do I do? If I just leave it alone, who knows what kind of trouble it'll cause next? This won't do. Pi, come back." She started running after it. Serena stopped on a patch of grass, breathing hard. "This is bad. I clearly saw it run this way. How did I lose it?" Then she came to a halt, staring at what lay before her. "I can't believe there's a place like this in the temple." Beneath a huge ancient tree hung a simple swing. A breeze rustled through the grass. Serena walked toward the swing. "Is this for children? It looks quite old." The scenery here was strikingly beautiful as well. Serena was immersed in the stillness when sudden footsteps sounded behind her. She whipped around. Before she could see who it was, a force threw her to the grass. The straw hat on her head fell away. Pinning Serena beneath him, Azid shouted furiously, "How dare you trespass here on your own?" Then he saw the face of the person beneath him. "Serena, your majesty? Why are you here?" Flustered, he said, "Don't speak. Stay like this. Don't move." Serena asked in confusion, "Huh? What's going on?" Suddenly, Serena felt a sharp pain at her neck. Azuid gripped her shoulder. "Don't move. Stay still like this." Serena was at a loss. She raised a hand and saw her palm covered in blood. "Blood? Since the treatment is finished, I'll take my leave now. Please get some rest." The two sat side by side on a bench, and silence settled between them. Azid was the first to break it. "You're very bold. How exactly did you get in here? I clearly sealed this place off with red strings." Serena repeated in confusion, "Red strings? But there weren't any strings around here." Azid replied, "That's impossible." "It's true. I just spotted Nocton's cat and chased Pi here." In the distance, Pi was playing with the red string still in its mouth. Azid said helplessly, "So it was Pi again. That little troublemaker. But weren't you supposed to be going to the apothecary today? Why are you here?" "I didn't think you had any special connection to the temple of Perianus," Serena explained in a fluster. "Well, first of all, I really didn't know your majesty would be here holding Lady Medea's memorial rite. I really hate the word coincidence, but this really is just a coincidence." Azid cut her off. "Enough. If you keep talking, the wound will open again. I wasn't asking because I suspected you, so there's no need to explain in detail. Rest here for now. I'll have a priest escort you out." He seemed much calmer than usual. "Then what about you, your majesty?" Azid stood up. "I should go and prepare the offerings now. Spending a little time like this today feels almost like a luxury. Strange as it sounds, thanks to you just now. I forgot everything for a moment." Serena looked at him in silence. Azid turned to leave. Suddenly, Serena reached out and grabbed his sleeve. Azid stopped. Serena froze. Well, this is..." Just then Jack shoved the door open and shouted, "Azuid, you bastard, you came again." Seeing the two of them, Jack froze. "What? Serena's here too?" Serena cried out in surprise. "Jack." Looking Serena over, Jack said, "So you ran into Azid while you were here? Wait, are you hurt?" Serena touched the bandage at her neck. I was cut by a sword." Jack roared in anger. What kind of lunatic attacks someone in broad daylight?" Serena tried to calm him. "Jack, I'm really fine." Jack pointed at the bandage on Serena's neck and shouted, "When your neck is wrapped in a bandage like that, this is not a situation where you could say you're fine. Did you see the attacker's face? Describe him. What did the bastard look like? I'll go catch that son of a and slit his..." Serena slammed her hand down on the table and shouted, "Whose throat are you going to slit, you idiot? What nonsense are you spouting? More importantly, don't you have something to explain to me? You said there was no holy stone. That was just an excuse, wasn't it?" Cold sweat breaking out, Jack stammered, And no, it wasn't like that, really. Serena snapped back furiously. "And you still say it wasn't? You fraudulent artist. If you're that close to Bishop Raphael, then getting a holy stone would have been easy for you, wouldn't it?" Jack hurriedly argued. "Hey, do you know who I did all this for?" Ozzy interrupted. "Wait, am I the only one who has no idea what's going on here?" "Jack, don't tell me you deliberately called Serena to the temple." Jack rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. "Aha, well, you see, Ozzy shouted angrily. "I made it absolutely clear that you were not to reveal a single word." Jack shot back without backing down. "Then what, was I supposed to do nothing? My so-called best friend runs around like a madman every year on his mother's death anniversary and comes back covered in injuries. What exactly was I supposed to do, Ozzy?" Serena said quietly. "Wait a second. I feel like I just heard something very dangerous." At the same time, Jack and Ozzy both turned to look at Serena. She asked, "What exactly has His Majesty been doing?" Ozzy averted his gaze. "That was a long time ago. Every time this day comes around, all sorts of thoughts well up." Jack gritted his teeth and exposed him. "A long time ago, my foot. You did the exact same thing last year." Serena exploded. "Is what Jack said true? Your Majesty, have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea what condition your body is in?" Clutching her skirt tightly, Serena was flooded with guilt. "I've really been too dull lately. I overlooked something this important. If not for Jack, I never would have known what happens on the anniversary day. I worked so hard to save his life. What if His Majesty dies while I'm not there? If something truly happens to Azuid, I'll end up back in those days when I was treated like the royal family's dog." Azuid looked at the agitated Serena and said, "Serena, calm down first." Serena shot back loudly. "Do I look to you like someone who can calm down right now?" Serena suddenly groaned and clutched her neck. Azuid stepped forward to support her. "Serena, please control your emotions first." Serena seized his hand. "Your Majesty, how long do you intend to keep hiding this from me? Unless you want me to examine your entire body from head to toe every single day, then tell me everything. Don't leave out a single detail. I want to know what happened every day. You have to tell me all of it." I didn't expect her to be this angry. Serena continued, "Don't think you can brush this off lightly. If you pretend nothing happened now and I find out again later, I absolutely won't let it go." Yet strangely enough, the fact that Serena was angry because she was worried about me was not something I disliked. The more Serena cared for me, the more the dark emotions in my heart seemed to melt away. Seeing that Azuid still wasn't responding, Serena said, "Your Majesty, are you listening to me? You standing there in silence like this is a serious problem. Why is he just standing there?" Serena asked in confusion. "What is it? Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" Azuid lowered his gaze. "Serena, you're the one who's injured. Your neck is still wounded. A doctor who can't even take care of her own body is more worried about others than anyone else. Don't you think that's a little absurd?" Serena retorted. "You're the one who caused this wound. So isn't it even stranger for you to say something like that?" Azuid fell silent. Then he said softly, "I am sorry." Serena responded in a fluster, "No, I wasn't saying that because I want an apology from you. You are the emperor of the empire. How can you bow your head and apologize so easily?" Azuid replied, "To my subjects, I am an infinitely merciful emperor." Jack suddenly shouted, "Wait, are you saying the one who attacked Serena was Azuid?" "You're still there." Spreading his hands, Jack asked, "What in the world is going on? Azuid, did you really attack Serena?" Azuid looked at Jack and said, "It was an accident. If you had warned me in advance, none of this would have happened." Jack answered somewhat guiltily, "I am sorry." Azuid sighed. "Serena, it seems Jack tricked you into coming here. Go get ready and return to the palace." Serena froze. "What? No." Azuid asked, "What?" Serena replied, "After learning something this serious, how could I possibly just go back like that, Your Majesty? You really don't know me at all." Azuid tried to persuade her. "There's nothing to worry about." Serena cut him off. "No way. No matter what you say, whether there's something to worry about or not, I have to see it with my own eyes. Just watch. No matter what you say, Your Majesty, today I'm going to spend the entire day by your side." Azuid looked at Serena and asked, "The entire day? You can't possibly be serious. Are you even planning to follow me into the bedroom?" Serena smiled and replied, "Of course." Azuid froze on the spot, his face flushing red. "What?" A scream echoed through the temple grounds, startling birds into flight in the distance. "What on earth are you saying?" "Absolutely not." Serena answered calmly. "I'm the one who should be saying that. How could I leave you alone? Who knows what you might do tonight, Azuid?" Azuid stared at her, thinking, does she even realize I'm a man? His face turned even redder as he protested. That's not the point. Serena went on. Besides, I go in and out of your majesty's bedroom all the time anyway. Azid interrupted furiously. That's exactly why you shouldn't say things that could be misunderstood. Beside them, Jack covered his mouth, wearing an expression of pure amusement. Serena looked at Azid and said seriously, if you're left alone, the risk of you falling into depressive thoughts is even greater. I don't know what kind of past is tormenting your majesty's heart, but I hope you know that. There are many people by your side who care about you. Azid froze, then asked quietly, you care about me, Serena? Serena smiled and answered yes. So from now on, your majesty, you can trust me more. Rely on me a little more. Azid stared at Serena and fell silent. Just then, Nocton suddenly pushed open the door and shouted, Azid, I've been looking everywhere for you. Nocton looked at the scene inside and froze. Miss Serena, why are you here? Jack stood to the side and gave an awkward laugh. Just a tiny bit late. Serena greeted him a little hurriedly. Hello. Sunlight poured onto the garden terrace. Thanks to Miss Serena, the vacant seat has finally been filled. Lily couldn't attend this year. Sitting across from him, Serena replied, so Count Lowell was originally supposed to come today. Then this really is the perfect time for me to stay here in the Count's place. Isn't it, Lord Leonard? Leonard smiled and nodded. You're right. This arrangement is practically perfect. Azid stood by the window, watching the three of them chatting merrily on the terrace. He turned around and looked at Jack, who was standing inside. Explain yourself now. Jack scratched his head. What? Azid fixed Jack with a hard stare and demanded, what exactly were you thinking? Pulling something like this? I clearly told you not to drag Serena into this. Jack fumbled out an excuse in panic. I was just worried about you. I figured Serena would find out sooner or later anyway, so I thought it'd be fine. Turns out I was wrong. Azid's expression remained dark. Jack raised both hands in surrender. Fine, I know I messed up, but this is a little unfair, don't you think? Just now, when you were talking to Serena, you had that gentle, saintly look on your face. Why are you only glaring at me like you want to kill me now? Jack probed carefully. Still, aren't you happy Serena came? Isn't that right, Azid? Azid replied coldly, not happy at all. Because of you, things have gotten even more troublesome. Jack stared at Azid, thinking, what is wrong with this guy? Does he not even realize his own feelings? I really didn't expect it to turn out like this. Azid looked at Serena in the distance, and a gentle smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Jack caught the moment sharply. Hey, Azid, does anyone look at someone they find troublesome with that kind of expression? Azid immediately wiped the smile away. What? What's wrong with my expression? Jack pointed at him and said, think carefully. I mean it. Ask your own heart. If Serena had turned away just now with a coldness sharp as a blade, would you still have smiled like that? Azid looked at Jack and asked, what kind of nonsense are you suddenly talking? Jack continued the hypothetical. If, after hearing about your situation, Serena had just coldly said, I have personal matters to handle outside of work hours, and then turned and left without another glance, how do you think you would feel? Azid fell silent. After a long while, he finally said, I probably feel a little hurt. After all, if someone you consider a friend treats you coldly, no one would feel good about that. Jack cried out in surprise, oh? So you say you're just friends? Then tell me honestly, if Lily did the exact same thing, would you feel disappointed then too? Azid answered calmly, not at all. Lily is busy to begin with. Jack shouted back, Serena is insanely busy too, okay? She always looks like she's working overtime. Azid turned his head away. So, Lily and Serena are the same? Jack pressed on. According to you, they're both your friends. Then what exactly is the difference? Azid hesitated and said, well, that's... Memories of all the moments he had spent with Serena surfaced in his mind. Standing by the window, he sank into thought again. Jack looked at him and let out a helpless sigh. Honestly, what a blockhead. Azid, even though I'm the one who set all this up, I didn't do it for my own sake. Think carefully. What exactly is different between Lily and Serena? What's with that guy? Where did he even come from? What happened? There was suddenly another person at the round table on the terrace. Benjamin looked at Serena and said, I'd heard rumors about you in the capital, but I never imagined I'd see you here. I'm truly happy to meet you, Rena. During the time Lydia kept me by her side as a maid to humiliate me, I'd seen him a few times at social gatherings. Lydia had a crush on him for a long time, but then he suddenly announced that he would become a clergyman and afterward vanished. Benjamin said sincerely, I only recently learned that you are Lord Vincent's younger sister, Rena. I have long wanted to formally apologize for my discourtesy in the past. Serena gave an awkward smile and replied, it's all right. I was the one who deliberately hid my identity, so it's fine. Who would have thought this man? would become a priest of the temple of Perianus? In Serena's memory, Benjamin was known among the young nobles for his gentle manner of speaking. He treated everyone kindly and carried himself gracefully, making him very popular among young ladies. The problem, however, was that his kindness extended equally to everyone, even servants. That only made the fiercely prideful Lydia abuse me even more. That kind of excessive kindness had once made her deeply uneasy. Benjamin continued with a smile. I heard you became the youngest imperial physician. It's a bit late, but congratulations. Since fate has brought us together again like this, it would be wonderful if we could see each other often in the future, wouldn't it, Rena? Serena felt pressured and said somewhat awkwardly, that way of addressing me is a little. Benjamin gave an embarrassed smile. Ah, so I can't call you Rena anymore? I've simply grown used to it. Serena replied seriously, that's right. Please mind your words, sir. Benjamin laughed. Ah, you're calling me sir? That really brings back a lot of old memories. He suddenly leaned in close and proposed with a smile. Then to be fair, why don't you call me Benjamin directly as well? That would even things out, wouldn't it? Serena looked at him and refused firmly. No, please call me Serena. Benjamin sighed in disappointment. Oh dear, that sounds far too distant for people with a relationship like ours. Serena was inwardly baffled. What exactly does he mean by a relationship like ours? Leonard quietly reminded him. Father, isn't that form of address a bit too intimate? Miss Serena looks very uncomfortable. But Benjamin waved it off. I've known Rena for a long time, so it's fine, right? If someone doesn't say it outright, this man will never understand. Azid strode toward the round table, his footsteps echoing across the terrace. Serena looked at him in surprise. Before she could finish, Azid suddenly lifted his leg and violently kicked Benjamin right off his chair. Benjamin lost his balance and toppled backward. Wah, Azid said expressionlessly. Oops, my mistake. Benjamin landed on the ground. Ow, what are you doing all of a sudden? Azid looked down at him with icy eyes. Sorry, my legs are just too long. Benjamin stared at the emperor before him, completely frozen. This is His Majesty the Emperor? Are you badly hurt? Benjamin hurriedly got to his feet and bowed. No, I'm Fine. Leonard said, you're here. Azid replied, yes. Have a seat. He leaned back naturally and took the seat beside Serena. Azid turned his head and fixed Serena with a sharp stare. Serena looked at him, puzzled. You're here. Looking straight into her eyes, Azid said with a trace of displeasure. Didn't you just say you'd stay by my side all day? Azid looked at Serena beside him and said, weren't you just saying you would spend the whole day with me? Serena blinked and asked what? Azid averted his gaze. Nothing. Looking around at the chaotic scene, Serena muttered under her breath. What is going on? Benjamin hurriedly apologized. My deepest apologies. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Azid replied, Fine, don't go too far. Benjamin looked at Serena and said, Serena, see you next time. Serena replied, all right. Benjamin turned and ran off. Azid remained seated in silence. Serena cautiously asked, are you angry? Azid immediately shot back, no, not at all. Leonard came over and reminded him, Your Majesty, it's almost time for the ceremony. Shall we go? Azid stood up and answered yes. Miss Serena, if you wish to attend the ceremony as well, it would be best if you changed first. Please come with me. I'll show you the way. Serena nodded. Okay. Knock. Tun walked beside Serena down the corridor. Are you going to personally verify the stability of the artificial magic core? Serena replied, yes. Since it concerns His Majesty's body, I can't use it directly, without any verification. Nocton continued, but without a magic core, it'll be difficult to test it. Serena responded with some hesitation, that's true, but Nocton looked at Serena and asked if necessary. Would you like me to help you? Serena froze, unsure how to begin. She had known Nocton for several months now, and all this time he had helped her greatly. Hiding the fact that she possessed a magic core made her feel guilty. Serena stopped walking. Nocton stopped as well and looked at her in confusion. Serena said quietly, Lord Nocton, actually, there's something I've never told you. Just as Serena was about to continue, the communication device on Nocton's person suddenly rang. Call. Sorry, excuse me for a moment. Nocton answered it, and his expression grew grave. Watching his back, Serena felt that something was off. Perhaps it would be better to tell him about the magic core another time. Serena asked, did something happen? Nocton answered, just a small situation. Serena looked at him and said, it looks pretty serious. Just tell me where to go. I can make my way there on my own. Nocton confirmed. You'll be all right by yourself? Serena replied, yes. I'm very good at finding my way. Nocton instructed, then keep going straight ahead and turn right at the third room. I'll have Leonard meet you at the ceremony site. Serena nodded. All right, understood, Lord Nocton. Are you going back to the laboratory now? Nocton answered, no. I'll be attending as well. See you later. Nocton turned and walked toward the depths of the corridor, his footsteps echoing through the empty hall. Tell your friends to stop causing trouble, stay quiet, and stop getting in the way. Holding the communication device, Nocton asked, James, what are you talking about all of a sudden? James replied coldly, just as I said, if he doesn't want to lose his remaining eye, you'd better tell him to behave. Understood? Nocton recalled an old conversation. Jack, what happened to your eye? Jack had answered awkwardly, just a little accident. James's voice continued through the communicator. You've been by the Duke's side all this time too, so you should know very well. Stop your friends before things become irreversible. Don't let them keep digging. James was acting so brazenly. It seemed he had already realized the Duke's secret as well. In that case, Jack losing his eye back then, was that also because of what the Duke had done? Nocton reached a door and pushed it open. Inside, Leonard was standing together with Jack. Seeing him enter, Jack asked, oh, you're here. Where's Serena? Nocton walked straight toward Jack without a word. He grabbed Jack by the collar. How long were you planning to hide it? Jack looked at him and replied, what are you talking about? Be clear. Nocton stared at him and said, your eye. It wasn't some accident at all. The Duke did it, didn't he? Leon. Art tried to calm him. Settle down, Nocton. I'll explain everything. Nocton snapped back angrily. You should have explained when Jack lost his eye. Weren't you two planning to stay silent until I figure it out myself? Jack explained, we didn't hide it because we didn't trust you. We just didn't want you to worry, so we downplayed the injury. Leonard cut in, no. Master said we didn't tell you because we knew you'd react like this. Jack shouted, Leonard. Leonard looked at Nocton and continued, look at yourself right now. The moment it involves the Duke, you become emotional and reckless. Consequences be damned. Leonard looked straight at Nocton as he said, you're usually so rational, but as soon as the Duke is involved, you become like this. How could we dare tell you? Jack tried to intervene from the side. Hey, that's too harsh. Leonard sighed and said, in any case, now that you know, let's all calm down and talk later. I am perfectly calm, so explain it now. Leonard, what exactly are you planning? Leonard gave a cold snort and said, would a perfectly calm person come storming in with red eyes and pick a fight right before the ceremony begins? You even left Miss Serena there alone. Nocton lowered his head and pressed a hand to his forehead. About that, I am sorry. James started this. Leonard asked in confusion, James? You mean the man who recently became the young Duke of Grywood? Jack cut in, that idiot. He's the guy who used to keep causing trouble for Nocton, and then I beat him up. Then the Duke must already have noticed what we've been doing too. You two look awfully calm, though. My mind is a complete mess right now. Nocton looked at Leonard and instructed, anyway, Leonard, go find Miss Serena for me. I need to get some air. Leonard called after him. You'll be back before it starts, right? Nocton didn't answer. He left the room in silence. The sound of the door closing echoed sharply. Jack looked at the shut door and said, he'll come back. Leonard sighed. Jack continued, I knew something was off with that guy. He absolutely has some leverage. The Duke is holding over him, but he won't say a thing himself. Jack replied seriously, maybe it's because he simply can't say it. From the start, the reason we investigated the Duke was because we were worried about Nocton. Leonard was silent for a moment before saying, that's true. I'll go check on Miss Serena first. We'll meet again at the ceremony. Sunlight filtered through the dense branches and spilled over the grand ceremonial structure. The entire palace looked solemn in the lingering glow. Azid stood alone before the altar. The wood in the brazier crackled, flames flickering in the still air. He gazed at the dancing firelight, looking somewhat lonely. Benjamin had smiled and said to Serena, Serena, see you next time. The more Azid thought about it, the angrier he became. I should have kicked that bastard directly instead of kicking the chair. Heavy footsteps echoed across the empty altar. Your Majesty. Azid stopped and turned to look at the newcomer. You've come. Raphael, you look healthier than last year. Azid replied, Doi, you, on the other hand, seem to have aged a little more. Raphael smiled and said, I have grown old, Your Majesty. As the Archbishop of the Temple of Perianus, Raphael had once been a holy knight. After receiving divine revelation, he had been charged with protecting Medea. Raphael continued, I have been old for quite some time now. It is hard enough even to instruct you in swordsmanship these days. Azid replied, you are too modest. Age alone cannot erase the insight you honed over a lifetime. I have never seen a knight swing a sword as cleanly as you do, so you may take pride in that. Raphael looked at Azid with a relieved expression and said, it's good to see you like this. Please continue living with a smile like that, Your Majesty. Azid asked in confusion, HM? Raphael added, I mean it. Please don't live wearing an expression as though you might die at any moment. Azid fell silent. Raphael continued, speaking of which, I heard that another acquaintance of yours also decided to remain at the temple for one more day. Azayed replied, Ah, you mean Serena? Raphael said with a smile, Oh, you call her by name directly. It seems the two of you are quite close. Azid thought close. Raphael teased him, what kind of relationship usually uses nicknames? I imagine it would have to be a very intimate one. For example, family or lovers. Azid immediately refuted him. Lovers? It's absolutely not that kind of relationship. Raphael asked, puzzled, Oh? Then Azid stopped walking and looked ahead. It seems the others have arrived too. Serena appeared, dressed in a gorgeous ceremonial gown. She looked toward Azid and flashed him a brilliant smile. Your Majesty, you're already over there. Raphael was lost in thought. Who could have imagined that child from those days would become the brilliant imperial physician who would change His Majesty's life? Those blue flames. Could that have been Azid's awakening? Raphael immediately ordered the Holy Knight beside him. Quickly, escort both of them somewhere safe. The Holy Knight replied, Yes, sir. Raphael looked at the fire-engulfed scene, his heart filled with worry. If the imperial family discovered this, Azid would be in danger. The Holy Knight approached the fallen figure on the ground, then suddenly stopped. There was another child lying beside Azid. Another witness? The person who had been with him that day was young Serena, lying unconscious on the ground. Raphael, just as you always have, you may act according to your own convictions. Raphael asked, What if I made the wrong choice? Medea, seated by the bed and looking at the young Azid, continued, Even if your choice is wrong, in the end you will still arrive at the fate meant for you, because no one can cover the sky with their hands. These two, whose connection I should have severed, have met again after all. Raphael stood between the two of them, full of unease. If my choice back then has led them onto the wrong path, what should I do? Bathed in Medea's light, Raphael stood before the temple and declared, Since everyone is here, the ceremony will now begin. Night fell. Raphael looked at the crowd and said, You have all worked hard for this ceremony. I hope everyone rests well tonight. Serena replied, I unintentionally caused you quite a bit of trouble today. Thank you for your kindness, Archbishop. Raphael smiled and said, Fortunately, today is a day when the temple is closed to outside visitors. There are spare rooms for everyone to stay the night. Serena waved her hand. There's no need to prepare a separate room for me. I plan to stay in His Majesty's bedchamber tonight. Raphael froze on the spot. What? Serena explained, because of some special circumstances, just for today, I have to remain that way with His Majesty. Azid turned and said, I believe I said I would not allow it. Serena persisted, but the room is spacious, isn't it? I'll quietly wait on the sofa or in a chair. Leonard looked at the two of them helplessly and said, Miss Serena, you really don't have to force yourself this much. We can stay and watch in turns. Serena shook her head. No, if we're returning to the palace tomorrow, then everyone needs proper rest tonight. I'm actually more used to staying up late to care for patients. In any case, I can't sleep before dawn. And if not for today, I might not get another chance to observe His Majesty's unusual behavior. Azid remained silent. Is it because, in her eyes, I'm just a patient right now? So, she would never see me as a romantic prospect? Azid asked, What about my opinion? Serena looked at him and countered. Your Majesty, didn't you agree to respect my professional judgment as a physician? She held up the ring on her finger and continued, Your Majesty, you already gave me this ring. Are you going to take your word back now? Azid replied irritably, You also need to consider the time and place. Sharing a room is absolutely out of the question, Serena. Serena only looked at him quietly. Beside them, Jack clapped his hands and said, All right, then it's settled. Why don't all of us just stay in the same room together? Azid shouted furiously, That's absurd. How can I stay in the same room as Serena? Then how about you stay in my room instead? Serena beamed brightly and asked, So that means? You agree now? Azid cried out, What? Serena grabbed Azid by the arm and said, You already agreed. Azid struggled and shouted no. Serena pulled Azid forward and said with a smile, Wow, this feels refreshing. Hurry along, Your Majesty. Azid was dragged away. Hey, late at night, Azid sat alone in a chair in the bedchamber. Well, this is still better than leaving Serena among those wolf cubs. The door opened, and Serena's voice came from the entrance. Your Majesty, I'm done washing. Good work. He turned instinctively and then froze. Wow, I feel completely refreshed. Serena was wearing a loose night robe, looking thoroughly relaxed. She looked at Azid and asked, Your Majesty, aren't you going to wash up? I'm going now. With the heavy sound of the door closing, Azid disappeared behind it. Serena looked at the shut door. He seems to be in a hurry. Left alone in the bedchamber, Serena looked around. This really was different from an ordinary guest room. Everywhere, there were traces and warmth of someone who had lived here for a long time. She walked to the window. Is there space behind this too? I thought there was only a wall behind the curtain. She reached out, pulled the curtain aside, and stepped in. In the hidden space hung an enormous painting. Is it a portrait? Could it be someone related to the temple? The woman in the painting wore a gentle expression and held a bouquet in her arms. Serena stared at the face in the portrait and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. How strange. Why does this person look so familiar? Serena thought hard. I'm sure I've seen her somewhere before. No wonder it was so quiet outside. So you were looking at this? Serena cried out in surprise. What is this? Azaid stood to the side and asked, how did you find this place? Serena answered a little hurriedly. Well, I was just looking around the room. The painting was so beautiful that I couldn't help but stare. She stole a glance at Azaid and thought, seeing him like this now, I finally understand why everyone blushes when they see His Majesty. Come to think of it, the person in the portrait looks a bit like you, Your Majesty. Azaid reached up and took hold of the curtain. You don't even know who she is? Serena asked curiously. Is she someone you know? After a moment of silence, Azaid answered softly, my mother. Serena suddenly understood. No wonder. I knew she looked familiar. It's because she looks exactly like Your Majesty. She looked toward the partly covered portrait and asked, if it's a portrait of your mother, why hide it behind a curtain? Azaid looked at the portrait and answered, because seeing her brings back too many memories. Serena looked at Azaid and asked, if you hide it away, is it to make it easier to forget? No. Serena looked at him, then placed her hand over the back of Azaid's hand where it rested against the curtain. Serena continued, if she still appears in your mind, even when you don't look at her, doesn't that mean she holds a very important place in your heart? Azaid lowered his gaze and said, but the more I look, the more it hurts. Serena replied, even if you don't look, it still hurts, doesn't it? Azaid said nothing. Serena looked at him and said, maybe it hurts even more because you're trying so hard not to face it. I don't have many happy memories of my own mother, so I may not be able to fully understand your pain. My mother was a mysterious person. Poverty can twist people. She spent her whole life struggling against hunger. So it wasn't strange that she was utterly exhausted. Young Serena tugged on her mother's clothes and called Mom. My mother, raising a child alone, could not escape the shackles of poverty. In the end, she left me with that biological father. As an adult, I suppose she must have had her reasons. Even so, every now and then she would still contact me, and that's why I can't truly hate her. Azaid listened in silence. Do you miss her? I'm not sure. If I truly missed her, I probably would have gone looking for her long ago. Serena took Azaid's hand and said, facing it quietly instead, help me let those feelings go naturally. Your Majesty, you should also break the dam in your heart and let everything flow out. Azaid looked at her and asked, what if I still can't let it go? Gently rubbing the back of his hand, Serena replied, then keep trying until you can. If an illness of the heart is dragged out too long, it festers into a stubborn disease that is hard to cure. In some ways, pain of the heart is harder to heal than pain of the body, so you have to treat it carefully. Azaid said helplessly, there you go again, talking like this is treatment. Serena smiled and replied, well, I am your doctor, after all. I'll always smile only for you, Your Majesty. Azaid turned his head away and said quietly, even though you said you'd leave the palace in a year. Serena cried out in surprise, oh my goodness, you still remember that? Azaid fell silent. If it were Lily instead, would you think you'd be hurt? Think about it carefully. If Lily and Serena feel different to you, then why? Azaid froze in place. What was it that made these two people feel so different? He recalled all the moments he had spent with Serena. Why do I crave Serena's approval so much? Why do I pay attention to every word and action of hers? Why does it irritate me so much to see other men hovering around her? Why? Why exactly? Why do I always want to see Serena? Azaid suddenly realized something and went rigid. Serena smiled and said, Your Majesty, should I leave now? Azaid looked at her and let out a soft sigh. I'm already in love with Serena. Seeing no response, Serena continued, Your Majesty, you didn't answer me. I know I've caused you quite a bit of trouble lately, but if you want to send me away so quickly, I'd still feel a little hurt. Azaid froze. What? Had Serena just said? Serena went on to herself. I'm human too. Of course I want to care for you in a way that makes you healthier and more comfortable. But I was worried that if I didn't do this, you'd fall into danger again. Azaid suddenly reached out and pulled Serena into his arms. Serena let out a startled cry. Pressed against Azaid's chest, she was completely flustered. Why, Your Majesty? Azaid held her tightly. What if I miss my chance?